today on Divorce Court.
Aaron, your ways is not the holy grail of all ways, Mr. Prodigal Son, that you think that you are.
Cher's verbally abusive. You shouldn't be speaking to me that way.
When it comes to me and my mouth, I just have no chill.
We used to have sex multiple times a day. Can't go from that to nothing at all. It's like going from steak to going to hamburger helper. Nobody wants that. It was no need to get married if that's what you wanted to go for.
You can't sex somebody if they don't look sexable and they hygiene looking all terrible. You run around here looking like a Miss Dwarf Rick Ross. Nobody want all that mess on their face. You're not ZZ Top. Cut that mess off.
We can never find that common ground to move forward. If it's not gonna be conducive for both people, it's no need for even having it. That's why I think we need this divorce.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Sherry Shepard and Aaron Shepard. Mr. and Mrs. Shepard, you have been married for 9 years, but separated for the last 2, and you do not want to be married anymore. Ms. Shepard, you want $3,200 from Mr. Shepard as you leave this union. But before we get to that, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why you're here in divorce court today?
Your Honor, I'm here today because I'm just tired of being broke, busted, and disgusted, okay? When I got married to Mr. Shepard, I had a job, he had a job, we keep jobs, we do what we do, and we have nice things, okay? Right. Somehow, somewhere down the line, he thought my mindset of having a mediocre life was going to change. That's never going to change. I like things, and if I have to work 40, 50, 60, 80 hours to obtain those things, I'm going to do what I have to do. And I expect him to do the same thing, but he doesn't. He's a penny pincher, and I can't deal with that.
Give me some examples of his penny pinching.
Okay, one example, we had a family cruise. I had a daughter who graduated college. I want to go on this cruise. It costed a certain amount of money. Well, we talked about this. We planned this. And I'm like, hey, I'm going to put half, put the deposit down, and you're going to have to pay the rest of it. Well, I put the deposit down, and then every time it came for the payments, Mr. Shepard wouldn't pay, so I had to pay. And then we get to the point to where it's time to go on the cruise. I'm like, look, okay, since I paid for the cruise, can you just pay for the transportation to Florida, from Florida, and pay for all the excursions? Oh, yeah, I got that. He worked. He's supposed to have it. He always say he don't got no money, but he always have money because he always stashed it somewhere. So we get down to the cruise. He paid for us to get down there. We get on the cruise. I want to go do all these excursions that I had planned. We don't got no money. All of a sudden, I don't got that. We can't do this. But he managed to buy him like a half a case of some expensive wine, or actually liquor, so he could bring back home and sell it half for himself. Okay?
You can't deny he has an entrepreneurial spirit. Mr. Shepard, what happened with respect to the cruise?
Okay, so, Your Honor, pretty much what happened, I started working when we first set up for it, I was unemployed for a little bit. I started driving cabs. I drove for like 30 straight days. I did have some money. In retrospect to what she says, yes, some of it, I did not come up with the amount that she did want me to, but I did come up with what I felt was fair and what I was able to come up with at the time.
You did the best you could.
Exactly, because I had other bills and stuff to pay that I was paying, and like I said, prior to that, I was unemployed for a little bit, but I did contribute to it, and she likes to make it like I didn't do anything at all, which is definitely
Mrs. Shepard, what are you dying to say?
All I'm saying is you can't use the word fair. Fair means the cruise is $6,200, you pay your $31. That's fair. You didn't pay half of the cruise, and then past that, I paid it, it's good. Fair would be you pay the trip going down, the trip coming back, and excursions in between. That's fair. You can't use words fair when you're not going to do what's fair.
Let me ask you this. There's the word fair, and there's the word capacity. And capacity means what he's able to do.
Capacity
was he employed to the extent that he would have enough to pay his bills and put that amount of money on a discretionary event?
That's of no never mind to me.
Really?
She's right, Your Honor. She's telling the truth on that.
That's of no.
Absolutely.
When
you don't care.
When you sit down and you plan, and you come up with this plan, then you hold the plan. You don't devour. He had a job. He left that job. Did he tell you that?
When you made plans, he had a job?
Yes.
What happened with this particular job? Do you recall?
He'll tell you they don't fire him. He walks away because he gets agitated. He don't like how somebody's talking to him. I work in mental health. I don't like how patients come running at me. I don't like how people come targeting me. But I still have my job. I don't like going to work every day. I want to sit on my butt. But no, I always have to go to work.
Mr. Shepherd, are you one for walking off jobs?
I have left a job or two, definitely. And
what is behind that?
Usually it's to me it feels like I'm being disrespectful. Like I deal with a lot at jobs. I'm willing to take a lot of different things, but I don't like being totally disrespectful. I believe what happened the time before
what
that.
What constitutes totally disrespectful? Because
Okay.
it seems to happen to you a lot,
It
or
does.
at least fairly often.
It happens a fair amount of times. Just people, when it gets to the point that I feel like either I need to go or I'm gonna have to lay my hands on somebody, I think instead of me going to jail and her having to come spend money to bail me out of jail because I didn't attack somebody at work, I think it's best for me to leave that environment. That's the way I look at it. I'm not a violent person, but for me to feel that way, I'm a very calm, cool, collective individual.
Do you think you get angry or upset quickly or easily?
No, absolutely not.
Because most people don't have to walk off jobs fairly frequently because of the way they're spoken to. So it would seem to indicate that the common denominator is you getting annoyed by what average bosses say.
And usually I ignore that. I blow it off, I gaff it off. It's not a big issue, but sometimes it is like to a point where I think, you know, it's best that we vacate the situation so it's not a major issue for everybody. Because then if we got to spend bail money for me to get out, that's another bill's not paid.
I understand that. That's neither here nor there. Why don't you tell me what else he does with respect to employment that makes you busted, broke, and disgusted?
That alone is enough for me. When you are a husband and you are a father, you don't have the liberty to just walk off of something without having something secure. That's just it. I come from a family, and I chill with people where our responsibilities is our responsibilities. So if I have to go get 2 jobs, 3 jobs, whatever it is, you go do what you have to do, and you make it work. The answer is never, I don't got this.
Right.
And he's okay with, I don't have this. I'm not okay with that. I'm never going to be okay with that.
Mr.
My
Shepherd,
thing
your
is this,
response?
what I was going to say is she says that, and then it's to the point where I'm working, because I've worked 2 and 3 jobs before. I've worked 60, 70 hours a week, and then it becomes an issue of her complaining. Oh, well, you working too much. When are you going to take time to see your kids? When you going to have time to do this? It can't be both. Either you want me working and making all the money, or you want me working.
Home,
yeah, like I can't do it. Can't be right and left. It can't be up and down.
Do you complain when he works hard?
I do complain at times, but the same thing, I'm constantly working overtime, but I still come home, wash clothes, clean, cook, take care of them same dang children, take them to doctor's appointments and everything, even on my lunch break.
Right.
So I don't understand. And then I have time to try to sleep with you, even in my time, just lay there and say, get it. But it happens. You get your bed, and it's all good, and I can go to sleep to start the next day.
Yeah. Mr. Shepherd, I'm getting a picture of a woman who feels like she's giving everything and getting nothing in return. I also understand there's some issues with respect to cheating, so I want to turn and speak to those.
One day I walked up on this video that he took of him instructing some female to play with her womanly parts. No woman on this planet is gonna let you videotape their vajayjay, but you ain't sticking no dipsticks nowhere near it.
Mrs. Shepherd, you say you've caught Mr. Shepherd in some compromising situations. Why don't you tell me about what's going on?
Yes, ma'am. For a long time, I thought he was cheating on me because my body was having different issues that I never had, okay? But one day I walked up on this video that he took of him instructing some female to play with her womanly parts, okay? And she's doing it. So in my head, there's no way he trying to tell me, oh, that was just a video, we ain't have no sex. No woman on this planet that I can be clear of, at least I think, I don't know, y'all can tell me, but it's gonna let you videotape their vajayjay, but you ain't sticking no dipsticks nowhere near it.
That's not true, Your Honor.
Okay, you had 2 videos of 2 separate looking chicks, so they both just let you videotape their vajayjays?
Mr. Shepherd, what happened with respect to the videos?
Now, as far as the videos go, yeah, I will say it was video in my phone. However, no, it was no intercourse. It was something that I was doing. Another one of my little...
What were you doing?
one of my other entrepreneur avenues that I was pursuing. And, you know, I've never cheated on my wife before. I'm not a cheater. I don't condone it. I don't like it. We've had issues with her when it comes to her being sneaky.
Then what about
You're
the chick when I
saying
went up to her
those
job?
videos were porn videos that you were going to say.
Yeah, I'm a director. I wasn't in it. I'm not there.
Directing on his phone, Your
Well, I'm
Honor.
going to
It was
record
on his
half of
phone,
it. If
not
I'm going
on
to
the
record,
reel.
I'm going to record the whole thing, right? Why? You feel what I'm saying. If you're going to record something, I'll record half of it.
Leave Joe alone.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry, Joe. I'm sorry.
He doesn't even want to hear about it. He certainly don't want to talk about it.
And then she brings
he
up
rap
this stuff.
Brandon.
But yeah, I catch her in the middle of the night texting guys she love them and things like this, 3 o'clock in the morning on instant message. Now that's direct. That ain't no falsified evidence or anything else. That's actually reality. That's going on. You're meeting up with guys. You're having them take you to meet guys and things. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
You supposed to be getting tutored, but you in movie theaters watching movies. That ain't no, you studying in the movie theater in the dark. Who studying in the dark? Please tell me.
We was done studying.
You studying in the dark. Okay.
So, Mrs. Shepard, we're going to have to turn to you. Are you making inappropriate phone calls and doing inappropriate things with other men?
No, ma'am, that's not inappropriate. No, let me tell you something. The guy that I told I love you to, I will always love him. He is still a best friend of mine to this day. I was going through a rough situation, and he paid the down deposit from my place and for me and my kids to be okay. This is before me and him.
It was a friendly
I love you. He had been going through some things, and I had let him know, look, I love you. I will always love you. And I'm going to tell you to your face, to his face, I don't care, because it is what it is.
Okay, I got you.
But the friend with the movie theater, he was tutoring me, and I passed my class, and it was his birthday, and so I went to the movie.
I bet you did pass that class, I'm sure. He passed his too, didn't he?
So I'm going to turn my attention. Mr. Shepard, you say there are other sneaky things that she does, and I want to know what they are.
We were supposed to be going out to dinner. All of a sudden, she gets a call, and now she needs me to go take her to meet somebody somewhere. She gets out of the car, rides to their car, gets in there, is in there for almost 10 minutes, whatever long it was. It was too long for my comfort. Plus, you want me to park way down here for what?
Mr. Shepard, you say your wife canceled on you with an event and then went out with someone else. Why don't you tell me what happened?
So yeah, pretty much what it was, Your Honor. We were supposed to be going out to dinner. We had both been I had been at work out running all day. She had running errands and things like that. And then we met up finally. And in the middle of us supposed to be going to dinner, out to eat something that was her idea, Your Honor, because we hadn't been spending time. All of a sudden, she gets a call, and now she needs me to go take her to meet somebody somewhere. Now, we get to this parking lot. It's at a little restaurant. And she tells me, oh, park right here, but yet they park about 10 spaces way down. She gets out of the car, rides to their car, gets in there, is in there for almost 10 minutes, whatever long it was too long for my comfort. Plus, you want me to park way down here for what? If you just going to talk to somebody or meet somebody to get whatever it is, what'd you get?
Well, let's see. What'd you get?
I don't even remember that situation, and he could have brought us behind to the window if that's what he wanted. I wouldn't even give a damn.
Remember nothing.
Do you think she would have brought you along for an illicit interaction?
Yeah. Yes.
You really do?
I do.
Okay.
Because what was the purpose of it?
I got it, Mr. Shepard.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Shepard, I'm going to ask you this. You say that he's verbally abusive. Why don't you tell me?
No, he's not verbally abusive. I'm the verbally abusive.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
You say she's verbally abusive.
She is. Absolutely.
Why don't you tell me about that?
Okay, so like one of the times she's telling me to get the F out the house, okay? So we talking about whatever. She gets upset. Well, you can just get the F out.
It ain't
Fine,
whatever.
I'll
You calling me
leave.
selfish, and I'm not selfish.
Stop.
I'm like, that's fine. I'll leave. I'm getting my stuff together. She's like, you're not moving fast enough, you bitch. Throwing my stuff down the hallway. And I'm like, yeah, you're being real selfish. And then she throws my DVD player and cracks it up against the wall and it breaks. This is ridiculous. Like, she's talking to me this way. Like, she wants to be the man. I'm supposed to be the man. She wants me to take charge, and then she doesn't want me to take charge. Like, she's confused. Like I said, she like to live in a falsified reality, y'all.
Right.
And then you're calling me MFers and all this other stuff. That's not my name.
Right.
I don't call you those things. I don't call you out your name. I call your name. I call you Sherry.
I got
Your
you.
Honor,
I
she
got
feels
you.
like she can express any and everything that she feels isn't the way that she wants it to go until it's my turn to talk about what I want to talk about.
That's
And
not
then
true.
all of a sudden, it's a problem. It's whining, you complaining, why you bringing up old stuff, this and that. But you'll bring up stuff from any Timbuktu, under rock, anything you can find and think of at the time, because it's not you. And when it turns to you, face the own mirror that you like putting up to other people.
I
That's
can
the way
face
I
my
see it.
mirrors.
I got you. I got you. I'm so glad you're getting a divorce. I don't know what to do. But I do know what I need to do next, and that's determine whether or not Mrs. Shepherd is owed $3,200 from you, Mr. Shepherd, and that's what we're going to talk about. Mrs. Shepherd, you say Mr. Shepherd owes you $3,200. Why do you say that?
I had a Montero Sport.
Uh-huh.
I asked him not to drive my vehicle. I was getting my vehicle prepared to be a part of a truck club. I didn't want the vehicle touched, right? I get in the shower, I come out, my truck's gone, he's gone. I get a call from his mom, and his mom's like, he's been in a bad accident. So the same truck I told him not to get in,
he got in.
He got in it, and it got wrecked, like completely totaled out. The reason I'm asking for the money is because when I went to go get a new vehicle, one, his insurance paid for it, but they downgraded the value of my vehicle, so I only got like $1,200 back. And then the vehicle I needed to get was costing $3,200. Mm-hmm. So I put that towards it, and I had to take a little bit of money out my 401k in order to get me a new vehicle. And I'm more upset not with the fact that he wrecked my car, but the fact that he thought that since his insurance handled it, he didn't have to help me come up with a down payment for another vehicle.
Okay.
If you'd have never got in the car, it wouldn't have been
It never
wrecked.
would have happened. Mr. Shepherd, your response to that?
Yes, I did take the car, Your Honor. She claims that she told me not to drive it. I didn't hear. We drive each other's cars all the time. Anytime she want to drive my car, it's not a problem. The reason I took her car was because I had just brought this new CD. Her sound system was better in that car at the time, so I wanted to hear my CD in the car. Now, I went to my mom. I had to handle some business. On the way coming back, a drunk driver wound up hitting me.
Okay.
It wasn't my fault. It wasn't me driving reckless. If it was, every time we go somewhere, she wouldn't ask me to drive and not want to drive herself.
I got you. Mrs. Shepherd, his insurance paid you. You're only allowed to get recompensed for the amount of money that you actually lost. Your loss is based upon the car that you had and how much it would be to replace that car at that age in that condition. So you don't, and that's what the insurance company gave you. What you want is money on top of that in an effort to replace the car, which is not what the courts do. So I can't give you that. Mrs. Shepherd, you're done and it's over with. I would say to you, be less interested in nice things. Be more interested in kind acts. I think that you are somewhat enamored of that which the Joneses had.
No.
Oh, yeah, you do. And you got to work 30, all this extra time to do a cruise and all that kind of stuff. I work for nice things, and if I got to work 60, 70 hours to get nice things, then just check your program. That's all I'm saying. Mr. Shepherd, behave a little better. But there will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
I would like to make this divorce legal now. I'm done. Don't want no more. Finish, finito, down the block. Period.
Sherry's ready to go ahead and get this divorce over with, so am I. I think we're better off as friends, being co-parents, but as far as relationship, I think it needs to be completely dissolved.
This show contains language that some viewers may find disturbing or offensive. The views expressed in this episode of Divorce Court do not necessarily represent the views of the producers or me, Judge Lynn Toler. Today on Divorce Court.
When me and Greg first got together, he did respect me, but now the tables have turned and there's no respect whatsoever.
My wife needs to stop nagging me and bringing me down.
My husband, Greg, needs to step up and make me a priority in his life.
I want Kelly to know that I love her, but the clan is my family too.
I feel like I'm running a competition and I'm in second place and the clan is first.
The clan is my family and she don't accept that.
If Greg doesn't leave the clan, then I'm probably going to leave him.
The clan is my family, and if Kelly don't support that, she's got to go.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Kayla Moore and Greg Barnes. The two of you have been together for 7 years, married for 5. You don't have any children together, but the marriage is on the rocks. Ms. Moore, why don't you tell me why we're here today in divorce court?
Yes, Your Honor. My husband, not only is he lazy and selfish, he's only had 2 jobs. since we've been together. I've worked 60-hour weeks, and everything has fallen apart due to that. We fight all the time, constantly. I actually totaled my car not too long ago because I fell asleep behind the wheel because I have no sleep. I'm constantly going.
Now, you work 60 hours a week. You don't have any kids, but are there any kids in the house from previous relationships?
No, ma'am.
Does he take care of the household while you're gone? I mean, is dinner ready when you get home? Is everything cooked and cleaned?
I wish it was. It's more of playing video games and me having to come home and pick up his laundry right beside the laundry basket.
Mr. Barnes, is that an accurate reflection of what's going on at your house?
No, ma'am. She's selfish. I mean,
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Are you unemployed?
No, ma'am, I'm not. I'm working hurricane victims right now.
Oh, okay. So, but that's something that just recently happened. Before the hurricanes, were you working steadily?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I mean, not constant, but I mean, I repossess cars, stuff like that. I always had a little income.
You all got side jobs coming here and
yes,
there.
Yes, ma'am, always.
Always got side jobs. Does he always have a side job?
Honestly, if I push him toward it, yes. If not, then he would sit at home and eat Cheetos butt naked and play a video game.
Well, that's a vision I didn't need. I could have gone all day long without envisioning him butt naked eating Cheetos. Mr. Barnes, let me ask you this. Do you believe that you're carrying your weight around the house? I mean, now, take a minute. You're about to answer. She's working 60 hours a week. Clearly, she's the primary breadwinner. Are you a 50-50 participant? Doesn't mean everything is equal, but do you take responsibility?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I mean, I ain't a perfect man. I mean, I do what I got to do, and I mean, I try to be a good husband. If she
what do you think you got to do, though?
I mean, I make sure, you know, I keep providing some way or another, you know. I go out, you know, make sure we got something to eat, you know. I try my best at everything, but I'm not perfect. Ain't no man perfect.
You know, it's interesting. You say, I try. She does. You don't have to do because you can get away with trying because she's taking care of your business. Financially, do you understand that she's stressed and that she feels like she's doing everything and your trying is coming up short for her?
Yes, ma'am, I mean, I understand, but I mean, like I say, ain't nobody perfect.
I got that part, yes, Mr. Barnes, but you're losing your wife.
Yes, ma'am.
And part of the reason that you're losing your wife is she feels like you're just kind of drifting about in the relationship and not carrying your weight. And if you want to keep your wife, you might want to change a few of those things. Can you admit to that?
I mean, I've had her do everything with me, you know. I mean, I try my best. I mean, ain't nothing, in her eyes, ain't nothing I do good enough. Nothing. Mm-hmm. And I get tired of her nagging.
What does she complain about you don't think she should
everything.
be complaining about?
Like a few weeks ago, I had a few beers. I was, you know, late. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning. I decided I'm going to go down, do a little fishing with the guys. You know, I'm down there drinking a few beers, and I was getting ready to go home. Before I made it home, before I even come up the bank, she was down there wondering, where you at? I mean, what you doing? I'm fishing. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. You're supposed to be asleep. Because I'm out fishing. I ain't doing no crime.
Okay. Ms. Moore, do you have a different take on that story?
Your Honor, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I worked all day. I want some home time. I want some cuddle time. He's drinking. A couple beers, a 24-pack a case is not a couple beers. He's down there with his buddies fishing, I agree, but he didn't catch no fish. So it was just a waste of time from the get-go. Be at home with me, catch me, don't catch no fish.
Did you hear that? She wants to get caught and she doesn't want to. Do you pay attention to her? Is she more than just a paycheck and a cook to you?
No, ma'am, I didn't say that. I mean, I've been going through some things. I had an aunt that died. You know, I'm going through a change of life. I used to run wild. You know, I'm trying to be a man now. I'm trying my best at everything. She's just so jealous and selfish. It's just it's unbelievable.
Give me an example of her jealousy or selfishness.
Like if I go out with a friend or something like that, you know, she wants all my time with her, 24/7, 7 days a week. I cannot go outside. I can't have a beer. I can't do nothing. She wants me under her butt 24/7.
Can you give me an example?
Like, for instance, one time I worked out of town. I was in Alabama. I worked, and, you know, I got kids. And look, my friend dated this chick, and she had a 15-year-old little girl. So the little girl was obsessed about something. I mentioned the little girl, you know, trying to be a good example. She needed good advice, and I was trying to do that. Instead, my wife thought I was trying to sleep with a 15-year-old, and to me, that's sick. I don't believe in child molestation like that. Everything I do, she's more worried about that I'm going to cheat on her, or I'm trying to mess with this kid, or I'm trying to mess with another woman.
Has he cheated on you in the past?
Not that I know of. That was the first. That's actually what made me lose my trust for him. That girl, she was well developed for a 15-year-old. She's not all 15-ish. She's more of 25-ish.
I mean, no trust, there's no love. How can you love somebody you can't trust?
Do you feel that maybe she's concerned that she feels responsible for everything, and if you were to step up in a little more vigorous way economically or with respect to the household, she'd be a little lighter on the criticism?
And I understand that, but there's a lot of things, you know, she gets jealous of. See, well, I'm gonna have a marriage problem. There's things I can't talk to her about. You know, my aunt passed away. You know, she didn't get to go to the funeral. She died of cancer here recently, and I come home, been going through rough times, and she, rather than talking to her all the time about things, she gets mad because I might be over here talking to somebody else about it, and because she thinks I'm putting all my time into them and not giving her no time. And
why wouldn't you talk to her about a family member passing?
Well, because it's not just family member, it's got something to do with her. Then I got she's jealous of me and being in the Klan, too, so.
As in the Ku Klux?
Yes, ma'am, KKK.
Good Lord. Well, we just took a hard left right here. You are in the KKK?
Yes, ma'am, I am. That's my family.
That's your family?
Yes, ma'am. If she can't accept that, then she's got to go.
Your Honor, I just want to say that I'm not a Klan member. I'm no longer in it. I was when I was smaller. My granddaddy, he was very racist, and I was brought up in it. After he passed away, I no longer had to be around it that much. So I just let it all go. And me and my husband met, and he met these so-called Klan members and everything. And I do admit they were close like family. But things happened, and they left him. They weren't there. He says it's their family. It's not. I'm your family. I'm with you 24/7. You can't buy love, and you can't.
Well, we're going to talk to Mr. Barnes a little bit about his membership in the club and why he finds it so compelling.
I have no problem with black folks. I love all people. I love all race.
One of your daughters married a black guy. You lose your mind?
That ain't gonna happen there. I disown both of them.
Why not?
Because I don't believe in race mixing.
You don't believe in race mixing?
That's right.
What happens when you race mix?
To me, that's a sin in my book.
Why is it a sin? So, Mr. Barnes, you're a member of the KKK.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. Tell me why.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm not racist, for one thing. There's a difference between a black person and we got white and you got black people. Black people get out and bust their backs every day, take care of their family. They're not out here selling dope. You know, they do what a man's supposed to do. Then you got the thugs. You got white thugs and you got black thugs. I don't want to see your pants below your knees. I'm not no homosexual. Pull your pants up. I don't want to see that stuff. I don't see your butt hanging out.
So you're saying that for you, inclusion in the Klan has nothing to do with color.
That's
it's
right.
a socio-economic statement of respect and honor. You understand that that's not the KKK's background, right?
Yeah, well, see, the Klan was originally, if you look in your history, the Klan was originally originated for not just racism. It started out for people, you know, like, say, if this guy don't work over here and he's beating on his kids, we'd come in and handle this man.
That's not true. I do a lot of reading. I don't know how many books you've read on the Klan, but I've read a lot.
I know a lot about the Klan, ma'am.
You know what they've told you?
I know a lot about the Klan.
So you think it was an organization designed to keep advocacy for women and children who aren't being taken care of? That's basically what you're telling me.
It did get out of hand. It really did.
It really did?
Yeah, it did, but, you know, that's my beliefs, you know? Yeah. Like, see, I got bullied when I was a kid by blacks. They run me over, things. I mean, them are thugs. I don't like that. Mm-hmm. I don't like them at all.
Mm-hmm. So, since yours is a socially responsible organization, what is your view? Will you let black people in?
Yeah,
if
sure.
I wanted to join the Klan,
yes,
I could come on over and be welcomed by you.
Ma'am,
you smiling because you know that's not true.
I have no problem with black folks. I love all people. I love all race.
Right.
But there's a lot of things that are going on.
But you do understand that the Klan does things other than that are white supremacist, anti-Semitic,
yes,
all of that. You get all of that. But you're just saying your particular chapter isn't like that.
No, ma'am. This 2017. This is a whole new chapter. What happened in the past don't got nothing to do with me. I'm here to change the world.
Really? And you're going to change it to be a better place in the Klan?
Yes, ma'am.
That's deep. I wish that was true. I find that hard to believe.
I'm not white supremacist.
You're not a white supremacist.
I don't claim myself to be white supremacist. You don't see me out here in the streets running wild, tearing stuff up, beating up this black guy over here or stuff like that. You don't see me doing that.
A black person can move in next door to you, wouldn't have a problem.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I can sit down and have a conversation with a black man in a heartbeat.
I didn't say sit down and have a conversation. I said move in next door to
Yes,
you.
ma'am,
Two separate things. No problem.
Yes, ma'am.
One of your daughters married a black guy. You lose your mind?
That ain't gonna happen there. I just saw both of them.
Why not?
Because I don't believe in race mixing.
You don't believe in race mixing.
That's right.
What happens when you race mix?
To me, that's a sin in my book.
Why is it a sin?
God made us different for a reason.
Give me Bible chapter and verse on that.
Well, what does it say in the Bible?
Read that too, by the way.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
What does it say in the Bible where it says we should all come together?
It doesn't say we can't.
It
doesn't say. There is no prohibition between races intermixing. Just none. It's just not there.
But
you can thump the Bible, but you really ought to read what's in it.
Yes, ma'am.
Before you thump it.
Like I said, God has put us up for a reason. If He wanted us all together, He would have made us all together. When everybody was born, you have a mixed kid all of a sudden, and you have, everybody together. He split us up for a reason.
He might have split us up for a reason, but y'all came and got us and brought us over here.
No,
yes,
ma'am.
you did.
No, ma'am. There are slave
did.
kings in Africa that sold us slaves. Look in your history.
Yeah, but you still bought us.
Yep.
You still bought us.
Ain't my fault.
Yeah, well, now that we're here, you ain't happy.
The Klan was started together against woman beaters. It wasn't about color. It was against woman beaters, protecting your family, loving your wife. It was about being all about family-oriented.
And they just accidentally lynched a few black folk along the way.
Your Honor, can I jump in?
You please.
Real fast? Okay, so as soon as we get off the history lesson and back to divorce court, I got something to say. My husband sees the wrong thing about the Klan. I can give you some history that's a little bit more accurate.
So we are back to the history lesson.
Yes. Well, let me just say that the Klan was started together against woman beaters. It wasn't about color. It was against woman beaters, protecting your family, loving your wife. It was about being all about family-oriented.
And they just accidentally lynched a few black folk along the way.
It accidentally got the wrong people in it, and they changed it. And since that, I don't agree with that part.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I'm having a problem with the Klan right now with him because he decided, not only have we been evicted 4 times due to all Klan relations, the neighbor made him mad. So he decided to dress up in his Klan robe and knock on her window. He's been drinking a little bit. Before he left that house in that Klan robe, I said, Gregory, do not go outside in that damn robe. He went outside. I went to sleep. I was tired. So I was like, oh, he's not going to go. I woke up the next morning evicted because we had 37 cop cars come over. He decided to dress up, go knock on a window, try to beat up the guy.
Is that what you did, Mr.
Yes,
Barnes?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I did, and I don't show no
Why
pity
couldn't
for
you
it.
just go out there without a hood on?
Well, I did. He said I was drunk, slammed the door in my face. He was scared. I want to start my own clavering. If she's not going to be with me and support what I do, then she's got to go. I'm sorry.
I got you. I got you. Wish you didn't, but I do.
But that's why we're here now.
I got you, and I'm gonna speak to your issue.
Yes, ma'am.
And I ain't mad, but I want you to see something differently. This is America. America. You can believe whatever you want to believe. You can be in any club you want to be in. And I can't get mad at you for being in the KKK because that's what you want to do, because it is America. And that's what it stands for. It stands for having the right to do whatever you want to do.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, as long as you don't hurt other people. That caveat is very important. But I'm not going to talk about that here. What I'm going to talk about is the KKK in the context of your marriage. Let's not even call it that anymore. Let's call it your little club. What you're doing is you're placing your club above your obligation to your wife. That's what she's upset about. You say if she can't get down with the fact that my club is first, she can go. Now, if your club, as you say, was about protecting women and honoring them and all that kind of stuff, how is it that you aren't being the man in your relationship that honors and cares for and takes care of your wife? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
That even if what you say about what you believe is true, you're not doing that with respect to her.
Well, I mean, it's hard to do that because, it's hard. I serve and protect my neighborhood. I don't want no child molesters in there. You think you're going to send a man to prison for child molestation for 2 years?
Mr. Barnes, you're in the business of groupthink, and you cannot allow groupthink to disassemble your home. Nobody wants child molesters in their neighborhood. That has nothing to do with the manner in which you treat your wife, paying bills, taking care of her, making her feel like somebody. That has nothing to do. One thing has nothing to do with the other. You have to be a grown, strong person on your own and not be part of a hooded harem in order to feel like you're powerful. And what you need to do is turn and be the man in your household first before you do anything else, or you're going to lose your wife. You want to lose your wife? That's up to you. But that's your problem, and that is what should be your goal. I'll let you say something because you're about to lose your mind over there. What do you have to say, Mr. Barnes?
Well, see, that's the thing, I try to do a good man, take care of her. I invite her to everything I do, whether it's throwing flowers out or whatever. Nothing I do is not good enough for this woman. Nothing. I mean, I can't have friends.
I got you. Women don't want flowers. We want security.
Well, this ain't
no. I'm all done now. Women don't want flowers. Well, we do want flowers. That's a lie. But we want flowers on top of security. You need to deliver what she needs, not what you think she needs. And then you might keep her. If you don't step forward, you don't have any kids with him. Hey, if a sheet's the best he can do, I would move on. Yeah. This matter is adjourned.
The Klan has been there for me when I didn't have a place to lay my head down and have nothing to eat, and my wife wasn't there. So I'm not going to turn my back on my true family.
I love my husband because he's got a big heart. He does everything that he can for his family, but yet it's not in the right way. It's more of him thinking that buying me a flower once every year is going to make me happy. It's not.
I say it in court and I say it live, and I mean it. If she's not going to support me, she got to go. I'm going to be in the Klan from forever.
I'm very aggravated to hear that my husband is telling me that I have to go. If I have to go, the door swings both ways. Don't let the door hit you or the good Lord split you. That's how I feel.
Today on Divorce Court.
I've been in a relationship with my boyfriend a little over 6 months, and in that time he's had 4 jobs, and he spends most of his time at the cigar shop.
I have a problem with Crystal being too friendly and sociable with other men. Gentlemen walk away thinking perhaps I have a shot.
We got an apartment together. He has not paid 1 full month of rent.
I would want the judge to tell Crystal, you've got 98% of what you want, the other 2%'s on the way.
I just really want to know if this is going to be a viable relationship or is it just smoke and mirrors.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Crystal Jackson and Edwin Jones. Ms. Jackson and Mr. Jones, you've been together for 8 months. Ms. Jackson, you're feeling a little duped, and you're looking for $2,050 in back rent. You also say, and I'm not quite sure what we're trying to get to here, you want to stay in this relationship. You just want him to pay his way.
Yes.
That's what the gist of it anyway. So we're going to work through it, see where we can get. Ms. Jackson, why don't you tell me what's going on? You say you feel like you've been duped. Tell me why you feel that way.
I feel that way because when I met Mr. Jones, we met online. We started dating shortly thereafter. He presented himself to have a job. He had a car. He's very well put together, educational-wise. But it was sort of like when you hear lights and siren of a fire truck, and then you say they're on my street, and the fireman gets out, and then he walks up to your door and he knocks on your door and he says, "Here's your pizza."
That's a very good metaphor, I will say that. You know what I mean? You thought you were going to get, somebody to come in conquering, and you get a delivery man.
Yes, yes. And
what did you find out to be the actual truth with respect to Mr. Jones' financial, educational, and work situation?
His work situation, he's in sales, and so he tends to sleep late and start his day in the evening. But every day he has a habit of going to a cigar shop. But for the most part...
Is he selling cigars?
I haven't seen a paycheck from a job in 8 months.
Let's ask him what he does for a living, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Jones, what do you do for a living?
I'm working with an energy company right now, and we're in sales. And she said, you know, about being duped or what have you. When I first met Miss Jackson, I was here to, you know, in her business, she didn't have her transportation in order at that particular time. So I took time out of my schedule, my allotted time, to actually go out and work to help her move around, do her business, and make some things happen and come together on her end.
Okay, how long were you assisting her in her efforts?
I would say in her efforts, I would say about 5 months to 6 months.
5 to 6 months?
Yes.
Was he actually assisting you with your economic efforts for 5 to 6 months? Because you only been together 8.
So he was. We spent a lot of time together, but it wasn't always, I didn't really need him at my workplace. So our arrangement in the beginning was that he would take me to work and pick me up in the evenings. But we ended up spending the day together. He was at the second job, he was doing transportation. So I said to him, okay, I've got residents, I've got clients that he can transport, and that's for pay. We would have to hire someone else, so we'll hire you. So a lot of that time he did, but he was getting paid for that.
Excuse me, if I may, actually taking Miss Jackson to review clients, to bring clients into her business, to pick them up, to move them around, not just in a paid venue, not dropping her off from work at her homes or what have you, and then going about my way, but actually spending 4 to 6 hours a day driving here, going there, doing certain things to help her, waiting for her, and being there for her.
Were you working at the time?
I work an evening job. I deal with individuals in the community. I work an evening job, so being up at 7 o'clock in the morning is a
How much do you
little
make
part.
a month about?
About a month. Here lately, it's been a little bit down, but normally about $1,200 or so a month.
$1,200 a month.
Yeah, we've dwindled down, and I'm looking for other opportunities.
You living with her though, right?
At the particular time, no.
Right now, no?
Not since last month.
Not since well, you put him out?
Yes.
And you put him out because he wasn't contributing to the rent? Is that right?
Yes.
Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Were you able to contribute meaningfully to the household based upon what you were doing at any point in time?
At a particular point, like I was saying, but if I may digress, the energy and effort that I was putting into helping her move around actually helped her bottom line tremendously. It may not have been a monetary contribution, but it was definitely a financial boost.
Yeah.
Because
sweat
without
equity.
me,
You put sweat equity into. Did he do a lot for you?
He did a tremendous amount.
I believe so.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
I believe so.
Let me ask you a question. We'll back up just to see. Just how long did you know him before you let him move in?
I knew him for about a month. Since December, and then he didn't have a place to stay, and staying with me was not an option.
So where did you move him into?
We got an apartment together.
Staying with you where you were wasn't an option.
Right, staying with me where I was not an option.
But you were willing to move in with a guy you knew for 30 days. Go move into a new apartment and live it. Get in bed, go to sleep. Be totally vulnerable to a cat you knew 30 days. Wow. Wasn't it kind of a clue that, you know, you said you met online, he presented with a car, a job, and all that, if he didn't have his own crib? Isn't that an indication that he is not self-sustaining? Women just go out there and be willfully stupid. You know what I mean? Come on now. Man ain't got a place to stay, and you gonna say he deceived you? He ain't got a place to stay. That's what that is. Cat ain't got a job. Or if he doesn't have enough of a job to pay you rent, he can't pay his own rent. You know what I mean? You know why I'm so upset? Is it just me? I feel like I'm alone. But I done fussed enough. Mr. Jones, I'm going to talk to you for a moment and see where you think this relationship has gone too far afield. What do you think is wrong with this relationship?
Facebook, to be sure.
Well, what's she doing?
Every move we make, everywhere we go, how we're doing it. I can understand some things that you might share, but some things need to be private. Some things need to be just
What
between
kind of
you.
things does she share you think she should keep to herself? Mr. Jones, I'm going to talk to you. What do you think is wrong with this relationship?
Basically, just some issues that I've had as far as the social media things.
What's up with social media?
Well, my particular Facebook, Facebook to be sure.
Well, what's she doing?
Well, she's on it way too much, in my opinion. You know, I can understand some things that you might share, but some things need to be private. Some things need to be just
What
between
kind of
you.
things does she share you think she should keep to herself?
Well, perhaps some things that we do.
Is she talking about you?
No, not talking about me. Some places we may go, some things we may do. Every move we make, everywhere we go, how we're doing it. And then there's the cell phone, just the constant ringing, the constant, you know, we need to talk. We're talking, the phone rings. All of a sudden, everything goes, I go away, I disappear, I become invisible, and the phone just takes preeminence.
Well, Ms. Jackson, let me ask you about that. Have you gone E-crazy? I mean, some people do get sucked into that E-life, and their whole life is on some screen, either the computer or the phone.
As far as Facebook or social media, no. I do post, but it's rare. As far as the phone, I own my own business. I have business to take care of.
What kind of business is it?
I have a residential care facility.
Oh, that's why her phone's ringing right there.
But see, I understand.
No, you know, something's popping off all day long and all night long at the residential care facility.
From 5 in the morning until 11 at night?
It's residential care. That means, you know, Joe Blow falls at midnight, she got to do something at midnight. What? Somebody wets the bed at 3 a.m., you know, she's got to make sure staffing is there. That is a 24/7, 365 gig.
And I understand that. But
you living there rent-free. What you talking about?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You have another thing that I gave you a compatibility test because you're early on in your relationship.
Yes.
And you said a couple of things to me that I thought were interesting. And one of them was that you were looking for a spiritual leader and that you believed that he presented himself as a spiritual leader but has not come across as such. Explain to me what you mean.
We're looking for a church home. So yeah, we are looking for a church home.
What is lacking in his leadership in that regard?
Well, it's actually now later on, it is getting better in that regard. We are going to church, and the communication is better. So he said, okay, we've gone, we visited, we'd like to visit a couple more churches before, you know, he makes a decision. So
he needs to make the decision. That's what you're looking for. You want him to make the decision for you.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Why?
I think it'll cause dissension if we have opposite religious views and attending different churches.
Well, she asked me to do so, to find a church home, and that's what we've been doing. And I explained to her, when leadership goes forward, follow in. We pray together. We're talking things out. We're working through scenarios and situations, and we're looking forward to actually choosing a church home.
Okay. Mr. Jones, I understand you are reluctant to introduce Ms. Jackson to your family. Is that accurate?
No, it is not.
Okay. Well, we're going to talk about that. You know she's hurt?
Yes, I do.
Do you know why she's hurt?
And yes, I do.
Tell me.
To be honest with you, she's hurt because she trusted in me, and I failed her.
In what manner do you believe you failed her? Briefly, Mr. Jones, why are you reluctant, or are you reluctant to introduce her to your family?
Well, Judge, I'm reluctant to interact with my own family, to be honest with you. After my mother passed, my family's been relatively disjointed. I have one son. from a previous relationship, previous marriage. She has met my son. She has interacted with my son. And I think that him being the most important person in my life at this particular point, that me introducing her to my one and only son
So demonstrates
states the fact that I take her sincerely and I'm interested in seeing what we can do to heal the breach and move forward.
Ms. Jackson, I think he has a point there about, have you met his son?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Why do you feel he's reluctant to introduce you to his family?
Not so much his family, because he does not go around his family a lot, but I haven't met not one of his friends either.
Oh, we had an opportunity, and I'm glad she brought that to bear. My friends are some guys. I have a very close-knit group of friends.
What, they meet at the cigar shop?
You got it. My cigar buddies. And here's an interesting thing. We have this thing.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes,
Any of your cigar buddies got their own place, or they all living with other women?
Well, it's kind of a mixed bag.
Kind of a mixed bag.
Some do, some don't. But in
How
this
old
particular...
are you, sir?
I'm 50. But as we were stating,
Are
at
you
this
seeing
particular
what
time,
I'm saying? You don't want to look at it, but it's right there. I'm hurting your feelings. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant to do. I do mean for you to see what I see, you know? Do you know she's hurt?
Yes, I do.
Do you know why she's hurt?
And yes, I do.
Tell me.
To be honest with you, she's hurt because she trusted in me, and I failed her. And I'm very contrite about that. And
In what manner did you fail? Do you believe you failed her?
I failed her when I was going through the scenario with the sales and so on and so forth. When things were not happening the way that they needed to be, I should have done some other things sooner rather than later than I'm doing right now. And I believe because I didn't do that quickly enough, it disappointed her and it hurt her. And I feel very badly about that because
How
I fell
badly
short.
do you feel? I mean, you know, you can always get a job. You know, it may not be a great job, but you can get a
That's
job.
how badly
I'm
I
still
feel.
talking. You can always get a job and show up with some money.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I got a son working $12 an hour, you know, somewhere. He did just a high school diploma because he's just getting ready to go to college, but he got a gig 40 hours a week. He can give me $300 a week on some rent. Well, why not that?
That is very much in play. I have some of those that I'm reporting to on next week to interview for. Because at a certain point, you can keep saying, but you have to start doing.
Yeah. I want to talk to you, Ms. Jackson, and I want to make you happy. Ms. Jackson, you are beautiful. You are intelligent. You are capable. You are successful. You have one blind spot. You're looking for that guy. And that guy has a resume. Intelligent, well-spoken, professional, spiritual leader, and committed to you. And as soon as you get a guy, because you've been married 4 times already, and now you got this guy that you found on the internet who ticked off all of those little boxes on your resume, and you glommed onto him like whoosh. You didn't make him show what he said before you bought it wholesale. And then you brought it home. Any guy 50 years old don't have a place to stay and gotta move in with you is not gainfully employed. That's what that is. And you listened to what he said because what he said fit what you wanted to hear, which was, I am a dude, I got it together, and all of that. Just, I'm a little rough and right in through here. As soon as I move this over here and that over there, everything's gonna be all right. And you wanted to hear that. You wanted to believe that. You wanted to have him come in the house. And so you believed lie after lie after lie, or misrepresentation after misrepresentation, omission after half-truth. And now you're just angry about it. You're hurt because he's not the dude he says he was, and you've ended up being this sugar mama. And you hate that about yourself because you know you're too good for that. You know? He hanging at the cigar shop Well, some other 50-year-old dudes ain't got a job and living with a woman. Move on, move forward. You can find your own church. You know what I'm saying? Spiritual leader. You want to talk about a man as a spiritual leader, he must first commit to you as your husband. He has to give his life to you before he's allowed to lead you anywhere. Don't get it twisted. Don't reach for all the trappings of a husband, the trappings of a love, the trappings of a man, because that's what you keep reaching for, and then when you open your hand, you have nothing. This is the 5th time at least. Be fine by yourself. You know what I mean? You take care of yourself. I know you want $2,000 from him. He ain't got $2,000. This was a $2,000 lesson. And don't let a man use you. Don't let a man live in your house. Don't pay a man's bill. He can't pay his way. He ain't got no business with you. You hear me? Yeah. Love yourself. Yeah. Because you're lovable. There will be no recovering this matter. This matter's adjourned.
Wow. When Judge Lynn rendered her decision, it was something that I already knew, but it really hit home.
Crystal spoke from her heart about how she felt, and she has a right to feel how she feels. That's pretty much how I feel about that. No grudge, no hard feeling, no disagreement. I can understand, just there's work to be done.
I'm disappointed now in myself for holding on to this relationship for so long.
Today on Divorce Court.
She's cheating on me because she obviously think that I did it to her.
I'm not cheating on him. I never cheated on him. Don't have no desire to cheat on him.
I need a DNA test for my son to know that he's really my son.
It really hurts that he thinks that our child is not his because it just came out the blue.
I don't believe a word she say for real, and she knows it.
He's delusional, and he keeps accusing me of doing stuff that I'm not doing.
We really don't communicate too much, and when we do, it's always a war, constantly fighting.
I want to be with Damien for the rest of my life, but if he doesn't change, I don't know where it's going to go with us.
If we can't be honest with each other, we don't have nothing anyway.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Anya Francis and Damian Williams. Ms. Francis and Mr. Williams, you have been together for 12 years, married for 6 years, but separated for the last 4 months, and you want to call this marriage a day. Ms. Francis, you have something you want from Mr. Williams, which I will discuss with you as this matter continues. But before we do that, I'm going to start with you, Ms. Francis. Why don't you tell me a little bit about why we're here, your relationship, and why we're here today in Divorce Court?
Well, we're here today because for a while now, my husband has constantly been accusing me of cheating on him to the point where it's an everyday thing. I'm tired of it. It's frustrating, and it's taking an emotional toll on me. It hurts, and it's an everyday thing. Like, I can't live effectively when I constantly have to focus on the fact that he's accusing me of cheating on him. It's had a toll on our relationship, our friendship, and everything that we've established over these 12 years.
So what is he saying? What is he accusing you of?
Practically that I've slept with everybody you can think of, everybody that I know. It's gotten ridiculous that I've had sex with multiple people, neighbors, that I've done a sex tape.
You did.
I didn't.
Mr. Williams, why do you believe your wife's been cheating on you?
Well, seeing is believing, Your Honor. And
what have you seen? Give me some examples when you've caught her.
Well, exactly, haven't caught her in the act,
exactly.
But one time, you know, I was hanging out, whatever, and my friend said, look, man, I got something to show you. And he pulled me to the side, and he said, look, I'm gonna come in, I'm gonna talk to you later on. And when he did, he pulls out a tablet, and he shows me in true HD my wife with another man having sex. And I'm like, I mean, they're really getting it in. And I'm like, what?
How did he get it?
Well, he knows a lot of people. Let's just put it that way. And I'm glad that I know him. I'm glad that I know him. But, you know,
did you look at the tape? You looked at the tape?
I've looked at it, I've visualized, I went through it 3, 4, 5 times. I mean, it's in my head.
He has a tape of you having sex.
Well, this is the first time I've heard about a friend.
I have it right now.
showing him. This is the first time I've even heard about a friend showing him anything. From when
Have you seen the tape?
I've seen it, but he waited till my father died this year. He waited till 2 days after my father died and brought this allegation. I thought it was a joke, honestly.
Well, I feel like I died too.
No, it's not me. I've never cheated on this man, period.
You
We've been
have the
together for
tape?
12
I have
years.
the video.
And it doesn't look like me.
Look like you. Your Honor, before I do this, I want you to keep in mind 2 key points.
Okay.
First of all, the first thing is very explicit, as you already know. Second of all, take a mental note. First thing, the hair. Second, the complexion, the facialness.
First of all, it's not me. The
what I want
complexion
you
is
to
off.
do-
We might be the same
what I would
body
like you to
weight,
do
and
is
they both have natural hair. But I have tattoos that you will be able to see on there. I'm very light. You will be able to see my veins in my legs. And the woman is clearly older than me to the point where I've actually screenshotted her face to show him that it's not
That
me.
is
And
not
he's
you.
still
Your
stuck on the
Honor,
fact that it's
Your
me.
Honor, screenshot and actual motion. It's two totally different. So, wait a minute, Your Honor, as you press play, I want you to just keep looking back and forth. Like,
No, I'm
keep
gonna do my
looking.
job. I'm gonna do my job.
Just keep looking. Do that mental facial recognition. Just keep looking.
And he'll keep saying, I know my wife, but obviously you don't, because that is not me.
Well, I should know after 12 years.
At all. No.
Arched eyebrows. Eyebrows. Remember
Not
the
at
fro.
all.
Look at her hair. Look up.
But when this video even came out, my hair was way shorter than hers even is.
It grows. It's hair.
That's not my complexion. And
Really?
I have visible tattoos on my arms, on my legs. You will be able to see it.
Of course, that's what makeup for too. Like,
But it's in his head.
I don't know if it's her or not.
oh, it is. Joe, take a look.
I saw a lot of stuff, but her face
How
wasn't
about-
one of them, so
how
I
about-
don't know.
Thank you.
About another one.
And everybody's told him this. He showed this video to my mother, my friends. It's embarrassing. Like
No.
my sister, and
I
everybody
need
told him
some
it's not
comeback
me.
pay.
First of all, they all involved too.
Okay.
No, they're not.
Other than the tape,
That's
whether or
just
not it's her,
one
we
of
don't
5.
know. But other than that, why do you keep accusing her of cheating? What other things has she done that would lead me to believe she's cheating?
For example, one time, Your Honor, we're around the neighborhood, and it's a guy I know that's up the street. She tells me that she's going to a friend's house, which is clear across town. I go up the street, I see the vehicle in front of the friend's house. So I call, hey, what's up, what you doing, y'all? She's giving me the whole story like she's over there, but I clearly see that she's elsewhere. No. So when I do confront her, and I'm hoping that she'll just come out or, tell me the truth. She just denies it.
Because
she
it's a
just straight
lie.
denies it. Same as she doing
cheated
this.
on him?
Never in 12 years.
Never, in 12 years, never, not one time.
Never. I even told him I take a lie detector test, anything that it takes to prove to him.
You going
but he
down
doesn't
with
get it.
gasoline
It's
thongs
in his
on.
head.
I'm telling you.
Okay,
It's
my
He's
question is
delusional.
this. My
No
question is
redemption.
this. I understand you have
Playing my
children,
emotions, Smoke.
and you believe that one of the kids isn't yours.
He does.
Why do you believe that one of the kids isn't yours?
One kid looks like me, the other kid looks nothing like me. It's not no type of features whatsoever.
Yes, it
I mean,
is.
down to an eyelash, a nose hair, a toenail, nothing.
But first of all, before we even had this child, I told him that my genes were very strong. I look nothing like my mother, everything like my father.
Oh, yeah.
So I already knew that because we had very strong genes in that family. But everybody says that he's 50-50 to the point where when we were in the hospital with the baby, the nurses knew that he was the father because the baby looked just like him.
Yeah.
They
Yeah, Your Honor,
came
let
back
me
and
say
said
that.
No. Here's the thing I have to say. I just always find it tremendously arrogant that people will look at me. I don't see me in them, so it can't be mine. My youngest child is lighter than both me and my husband. You can't go by that. You just can't go by. Oh, stop it. Now I want to talk about finances because I think we've talked about this as long as we can. Now I want to talk about your finances and why it's so much trouble at your house.
She'll sit there and say, well, I'm getting a tax refund, whatever. I'm gonna give you $1,000.
No.
$1,000 turns into $10 or $15, or increments of 15, 20. So I'm sitting there like, really though?
Miss Francis, why don't you tell me why you think finances is destroying your marriage?
He's always had a problem with money, period. Like, like taxes. He thinks I should give him a certain amount of money when I was going to school, getting school refund checks. And it's like, I have to pay back that money. I'm the one that's going to school. I'm the one that's getting a degree. I have to pay it back. I don't mind doing for you because I have given him money. But he's never appreciative and he's never happy at all with what I give him. If I give him $300 per se, he'll take it, give it back, and then think that I'm going to beg him to give him money, and it's not going to be like that. Like, you take what I give you and you be appreciative for it. Like,
Mr. Williams, what do you have to say about that?
She's the type, first of all, when it comes down to finances or what have you, since our child has been born, she put me on child support. Then
you didn't have any means to take care of him, and we both agreed.
I'm talking, and when we had got married, till this day, I'm still on child support.
But I paid to take him off of child support. He didn't show up for court.
So I said, well, you faithfully keep the money.
And you get your
fro
give you
done.
The money. I give him the money.
And then she would sit there and tell me, well,
and
hey.
he still doesn't do what he's supposed to do.
She'll sit there and say, well, I'm getting a tax refund, whatever. I'm gonna give you $1,000.
No.
$1,000 turns into $10 or $15, or increments of 15, 20. So I'm sitting there like, really though? But I can go to the store and a pack of cigarettes turns into $60, $70 because I don't bought pizza,
that's what he
maybe a
chose
half
to buy.
a steak sub or something. Like I'm treating you. I always come through on what I say. If I say I'm going to do this for you or what have you, I'm going to do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to give it to you. She does the complete opposite. And the only thing I look at is that you're only giving me back my own money.
That's a lie.
First of all, who's married and still pay child support?
You, because you didn't show up to court.
So then when I
didn't show up to court.
So then when I tell her, well, look, that's because you done changed everything.
I didn't do anything.
Okay,
that's a lie.
Ms. Francis, you say Mr. Williams is controlling. Why do you say that?
He tries to control every situation. Everything has to be about him. I graduated from college. He makes up this fake argument and leaves, knowing that I would be distraught if he didn't go to my graduation. Long story short, we had to go chase him down. I wound up being late to my graduation. Nobody seen me walk across the stage because he wanted to have a hissy fit and control the whole situation. He controls. He wants to.
What do you want to control? I don't understand.
He wanted it to be about him. Everything had to be about him, and because the spotlight was on me and he didn't have anything to do with it. He left and knew that I was going to be upset about the whole. Yes,
Mr. Williams, what do you say happened at her graduation?
She was late as usual
because
over prepping herself. My whole thing is that everyone's sitting there saying, "Come on, come on, come on." Then when she gets there, and we finally get there, she's upset because we don't get to see her walk across the stage. Everybody else done already graduated, took pictures and smiled. Did
they miss you because you were late?
We were late because he decided that he was going to leave and walk from one side of town to the other because he was upset, and we had to go all the way across town and pick him up.
Did that happen? Did you walk off?
I don't know what she's talking about.
Yes, you did.
A bunch of add-ons.
Yes, you did.
Okay, I got you. Now I want to talk about the fact that you believe he's disrespectful and how that is injuring your marriage.
One day he comes to the job and I'm not at my register. I'm a cashier. He says that I'm in the bathroom having sex with another man while I'm helping the customer with cameras everywhere and everything else.
Mr. Williams, did you think she was sleeping with somebody at her job in the bathroom on break? You say he's disrespectful and controlling. You say he tries to control what goes on at your job. Explain that to me.
One day he comes to the job and I'm not at my register. I'm a cashier. I'm helping a customer. He says that I'm in the bathroom having sex with another man while I'm helping the customer. I finally come back because he sees another guy walk past after I came back to my register. All of a sudden, I was sleeping with somebody in the bathroom at my job with cameras everywhere and everything else.
Mr. Williams, did you think she was sleeping with somebody at her job in the bathroom on break?
No, Your Honor, no.
Yes.
What it is, Your Honor.
Tell me what you thought.
I work at the job.
Exactly. That's what makes it all the more worse.
So I'm in one part of the department.
You were outside.
She's in another part. But it's because of that. And
I
everything
have no
else.
reason to cheat. Not one time.
Hang on. Never, not one time.
Never.
In the 12 years you've been together, you've never slept with anybody else.
Another man can do for me, period. Like, Other than the craziness that's going on and the accusations, he's actually a good person. Like, he came in my life, he helped me with so many things that I was going through, my insecurities, everything. I'll give him that. But I don't have a reason to be with another man. If I break up with this man today or tomorrow, I still don't need another man. That's not what I'm looking for.
Mr. Williams, let me ask you this. What is it, why do you think, did she sleep around a lot before you got married?
No.
What brings you to?
It's not what I think. It's what I know.
He knows everything.
I was sitting outside one day of her mother's house. I'm sitting there waiting for her. She's supposed to be in the mother's house.
And I was.
Okay.
Stop.
Okay, the house is splitting up into two. So it's a neighbor that actually lives upstairs. So I'm sitting there and I'm sitting on the porch and I'm waiting. I'm constantly waiting, but I keep hearing her voice. The window's open, so she's loud by nature. So I'm hearing her upstairs talking to the guy. So I'm sitting there. I said,
"What were they saying?"
They were just like talking, like, "Hey, this, that." They was in a conversation. My thing is that I knew and heard my wife's voice, and I know that she wasn't downstairs.
You don't
She
know
was
that.
upstairs. So
But why
what
is that
happens?
a
So what
cheat?
happens? No. So what happens is I get tired of waiting. I go ahead, hit the bell. Mom comes to the door in the robe.
And
But
I
no
come right
Anye.
through my mother's
so
door.
So no Anye. So then I look up. She's coming from upstairs, coming down, exhausted, like she done ran 2 track meets.
And might I add you, he was partying then too.
So I'm sitting there. So I sit there and I say, "Are you serious?" I said, "Are you serious?" So the mama like just like shaking her head, like.
My mother's told him several times that I never have been
All
upstairs.
right, I got it. It's never going to make any more sense to me.
It's not.
My point,
and that's why I'm done with it.
My point is
because I
she
can't
can
deal
sit
with
there
this.
and tell me blue in the face. Look, the sky is purple and it has pink colors. It's not.
I got you, Mr. Williams. I got it. You want $120 from him, Mrs. Williams, after all these years. What's that $120 about?
This right here.
What happened?
He got upset and he dropped my phone on the concrete and then tried to say it was an accident. He had broke the same phone I had before this that he bought. So I went and bought my own phone, so he didn't have a reason to touch it because he breaks everything. I mean, either takes everything or breaks everything. And here we go, and he decided to take this and break it. Oh, it was an accident, supposedly. But
Mr. Williams, what happened with the phone?
A lot of times, I'm going to say maybe out of all the times or whatever that we done had this phone situation, they was replaced. And I'm going to say one time it was like I actually got mad. But the other times it was like, it was really
We're talking
accidental.
about this phone right here.
That
What happened
was
to this phone?
accidental.
That was accidental.
That was accidental.
So you own up to it when you do it. But you just didn't do it that time.
Hey, I have to live. I gotta, show her, like, you gotta be honest, one way or another. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna just sit there and talk to you and tell you, like, if I did it, I did it. That was accidental.
And if I did it, I did it. And if I didn't, I didn't. So that's what you need to get through your head.
Okay.
But you don't.
So, hey, Mr. Williams, are you interested in whether or not this baby is yours?
Absolutely.
Do you really believe it's not yours?
I do. Biologically,
let me say this. You're just as wrong about the baby as you're as wrong about everything else. Nothing that you've said here has made sense. This child is yours.
Hello.
This is your kid.
That's what's up.
99.9999999. This is your child. And as bizarre and as convinced as you were that kid wasn't yours is the same kind of logic and reasoning that goes into everything else that you deal with. I heard her voice and she was running. Doesn't make any sense. It really does. If I were you, keep stepping, because people who are stuck on this kind of hamster wheel of thought usually never get off. Mm-hmm. And he will beat you to death with it if you don't walk away from it. For my own sanity, Mr. Williams, if I were you, I'd go to see somebody and have them look into what's going on up there. I want to make sure that you know that you got stuck on something that's not real and you can't get off. And it cost you your marriage. I don't want it to cost you your relationship with your child or to cost you an ability to have a rational, sane relationship with anybody else. Because the things that you told me in here make no sense at all. I mean, at all.
You just gotta look.
So as wrong as you were about that child, you're wrong about the rest of it because it makes no sense at all. I believe you dropped the phone on purpose, $120 in favor of Miss Francis.
Thank you. This marriage has been over for a while now. I have no regrets at all. I did everything I possibly and humanly can do. And I'm just out of answers. There's nothing else to do because he's going to keep thinking the same way he does.
At the end of the day, that's what it is. She can go her way, and I'll go my way. I know what's going on. Everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Today on Divorce Court.
After 15 years of dedicating my life to my husband, Sean, I'm just done with it. I just can't trust him, and he just can't hold down a full-time job.
She cheated in the past, and she hides stuff from me.
It's just been so many years of just not knowing who he is anymore, and I just feel like we've both grown apart. Sean's goals were to be a professional athlete, and I feel like a family and a wife weren't included in that vision. I feel like a person who loves you and cares about you will not cause you to become somebody that you dislike.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Erica Jefferson and Sean Jefferson. Joe, the two of them have been together for 15 years, married for 11. Ms. Jefferson, you're only 28. Mr. Jefferson, you are 32. You don't want to be married anymore. You have 4 children together. I'm going to start with you, Mrs. Jefferson. Why don't you tell me a little bit about how you got together and why we're here today?
Okay, Your Honor. Sean and I met in our neighborhood when I was 12. And when I first met him, I just knew that he was going to be my husband. I knew right away. And we ended up having our first child. And we got married when I was 17 with my parents' blessing.
Uh-huh.
And then just after that, things just kind of went downhill.
Okay. Mr. Jefferson, is that an accurate story about how you two got together?
Yes, it's the truth.
Was it love at first sight for you as well? Or did she have to work on you a little bit?
Work on me.
Yeah, okay. And how long did she work on you till you decided she was the one? Did you know before the baby?
Yes.
You knew before the first baby? Okay. When you say things just went downhill, what do you mean?
Well, I just thought that it was going to be our happily ever after, Your Honor. So I thought that we were going to be together forever, basically. Mm-hmm. And then I found out that I couldn't trust him. And he just wasn't the person.
When and how did you find out you couldn't trust him?
Over the years, there was just things that weren't adding up. I lost a lot of friends during the course of our relationship because I thought that they were pursuing him, but I found out that he was actually pursuing them. It started with a phone that he had. He had a secret phone. And also just on the tablet, he was really sloppy with hiding evidence, Your Honor. He just left emails open.
Emails that indicated, let's get together.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hey, sexy.
Yes, hey, sexy. Like, how are you? Oh, I just got out the shower type of stuff. Like, let's meet up, go to a hotel.
How deep into the marriage were you before you started to see that kind of thing?
It was small stuff, so I just kind of let it go because I just believed everything that he told me. So when he told me it wasn't nothing, I believed him like it was the Bible. Like, I just followed what he said.
Mr. Jefferson, do you care to respond to that? Did those things happen?
Well, for the cell phone, we were separated at the time when I had a cell phone. Because at the time, my parents, her parents bought us a cell phone and then cut me off the line. So I wanted to make sure I had a cell phone for getting jobs and everything. So,
so you were on a break?
We was on a break. Yeah, when I had a cell phone, we was on a break.
Why did you go on a break? What was happening before the break that made the break necessary?
I believe that we got the argument, and then she was like back and forth. And then,
do you know why?
No, nope.
You don't have any clue. Were you arguing all the time?
Yeah, we was arguing. Yeah, arguing.
What were you arguing about? Was it about trust? Was it about dinner? Was it about money?
It was about trust. It was about trust.
On your part?
Yeah, on my part, yeah.
So when you say all that happened while I was on a break, there was some infidelity going on before the break that caused the break.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't make me work so hard. Do you know what I mean? Just go ahead and say, when were you first unfaithful to her?
Probably 2 years into the relationship.
2 years into the relationship. Was this an ongoing situation that you had that multiple women, one woman that kept cropping up in your relationship, or did you have several missteps with different women?
No, just one.
Just one?
Your Honor, no.
Ms. Jefferson, why don't you tell me the truth?
Please, thank you. Your Honor, it was several women. Like, it was one instance where he was doing the thing on social media and he met up with these women, and one of them actually had the nerve to contact me when I was trying to find out where he was, because he disappeared for a couple of days, didn't contact anybody and let us know if he was safe or where he was. She contacted me with the nerve to tell me that, you know,
he's with me?
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Mr. Jefferson, did all that occur?
It's true. But at the time, we were separated because she was seeing somebody, a neighbor, and talking to them.
Were you seeing the neighbor?
Yes, I was. But Your Honor, that was after years of him lying to me and already cheating on me, and I felt like enough was enough. And yes, we were separated at that time.
So you were separated in such a way that you felt that you had the right to see other people, right?
Yes, Your Honor. At one of the times that we were separated during my lowest moments, I did step out, and then at that time, it made me dislike myself as a person even more. And then that's when I started feeling like, well, maybe we're not meant to be together.
Mr. Jefferson, why do you think you ended up getting separated? Is it that you don't know, or you just don't want to cop to it? Because I'm feeling like you just don't want to cop to it.
No, it's the truth. Stuff happens. It's my fault. I mean, I apologize. It's my fault. You know what I'm saying?
I guess the question then becomes, do you want to let it go now? You're in here on a divorce proceeding. Do you want this to be the end of it?
No, I don't want to let it go. She wanted to let it go. We got 4 kids, so I'm not trying to let it go.
You're not trying to let it go?
Nope.
What are you trying to do?
Trying to work on it.
What do you think needs to happen in order for it to work out?
Building our trust.
Building on your trust.
Yes.
And who needs to work on that part the most?
Me.
Okay. I know you got married young, so I want to talk about what you expected as far as the roles were concerned and if your expectations were realistic.
The jobs I had, man, she'll stress me out to the point that I have to leave because she'd be like, call me every 5 minutes when I was a merchandiser.
Are you one of those people?
When he was working and he was bringing home his paycheck, it was fine. But he was cheating, and then the money was being spent on these other women.
Oh, my. You said something in your paperwork that just broke my heart, and I want to read it to you. You said after Sean came back from school, he was a completely different person. He wasn't as awesome as I pictured him to be. Tell me about who he was when he came back.
Well, when we had our first son, he was in college, and he was playing on the basketball team at the school he was going to. And it didn't work out there with his roommates and with school, so he had to come back home.
Okay.
And when he came back home, I feel like he showed a lot of resentment towards me and our child. Mm-hmm. And I feel like he just didn't value us, and he was just hung up on his own inner issues that he wasn't prioritizing our family.
Taking care of or honoring or loving the family. Mr. Jefferson, do you understand what she just said?
She got that story all wrong.
You tell me how it really went.
All right, so I left school because my son was being born. I decided, hey, school wasn't for me. So I decided to go and get a job and start working.
Okay.
And I always put my family first. I try to do everything I can, cleaning up, helping out with the kids, doing chores, doing everything I can.
So she just misread you?
Yeah. Because when I decided to come back home, I decided that was my fault. It was my job.
What was your fault?
Not my fault. It was my job to take care of the kids.
So did you leave school to take care of your responsibilities? Yes. But for those responsibilities, would you have remained in school?
Probably so.
What was he failing to do that made you believe that he became a priority and that you and your family were secondary in his existence?
Your Honor, he signed up for a gym membership, which is great, but he didn't consult me first. He signed a contract, and we weren't financially stable to be able to pay for that and to also pay for our rent and to do other things for our children.
Did you sign up for a gym membership and financially you weren't cool?
Nah, I was good with it. I was working at the time. I was working full time. And I put her on a gym membership too. She could use it too.
Yeah, but when you say working, How deep was your paycheck?
I was working. We was living at our parents' house at the time.
Yeah, but how deep was your paycheck?
I mean, it wasn't deep, but I had enough money over for a gym membership.
Just because you can manage to pay for something doesn't mean you can't afford it. And here's what she was saying. That was a very self-centered thing to do. Because if you're living in somebody's parents' house, you don't have your own home. You're not providing a roof. She wanted her own home. She wanted a roof. She wanted to have a couple extra dollars in the bank if somebody needed braces or if somebody needed, you know, something, and you're taking care of a gym membership. The Pampers all taken care of, the clothes. You don't have anything extra in the bank. You don't have a deposit for your own apartment, because, but you're looking good. Do you see how she feels about that?
I understand what you're saying. Yes, ma'am.
That wasn't a fatherly, husbandly decision. That was a young man decision.
Yeah, I mean, at the time, I didn't think about it, but now I do. You know, I understand.
So could you go one step further with me and thinking, since I thought that was rational and reasonable at the time, that maybe my entire thought process was such that she felt abandoned and secondary because I wasn't thinking my priorities weren't straight. Can you walk with me that far?
I understand, yes, ma'am. I understand.
You with me?
Yes.
Because that's what happened.
I understand.
Whether you believe it or not.
Yeah.
That's what happened. You say he doesn't have much of a work ethic. I want you to tell me about that, because that, to me, is something a person can cure. I know this is an unusual circumstance. It's an odd place to be. Nobody wants to beg publicly, but if I was about to lose my wife, who's going to walk off with the 4 kids, I would be a little more sprightly in my responses and a little more, give me something. There's so much I would like to talk about. I want you to first talk about why you believe he doesn't have a good work ethic. I'm going to let you respond to that. Then I want to talk to you about your point of view with respect to your children. Go ahead.
Well, Your Honor, as far as his work ethic goes, he has all the energy in the world when it comes to working out and going to the gym, and he can prioritize that time. But when it comes to just holding down a steady job, he doesn't either want to go or he doesn't want to show up, and he just doesn't want to stick to something regular. He wanted to try to be a truck driver, and that would have been fine if he didn't previously get in an automobile accident with our vehicle before, and he wasn't the same after that.
Okay. Mr. Jefferson, what do you say with respect to her contention that you don't have a good work ethic?
I do have a good work ethic. I mean, I tried to get a job this year, and she told me I couldn't be a truck driver, and told me she would leave me if I become a truck driver because she heard stories about truck drivers cheating.
Oh, okay. And your response to that was what?
I just went on, kept looking for another job.
Did you get another job?
Not yet.
How long have you been unemployed?
For about 2 years.
No, ma'am. It's been longer than 2 years.
I mean, you can get a fast food job.
Jobs I had, man, she'll stress me out to the point that I have to leave because she'd be like, calling me every 5 minutes when I was a merchandiser.
Are you one of those people?
Your Honor, the only time I was calling him is when he was cheating on me with the girls he was working with. That's the only time, Your Honor. Other than that, when he was working and he was bringing home his paycheck, it was fine. But he was cheating, and then the money was being spent on these other women.
Oh, my. You know, if you really want to get your family back, you got to get a job. You know, you got to show that you're willing to, because you're saying, well, she's going to mess it up, so I'm not going to go get a job. She's going to call me too much, so I'm not going to get it. She's leaving you. She's divorcing you. Get a job, and if she starts to dial you dynamically, as you contend she does, deal with that later, but you got to do your part. You can't say, I'm not going to try hard and do my part because she may mess up her part. Do you see what I'm with you? That's grown man business. That's not, you know, oh, I'm not going to put myself out there because there might be a problem on the back end. Do you know what I'm saying?
I understand.
Oh, Mr. Jefferson, I'm trying to gather myself and find energy to enable you and to prompt you because you want to stay, but you don't even. You're one note. And I know this is an unusual circumstance. It's an odd place to be. Nobody wants to beg publicly. But if I was about to lose my wife, who's going to walk off with the 4 kids, I would be a little more sprightly in my responses and a little more, give me something.
But unfortunately, she's not going to walk with the kids. I had the house.
It's his father's house, Your Honor.
I live there, so the kids going to stay with me.
The response to that is so jacked up.
And I'm going to take care of my kids.
That was the most jacked up response you could have given. So I got got the logistics wrong. That's not the point. You told me you wanted to save this marriage. You told me you wanted to give your children a two-parent household. You told me you wanted this thing to work out. You told me you would do it whatever's necessary. When I'm telling you, you got to at first look like you wanna, and you correct me on some logistics. The kids are gonna stay with me. What the heck? Why would she want to stay? Do you understand what I'm saying, Mr. Jefferson?
I understand what you're saying.
Wow. Mrs. Jefferson, the remainder of my time, I want to speak with you. Mrs. Jefferson, you want $285 for the cost of a 3-night stay in a hotel. Why don't you explain that to me?
Your Honor.
It doesn't seem much to want after 15 years, but let me figure out why she wants it.
Your Honor, my favorite place in the whole wide world is the beach. And one of the times where he decided to leave and disappear, he took another woman on a trip to the beach. And he spent that money on her, and they stayed at a hotel room. And I had the pleasure of seeing the photos of them together.
And you say he spent that money?
On the
$285 on the other woman?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the number 285 from?
It's just the estimate that I looked
Mr. Jefferson, were you off on a dalliance with another woman in a hotel
That's
that you
true,
used family funds for?
No, it wasn't family funds, but it's true.
What do you mean it wasn't family funds?
This was extra money I had.
You ain't got no extra money when you're married with 4 kids.
I know.
Ain't no such thing.
It was bonus money. It was a gift.
It was a gift?
Yeah.
Now you just making stuff up. You know what I'm saying? Now you're just making stuff up. It just sounds silly. There's this concept in the law. I mean, sometimes the law can be a beast and an ugly thing. And typically, there's no fault divorce, and everybody splits it down the middle. But some states, seeing how wrong that was, imposed a notion known as marital misconduct. In other words, like, if you guys got $1 million between the two of you and you spend half of it gambling, they're not going to let you split the other half when you're divorced. She gets the whole other half because you shoot away that money doing things that are maritally inappropriate. So you shouldn't be able to spend that money and then take half of what she's got left. So it's an idea that you can't spend money doing bad things and take that away from the marital assets. You ain't got no assets, but you will get the $285. I'm going to tell you that much. Just on the whatever. Having said that, I will say this. Mrs. Jefferson, I was going to fuss at you early on about there is no such thing as happily ever after. There is no such thing as did I get the right guy? You know, you get a good guy, you get a decent guy, and then you have to work at the marriage. There's no magic. But it's too late for that. You got 4 kids, you beautiful as all get out. What you need to do is make sure that you are focused on your educational and employment situation, yes, so you and your children can be fine. Always make sure he pays his child support, because you're going to go upward and onward and forward. He's not to be trusted. He doesn't have the character that is necessary to be a good husband. He just doesn't. He does what he wants, when he wants, and he doesn't, even in the throes of a divorce that he says he doesn't want, he doesn't come in here and come clean and come correct and come hard and come willingly. He's over there, you know, hemming and hawing and not telling the truth, and we were on a break and can't say, hey, I was a bad dude, but I'm better now. So you're better off. $285 isn't much to get started with, but child support, child support, child support. Get a gig, get a gig, get a gig. Always allow him to see his children. Yes, always encourage that relationship between him, and you need to be a better person. This matter is adjourned. $285 in favor of Mr. Jefferson.
I just really wanted it to work. But I've invested so much time and effort into it, and then nothing's gotten better. Nothing's changed. I hate the person that I've become over time, and I'm working on trying to rebuild myself. And I'm working on just helping him too. I'm always motivate him. I'm always going to be in his corner. I'm always going to be there for him. And I just hope that he'll be there for me too.
today on Divorce Court.
I'm at divorce court because I feel like my husband is a misogynist and he doesn't respect my opinion. I'm independent. I want to go out. I want to have an education. I want to have a paying job.
I don't understand why she would think that. I support her going to another state and going to school.
His family always mistreats me. They say terrible things about me.
My family doesn't trust Rosalicia because they feel that she's doing things that aren't quite to their standards.
He wants me to sit at home. He wants me to watch my daughter. He wants me to clean the house. And I'm not that kind of person.
There has been instances where she would stay overnight at a male friend's house. I don't know what exactly happened.
Right now, I don't think me and Flint will really work out just because we always bump heads. I'm independent. He just doesn't appreciate that.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Rosalicia Harris and Flint Kastner. The two of you have been together for 5 years, married for 4 years. You are in a bit of a problem now. You have one child together. Ms. Harris, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here today?
Well, when me and Flint first got together, I was kind of in a tough spot originally. I had just joined the military and just got to my base. And they basically had told me after 4 months at my base that, you know, I'm going to get deployed, which is kind of hard because it's not enough time for me to learn my job. So a couple of months before I had got deployed, I had invited a friend over, and he had come over later on that night, and we were watching movies, and then he kind of got to the point where he started touching me inappropriately. And at that point, I kind of blacked out. I don't necessarily remember what happened at that point. And I had woken up to him raping me, to which, again, I had blacked out. And I had come to later on, basically staring at my wall. I had walked into my bathroom, cried for a long time, finally summed up the courage, you know, tell him to leave. And afterwards, I had told a friend of mine who kind of blew it off and made it seem like it wasn't a big deal, which really hurt. And when I had gotten deployed, when I started talking to Flint, and I had come back, and, you know, it was really hard for me staying in my dorm room because that's where it had happened at. And he allowed me to basically come stay with him, and we became really close. We pretty much became, like, best friends, and, you know, years later, I had the incident come up again, and my higher-ups had found out about it. And I had one of my higher-ups basically come up to me and tell me, get over it. It's not that big of a deal. And at that point, I had felt like, you know, I don't have people there for me. I was alone. I felt like I couldn't tell anybody anything because this wasn't the first time this was told to me over one of these incidents. It was probably about the fourth. But, you know, Flint, he stayed by me.
The fourth time somebody told you, get over it?
Yes.
I'm so sorry that happened to you. And I'm so sorry that everybody in charge, in authority, and around you didn't surround you and support you. I am so sorry about that. I appreciate the strength you show in being able to tell that story. You never know who you're going to help just by saying that. So thank you for that. I assume that the first part of that story you agree with. That's pretty much how it went?
Yep.
How you met and you were a safe harbor for her when she had such difficulty, and then you fell in love?
I actually had no idea what was going on in her life at the time. I was just, you know, I needed a friend too, so, you know, and Rosalicia is and was a great friend.
Okay. So you say after you had your daughter and got married, he became a misogynist. Why? What did he do that made you believe that?
He basically, when we're having arguments, if a male is involved, he will almost always take that male's side. On multiple occasions in the past, it's been kind of like where common sense should kick in and tell him, like, you know, yeah, I'm right. But he will agree with the male.
Give me an example where it was just really ridiculous for him to agree with the male as opposed to you.
Okay, so him and his family members decided they wanted to basically hang a pig in our garage because they were going to cut it up and everything, you know, the stuff they do in the country. And then the garage.
Yeah, I'm glad you cleared that up because I was like, hang a pig in the garage. I mean, what yeah. Ooh, so they were going to butcher it for...
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So they wanted to hang it in the garage on the rafters, but they had to keep it cold, and it wasn't that cold outside. So he decided he was going to take our window air conditioning unit and put it in the garage, which I had told him, you are aware that spits out more hot air than cold air. That's why the back goes out the window.
Right.
And one of his family members had told him, nah, it'll work. Let's do this. And I'm like, no, it's not going to work. I had even called my stepdad to ask him. He's like, that's not going to work. But he went and did it anyway. Come to find out, it didn't work.
Mr. Kastner, do you have anything to say about the pig in the garage?
It is a regular occurrence that my family butchers animals for meat. As far as the window air conditioning, that definitely didn't work. It was a gross oversight on my
Let me ask you this.
Sure.
Because I'm in a house with a husband, 6 sons, even got a male dog. Do you think maybe it's kind of like a dude thing? Like, dudes think they know about mechanics, and dudes, you know, well, I'm going to do a computer, you know. I have conversations with my husband all the time. I think you should do that. But he does the doodly thing. It's not that he doesn't respect me, but he's a dude. I don't know. That wasn't very articulate. But you understand what I'm saying? It's not like it's not that he doesn't like me or doesn't respect me, but he's a dude. Do you know what I'm saying? They do you know you do stuff like that. You know, you're not going to take any advice from your woman on the car, even if she knows. You know how you people are. Do you think it might be that? Because this does not sound egregious to me. Doodliness and not misogyny. That's what I'm feeling right now. But we're going to leave that there for a while, because now that we're talking about family, I want to get to how you believe his family does not approve of you. What did that family member say?
Apparently they think I'm a party animal, I don't take care of my daughter, and I'm like, what are you saying to them to where they say that? Because I most certainly am not either of those things, and I take care of my daughter.
So, Ms. Harris, you say his family doesn't approve of you. Why don't you tell me why you believe that?
Well, when we first got married, he had told me that a couple of his family members didn't really approve of us getting married because I still hung out with one of my exes. And my family, we all still hang out with our exes because we kind of believe, you know, if you date him, you have a good relationship. That's a good friendship. Mm-hmm. If you have a good breakup, why drop the friendship? So, you know, a lot of my exes are still my friends. I've had exes I've been friends with for 10 years. And his family had a problem with that, and they basically kind of believed, you know, that's not going to work out. She's going to cheat on you. Whatever.
Are they not nice to you?
No.
Is your family not nice to her, and are they not nice to her for the reasons she just stated?
They're an interesting bunch. That's
a good statement.
We have a family dynamic of a lot of teasing and harassing. So that can get misconstrued as abuse and...
I don't think that's teasing.
Sometimes it does go too far, in which case I try to take that family member aside and let them know, hey, that's not okay.
Does he stand up for you when they come at you too hard?
I've had one of his family members come up to me and basically just straight disrespect me.
What did that family member say?
He basically had referred back to the fact that I constantly come back and forth from our house because it is our house. I have every right to be there. And basically, he was looking at it like I'm coming back and forth because we were still split up at the time, and I don't know whether I want to be there or don't want to be there. And I had no reason why I was coming back and forth. That was more for my daughter. But I was helping my daughter pack, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to bring these clothes or these clothes. And he basically looked at me and goes, yeah, you are a really decisive person. Mm-hmm. And I was just like, okay. And I looked at Flint, and I'm like, you're not going to say anything about that, are you?
But you were broken up, right?
We were separated.
We were separated at the time, and you came back. Listen, Ms. Harris, I think you are a lovely lady. I do. But I think you might interpret some of the things that are said to you as more demeaning and disrespectful than they are. If I had a son, and he had a woman who broke up with him, and she kept popping in and out, popping in and out, popping in and out, I don't care what for. I think I'd say something to her. Because he's my baby. And I don't know how he's feeling about it. He's probably telling me, he's probably telling her, I really love her and she's not staying. And if you think that somebody's hurting your baby, you say stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just feel like some of the stuff that they say it goes a little overhand. Like, I've had him tell me
he
that.
said they were an interesting bunch,
They
harassing,
are.
and you know, you can't pick your family. They're who they are. And you gotta go by what he does, not by what his family does. You know what I mean?
I try to, and I've told him that before. You know, my whole thing is, you know, with his family, just because of the way they are, and they're very closed-minded to most things. I've told him multiple times, you know, don't talk to your family specifically about some things that go on with us. They misconstrue it. And when me and him were going through our tough times, I don't know what he told his family, but he even told me, like, yeah, they don't like you. And I'm like, what in the world are you telling them? Apparently they think I'm a party animal. I don't take care of my daughter. And I'm like, what are you saying to them to where they say that? Because I most certainly am not either of those things, and I take care of my daughter. She is my main priority in life.
Mr. Castor, do you go running, telling tales to the family? Because people do that. You know, when you're in love and everything's fine, you don't say anything. But when you're upset, you say, she's doing this and doing that. Do you tell stories out of school?
When we were having problems, I didn't have anybody to talk to. I had friends here and there, but they weren't really that kind of friends. So I had to, you know, resort to talking to my family. In doing so, I may have said things that may have misconstrued their viewpoint, but I have never indicated that she was a bad mother or a party animal or anything like that.
Well, speaking of the daughter, my understanding is that you believe he's trying to keep your daughter away from your family. Do you want to look at her and tell her how you feel and what you want?
I love you, and I want you to come home.
How much information about your relationship is okay for your partner to share with family? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court.
All right, Judge Lynn, we have a viewer's question ready for your judgment call. My wife doesn't approve of me picking up my children at my ex's house, and she doesn't allow my ex to drop off the kids at our house. Should I refuse to cooperate with her demands or just find a neutral location?
You need to tell your wife that Judge Lynn said she needed to get her act together, stop being so insecure, understand that you had a life before you were with her, and behave like she's a grown woman and let those kids get dropped off at the door. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Ms. Harris, you say that you believe Mr. Castor wants to keep your daughter away from your family. Tell me why you think that.
A lot of times when she wants to go visit my family members, he kind of puts a time limit on it. And it kind of confuses me because I'm like, well, for me, growing up, we always spent about a month with our family members because my family members are all over Southern California. It takes a while for her to see all
visit
of
everybody.
them. Yeah.
Right.
So I always say, okay, about a month should be good. And he's like, no, I think 2 weeks. And I'm like, 2 weeks? Okay, well, that's not enough time for her. Like, they see her twice a year.
Mr. Kastner, do you want to limit the amount of time that your daughter spends with her family?
Her family, without Rosalicia there, yes. And in doing, because the first instance of our daughter going out to visit her family, it was my understanding that it was going to be for a couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks, and then about 2 weeks into that time period, it went out to a couple more weeks, which led out to a couple more weeks, and about 2 months later, I finally got my daughter back.
Did you leave the daughter a couple of months with your family?
That was not me. That was my
Yeah. Well, how long?
She was supposed to be out there for about a month, and I was like, well, I don't have money to come get her right now. I was like,
how old was she?
She was about a little over a year at the time.
He got a point. I get his point.
Yeah.
I get his point. I'm going to do something that I normally don't do in a regular case like this, but Mr. Kastner, you really love Ms. Harris.
Far more than I could ever articulate.
And you really want her to come back or to get back together. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to look at her and tell her how you feel and what you want?
I love you. I can't express how much that I love you. I want the best for you and our family. These months that you're at school and away, it kills me because you're so far away. And it's unfortunate that we don't talk nearly as much as we used to, but I attribute that to your schooling schedule. But I love you, and I want you to come home.
Thank you, Mr. Kastner. I'm just going to leave that there. Let it soak in. Today's question sponsored by... What's the best way to make a long-distance marriage work? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Ms. Harris, I cannot in any way, shape, or form indicate that I have any understanding of what it feels like to have been through what you've been through. And I cannot sit here and tell you how you should feel or how you should behave because I absolutely have no right and no understanding, and I don't want to speak on stuff I don't know about. Having said that, I will say this. Trauma can be treated. And one of the worst things about trauma is once it's over, it's not over. And sometimes it stomps around in the middle of a beautiful future in a way that doesn't allow you to see it. I think Mr. Kastner loves you to the moon and back. I think it might be a time for you to, and I don't know how much you've dealt with the PTSD that you have, but I don't want you to lose a great guy because you can't see how much he loves you when you misinterpret small little things that are common amongst men and women for misogyny or for a lack of respect for you. You know, people have jacked up families, weird families, odd families, crazy family, and you can't tag him for that. And I don't see that he's done anything other than really, really love you and sometimes be a dumb dude. If you like men, you got to learn to put up with a little of that. I think you are a tremendous couple. I think you are wonderful people. I think you are a great woman. I think you are a fabulous man. And it is my hope that you at least allow yourself a space in your heart for the possibility that this guy's really a great dude, not a perfect dude, but a great dude who loves you very much. And I don't want you to miss out on that love because of the things that have happened to you in the past. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think you're fabulous. He thinks you're fabulous. And I think he's fabulous. Let's not all this fabulousness go to waste. My best of luck to the both of you. This matter is adjourned.
What was your reaction to hearing some of the words he said out there?
Hearing him actually put it in words, it kind of hurt a little bit just because of the way things are between us. But I feel like it helped as well.
Mm-hmm. You said your family's an odd bunch, but you think they'll come around and maybe show a little bit more respect for this young lady?
I'll see to it.
How?
Try to explain to them just how abrasive they can be.
Today on Divorce Court.
Well, I came to divorce court today to see if I can get a divorce. I didn't know he had 19 kids, nor did I know he was about $500,000 in back child support. I didn't know he didn't want to work. It's a lot of things that I didn't know.
My biggest issue with Tracy is she's a cheater. I think she still got feelings for one of her exes.
I went to jail to tell Scenario to be a man and man up. Start paying child support and start working.
Tracy, you're a liar. I'm tired of you accusing me of messing around with different women. I'm tired of you saying that I don't want to work.
If I had known the things that I know now, I probably wouldn't have gotten married. Well, I know I wouldn't have gotten married.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Tracy Spearman and Scenario Spearman. The two of you have been married for 1 year, separated for 9 months. Mrs. Spearman, you're seeking $2,700 and some change. And Mr. Spearman, you want some $1,300 from her, and we're going to talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Mrs. Spearman, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here in divorce court today?
Well, we're here today, Judge, because I was hoping you can give me a divorce from this piece of trash of a man that I married.
Well, that started out the gate.
This is my first marriage.
Uh-huh.
And it just went complete from there. He has a lot of secrets. He does a lot of underhanded
Tell me his
stuff.
biggest secret.
I've learned after we got married that he had 19 kids. 19.
19 children. Mr. Spearman, how old are you, sir?
I'm 48.
Oh, you got started early.
Yeah, I got started early.
And you have 19 children?
Yeah, I got 19.
That child support payment must be a monster.
Yeah, it was.
Almost half
It
a
was.
million?
No, it wasn't that high. It was up there. It was almost 200,000.
In back child support?
Yeah, but I got it all the way down to 51,000.
You got it all the way down to 51,000. Now, how many different baby mothers do you have?
Only 8.
Only 8?
Yeah, only 8.
Do you have any trouble keeping them straight?
No, everybody grown.
I want to take a look at your flow chart of children.
Yeah, they have to. It's about the size of it.
But they're all grown now?
Everybody grown except the 2-year-old.
The 2-year-old? 2?
Yeah, 2.
Mr. Spearman, I mean, condoms, something.
Yeah, well, you know, things happen.
19 times?
been happening.
Well, you know, yeah, well, 19 times, yeah, it happened. But she also knew about...
She knew about the children?
She knew about the kids.
Afterwards.
See, let me tell you.
Tell me, Mr. Spearman.
She knew about the kids. I told her how many kids I had, even though I've been knowing her for a long time before we started messing around and everything. I don't think she believed I had that many, just like...
She thought you were telling a joke.
Yeah.
Did you tell her how much back child support you owed?
Yeah, I told her how much I owed and everything. You know?
How much did you owe when you married her?
120,000?
190. It was 191,000.
191,000.
Yeah, that was just
But
last,
you got it down to 61?
That was last year, though, but I got it to 51,000.
Well, good for you. I mean, I'm not going to give you no applause, because you owe the money, but I'm glad that you...
I mean, I still did what I had to do, you know?
Did what you had to do. I'm proud about that. What else did he lie about?
This whole marriage has been a lie. From the time that we got married up until now. I mean...
Now, that's a lie.
Well, you said in your papers he's got no credit, a suspended driver's license, and doesn't work.
Don't want to work. I tried to get him a job, Judge. When he moved here, it ain't been all bad. It ain't been all bad.
Now, Judge.
Well, something got to be good about it. He got 19 kids by 8 different women.
It's the
Something's
sex.
got to be good.
It's the sex, Judge. It's the sex. That's the only thing I can see is the sex.
Hey, Judge, she said don't work and all this and that, but you can't get 191,000 down to 51,000 without working.
Without working, that's true.
So that's a lie.
That's true. What do you do?
I'm a machine operator.
You're what?
Machine operator.
Oh, okay.
Actually, when was the last time you operated the machine?
Now, anyway.
When's the last time you operated a machine? I couldn't help it.
I mean, that's just been a couple of months, though. It's been a couple of months, but before we got married, I was working, doing machine operating still, but
got it.
I got laid off.
Right.
I got laid off just like 2 months before that.
Right.
So I wasn't working right then. I was trying to find a job and everything.
Right.
But she was complaining about me not working. But I'm sending my resume and everything on the phone, send it in. Like a lot of jobs, I always ask you, go to the website, send your resume. That's what I was doing. But she kept saying, I'm not looking for a job because I'm in the house all the time. So, I mean...
Judge, how is he looking for a job? I'm sending him jobs that he said he was qualified for, and he's telling me I'm crazy. Why are you sending me this many jobs?
I mean...
Hey,
and I'm the only one working.
Mr. Spearman, got a question for you. It's just totally out of blue. Got nothing to do with nothing. Can you name all 19 of them kids?
Yeah, I can name all 19 of them.
All 19 of them?
Yeah, yes, yeah. I know all my kids.
Name them.
Okay, Varian, Damaris, Latron, Ray Jean, Devontae, Jordan, Kiraya, Trevon, Martiana, Sean J, Danielle. Oh, God, y'all got me with all these kids. It's a lot of kids, y'all. Zaquan.
We got 12.
Jesse. Elaney. T.A. T.A. is a son that passed away. Elaney was a daughter that passed away. T.A. got killed. We're at 15.
Right.
I got
so
Keisha.
4 more to go.
Yeah, I got Keisha. And I got China. Did I say Trevon already? I think about all these boys. I got so many.
I don't think he said Jerron. Did he say Jerron?
Zaquan.
Jaquan? You saw Jaquan.
I said Zaquan.
You said Zaquan. Zaquan, I remember.
Yeah, I got 2 more of them. I got to make sure I get all my sons involved. I'm trying to marry Who else?
Wait, well, you got 17.
Yeah, I got close. I can't remember.
You got close. I got close, and I got limited.
I don't want to say the same names too many times.
You got close.
But I mean, but I got a lot of them. But I don't want to say the same name too many times. That's too many kids to keep going. But I can tell you who they are if you've seen them, though.
You say you feel like you're raising a kid. Why do you feel that way when you're married to him?
Well, he doesn't want to work. He just sits around the house and eats all day. He stays on the website, on a single website, different ones, all day long, talking to women, meeting women, texting.
Now I got to say something on that.
All right.
Now, I don't go on website, like dating website.
Yes, you do.
Hang on, let Mr. Spearman speak.
What that is that's Facebook. So somebody added me in a group.
Right.
And so for her to know something and then question me about why am I in the group.
She's got to be in the group.
She commented behind my comment, asked me why was I in the group. So what are you doing in the group? So the post that they put up there was, all right.
It's about a meaty curtain, Judge. I have it right here.
Anyway, let me see the post.
Yeah. What they said
This was in a group chat.
Yeah, they put the post up there and it said, how do you like it, meaty or flat? So I commented and said, meaty.
Yum, yum. Don't forget that part now.
Yeah, meaty.
Mr. Spearman.
And I want to know why is he talking to other women like that and he's
for this.
Oh, that ain't even half of it.
What's she doing in the group?
I got in the group to see him. Exactly.
How would you know I'm in the group?
I want to see what he be saying to the women from the things that I was hearing.
How would she know I'm in the group?
I got you. I'm with you. Next thing I want to know, Mr. Spearman, do you believe that Mr. Spearman has actually been unfaithful to you, or is it just this internet nonsense?
He sent the picture with him, with my friend, my so-called friend, Judge, of 30-some years, is giving me the finger while her friend is kissing him.
I am so confused. I don't know what to do. So, Mr. Spearman, you actually believe that Mr. Spearman is doing some real cheating and not just internet stuff. Why don't you tell me why you believe that?
He actually sent me a picture of my friend, and her friend was kissing him. Now, me and him go fishing on Sundays. If we don't get along no other time, we go fishing on Sundays and Tuesdays on my off day. So he sent the picture with him, with my friend, supposedly friend, and her friend was kissing him.
Yeah.
Now, what do you got to show me? I hope it's better than what she showed me, because that was awful.
I'm going to let you see that right now, but listen. Now, the picture she talking about with a friend, her friend or something kissing me, the girl that was actually kissing me on the cheek is a friend of my cousin. We've been on her for years. She hadn't seen me in a long time.
Let that be the reason.
And then the thing about it, she asked me one night, she'd say, where you at? Because I'm hanging out. So I asked her where was she at, she wouldn't tell me. So I took the picture and said, this is where I'm at right here.
Now, my so-called friend, Judge, of 30-some years that I introduced him to is giving me the finger while her friend is kissing him.
I am so confused. I don't know what to do.
Me too.
What is this text about? Is this her text?
Yeah, that's her text in the blue. That was her text.
And you're in the yellow.
Yeah, well, I was taking kind of fast, but it's still there.
Yeah, anyway.
Yeah. But anyway, I was trying to figure out who was the guy.
Right.
And she said it was her cousin. And then she went to ask somebody in the family, a family member, you remember our cousin such and such? And they was like, who? And she walks in the room to try to grin so I couldn't see it because they didn't know who she was talking about.
That's not true, Judge.
So anyway, if you read that, you'll see all of a sudden he's not
He's an ex.
Not a family member
No,
now.
Judge.
Now he's
And
an
you
ex.
can read it down there now.
No. I haven't heard from that
But you
guy in like 5 or more years.
You got the
and
proof
the
right
only
there.
reason that I called him was because I seen a mutual friend of ours, and he told me that he was sick. He was bedridden sick.
Yeah, but she said
and
that
that's
was
what
her-
I told
she
him.
said that
And I
was her-
said, and I also
She
told
said it was cousin. What you're saying
right.
is why change the story if it wasn't suspect?
But Judge, I told him he was my cousin at first. I did, but then I told him, I said, okay, so you won't, because he always think I'm lying.
Hang on.
Because he's always think I'm lying. I said, well, to tell you the truth is, he's not my cousin. I said, but I just called to see how he was doing. Somebody told me he was sick. He said, I don't give a damn how sick he is.
Hey, listen, that's not true. I'm gonna tell you how it happened.
Tell me how it happened.
See, I get up and leave work every morning at 6:15 when I was working. This is when I was
Right.
working, even though she said I wasn't.
We must have been married then.
Yeah, we was married. At 6:15, I leave out the door. So I go to work. But when I got back, I happened to see that phone laying there. So I just checked and looked and seen the text message. I left at 6:15. At 6:30, she texting this guy saying, I've been thinking about you, and I'm missing you, and put that little emoji, little lips up there with the little heart and all like that up there. So, but that's your cousin.
Did you send a heart kissing emoji to your cousin?
No.
And you know what she said behind that? She said, well, if you look through my phone, I sent a few more of my cousins some text messages like that, too. So that I didn't even go through details with her on that because I know if you sent other folks text messages like that, they ain't your cousin either.
What do you have to say about that?
He's lying.
Yeah, she was upset.
He's lying. No, Judge.
She was upset.
What he does is he does things and he'll try to turn it around to make it seem like it's me. He talks to his friend's girlfriend, and this is so funny because, yeah, I'm finna tell. He was
telling on me.
Him and his friend had gotten into it because he was trying to mess around with his friend's girlfriend.
That's not true.
Now, he gets drunk one night and he tells me, oh, she finer than you. You done got too skinny. You wasn't that size when we got married. You just too little. You look like you got AIDS. You look sick. I don't like you that thin. And she got a big butt. And I said, okay. Somebody else like this thin butt.
Did you tell her her butt was nothing big enough?
Yeah, I probably said that. But, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I do like I'm big and all, but she was packing a little something for a minute, but she started disintegrating. So,
I guess he was taking it all from me.
Yeah.
I mean,
all right. I want to turn my attention to property damage. I understand you both do a lot of it.
He was driving a van of mine. He didn't have money for gas during that time. So I got mad at him one day, and I put my own van on the flat, and he called the police on me.
Did you call the police on him? Would you marry someone who owed over $50,000 in unpaid child support? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. So who's tearing up whose property?
Okay, it started off, he was driving, his car got hit.
Yeah.
So he was driving.
Hang on.
He was driving a van of mine. When he married me, I had a van and I had a car. So when his car got hit, then he was driving my van. Well, by him on back child support, no license, suspended license, should I say, he didn't even have money for gas during that time. So I got mad at him one day, and I'm like, you're not going to keep driving my stuff and you're not going to work. So I put my own van on the flat, and he called the police on me.
Did you call the police on her?
Listen,
Did they get mad at you?
No, they didn't get mad at me. They just was asking me, like, why would she do it if she know you got to go to work?
He wasn't working.
But I'm telling you, listen, Yana. She didn't want me to drive that van because I hang out down by where she work at.
Right.
So she creeping, so she don't want me to be down there and see these exes coming up to coming up there to the job. So she don't want me to see that. That's why she put the van on the flat. Because she say, you don't need to be down at my job. Okay. So my car was in the shop because somebody was called themselves doing a little carjacking or whatever, and they ran into it, and they tore it up on the side.
But they were trying to carjack it?
Yeah. They was trying to carjack us.
Well, now you two are looking to exchange a significant amount of money. And we're going to have to go to that in a momentarily. But I just want to go through it right now, right quickly.
Okay.
You want $2,500 for a van,
That's
and
the same.
$225 for a broken window. How did the window get broken? Is the van the one we were just talking about?
Yes, the same one that I put on the flat.
Yeah, what
he
happened
put
to
sugar
it?
in the tank because I took it back.
You what?
He put sugar in the tank because I wouldn't let him drive it
Did
anymore.
you put sugar in the van?
Yeah, see, that's the part right there I don't get. We use that van to go fishing.
Who was the last person
I'm not
to
gonna
use
put sugar in the tank.
That's not true.
I'm not gonna put sugar. What happened with the gas in the tank thing, the sugar, what she talking about, I don't know. The shop said the fuel pump went out. Now all of a sudden today she's talking about sugar in the tank. I had nothing to do with that.
I got you. And $225 for a window.
I was knocking on that window, Yana.
No, Judge. He came up to my house unannounced because we don't live together. He came up to my house.
She told me to come up to the house. She said, come up to the house and spend the night with me.
Not Judge.
But why did you knock out the window?
Listen, that's what I'm trying to get to.
Crazy.
It wasn't a knock out a window intentionally. I was knocking on the window trying to get somebody to come open the door and let me in.
Now, if I know he was coming up there, then the door would have been unlocked, wouldn't you think?
No, it wouldn't. Just listen. So I'm knocking at the window. The window must have had a crack in it because I'm knocking. And I'm checking the floor to see if they come to the door because I'm thinking they're sleeping like they do all the time anyway. So I go back and knock again. The window just broke.
Just broke.
Nobody ever came to the door, looked out the window or nothing.
I'm with you. And I'm going to get a moment to digest that, and then I'm going to ask you why you think she owes you $1,300 for an electric bill. Today's question sponsored by... How would you react after discovering your spouse had 19 children? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. So why do you say she owes you $1,300 for an electric bill?
Because she never paid it. When I left, she claimed she was going to keep paying the bill, but she never paid the bill. She let the bill get cut off. And then she put the light bill in somebody else's name. And then
it's in my name.
And this is the light bill that you handed me earlier.
It was probably her name, but it got cut off in her name. Now it's probably in her daughter's name.
No, it's only my name.
Probably now because
when we got
they
married,
cut the daughter's name off.
They're asking it from Scenario Spearman. So that's his name.
Now, I did not sign anything. He said he wanted his name on that. And he should have been paying it if he was working anyway.
I got you. You guys separated after 90 days.
I left.
We still see each other.
I left because...
Why?
The sex is good.
Okay. Anyway.
Mr. Spearman, I don't know what kind of magic you got. I don't know where
he got 19 kids.
I know who you've been with. I don't know what you're doing out there. In this, cover it up. So we don't have no more kids. I don't know what you're doing over there.
Working 12 hours, Judge. I work 12 hours. I got
Listen,
a party
tell you
bus.
what, you need to take him back. Get him off the street. Make sure everybody's clear. He's not in anybody else's way because he's dangerous.
No.
And we don't want him out there like that.
You don't lay.
Having said that, neither one of you have proved anything to me other than you both crazy.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to give you any money at all. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
All right.
So you did not know?
I did not know before we got married. Had I known, I know I wouldn't have gotten married.
So you say you didn't know about all 19?
I didn't.
So how many did you know about?
8.
Only 8?
Only 8.
You said you work machinery.
Yeah.
I think everybody knows what kind of machinery you work in. 19 kids?
Yeah.
We gave you a chance. Did you think of the last 2 names?
Kevin, Tony.
You didn't just make
It's only
it up,
2.
did you?
No, it's only 2.
Kevin and Tony?
Yeah.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here today to try and save my relationship with my kid's father.
I'm here on Divorce Court to tell my side of the truth in my relationship with Jasmine.
When we first met, Jason was very attentive and loving and affectionate.
There's a very high lack of communication.
I would say that he has cheated at least 3 times.
I need you to hear what I'm saying, and when you listen to hear me.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Jasmine Bean and Jason Parson. The two of you have been together for a total of 7 years. You're currently separated, however. You have one child together, and while each of you have children from other relationships. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Ms. Bean, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you came to see me today?
I have come to see if there is a chance for us to salvage our relationship. The issue, though, mainly is infidelity. When we split up a while back, what caused it was he was at my house, and when I went to sleep that night, he was sitting beside me in the bed on the computer. And I don't know, something woke me up. It was maybe 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, and he wasn't there. And so he hadn't told me he was leaving, and I was calling his phone, and he wasn't answering. So I'm like, well, let me look around and see if he took some of his stuff, and left. And when I looked around, I found his computer on the floor, and it was open and unlocked. So I went and looked through his social media page, and I saw where he had been reaching out to different women, just random women, talking about he could be their out-of-town boo. One picture, or video rather, was of a young lady caressing her breasts. This happened to be a same young lady that had called one night when he was at my house. She called, it was 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and the phone just kept ringing. And so I'm like, I'm gonna answer the phone because it's 5 o'clock in the morning, nobody should be calling. This young lady, when I answered, she asked to speak with him, and I gave him the phone, and he hung up. So I felt like that was something shady going on because, if it was, he said that she just, still likes him, and she gets drunk and she calls just randomly.
Well, let me ask you this. What stage were you in your relationship when this occurred? Were you two living together?
No, not at this point. We were more so, he had a key to my house, but he was
You'd
more
been seeing him how long when this stuff occurred?
Oh, this was not long before we broke up. So we had been together for at least about 5 or 6 years.
Okay. Mr. Parson, what would you like to say about what she just told me?
I like to say that is all incorrect.
Okay.
I give her about 30% on
30%, okay.
Right. The fact is we're dating on and off, okay? We have split up. I don't live with her. She don't live with me. I don't have a key to her place at the time of what she's talking about.
When she was talking.
That is not true.
Hang on.
He
did not interrupt you, and you will not interrupt him.
At the time of that incident, what she's referring to, I came over because she said she wanted me to come stay the night. It was around about 10 o'clock, and she had dozed off. I got a phone call. He said, hey, what you doing tonight? I said, nothing, I'm just kind of hanging out. You want to come out and party with us? I got a couple of friends with me. He said, just come pick me up, and we're going to go pick up my other homeboy. So I went out.
Yeah.
Now, I could have walked in there, correctly. Hey, I'm about to go out. You sleep, but she was sleeping. I didn't want to wake her up. The kids were asleep. So I slipped out for the night. Like I said, around about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, she did call my phone. I left my phone in the car. But by the time I did get back to it, I'm calling her like, hey, I'm over here with such and such.
Right.
I'm on my way. Nevertheless, her issues come from things that happened in the past when we were in some type of relationship. I've never gave her the full commitment that she wanted.
I got you.
And that's where we're at. It's been times where we would get into an argument, and I would say, hey, and I hate to do this. Judge. We are not together. I have to remind her that. We are not together. And when I do that, it sends her on a rage. She gets very heated. She hates to hear that come from me.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Bean, open your mind wide like a prairie. Was your relationship at the time that you were doing these things a committed, monogamous relationship that was understood to be such by both parties?
That's a confusing question because he would say one thing, but he would do something else. So, when you're telling me you're not ready for a serious relationship, but I'm not able to go out and be free and date and do whatever it is that you're doing, you know, that's a problem for you. You want me to be home cooking and cleaning and taking care of the kids. But
when you're trying to install her, in other words, you would say outright, we ain't in this together. It's not a committed relationship,
But I'm still treating her like a girlfriend.
It's treated like a girlfriend, and don't let her go nowhere.
Treat her good. Nah, she can go
You
where
can
she
play
want.
and do whatever you want, but she can't.
No, it's not. I've never held a hostage.
That is stop.
I've never held a hostage. I've never held a hostage.
But if she went out with some other dude, you be cool with it?
Nah, I've never been cool with that. But
well, isn't that what I just said?
But did I go out with another girl? I went out with the fellas.
Well, you went out on a cruise with some chick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
While I was pregnant. I was about 5 or 6 months pregnant.
Right.
Did you go on a cruise with another woman when she was 5 or 6
He told me he
months
was
pregnant?
gone with his cousin.
Yes,
Tell me how you found out he was on a cruise while you were pregnant.
Well, I didn't find out. I mean, I had my suspicions. When he calls me out of nowhere and he's like, I'm about to go on this, my cousin's passing by, he's going to Florida, I'm gonna ride with him. And I'm like, well, how are you getting back if he's staying in Florida? He never could give me an answer. His phone was always going to voicemail while he was gone. And then he came back talking about he went to the casino and won some money that I never saw. So I always had my suspicions, but I never had anything that was like solid until after the incident where he left and I went through his laptop.
Did all that happen?
Yes, I can't agree to that. We was at a rocky point of our life right there. I already expressed to her, hey, look, this is not going the way I planned it. You and I are not seeing eye to eye, and it's because of this argument.
Hang on.
It's because of argument. And you see, like, I don't mind her doing it, but nevertheless, that's what I deal with on a regular.
I got you.
That's what I deal with on a regular.
I see what's happening. I see what's happening. Push and pull. I get it. Mr. Parson, your major concern is you resent the fact that though you were in some kind of relationship with her, she went off and had her first baby with some other dude.
Are you seeing somebody else? And she's like, yeah, I didn't know how to tell you this, but I found a boyfriend. Well, you told me that you wanted a committed relationship and you was gonna find one. 2 weeks later, she's pregnant.
So tell me about the situation where you were dating or together and she ended up having a baby with another guy.
Okay, we met around 09, somewhere around 2010. That's when 2-3 months into us meeting each other. Hey, look, I want to be in a serious committed relationship. I don't want to just be in a casual sexual relationship. Can you give me that or not? I said, I just got out of a 9-year relationship. I'm not ready for that right now. Fine. Well, if you're not going to give me that, I'm going to find somebody that will. Okay. Hey, I was cool with it. You know, we just met. It ain't like I had a lot of feelings invested.
Right.
But yet and still, we had a very good friendship relationship. I actually called her my best friend. One day she came to visit me, and she just kind of stopped by, and up on normal, you know, I tried to give her a hug and be like I usually be, and it's like, and I'm like, hold up, what's going on? Are you seeing somebody else? And she's like, yeah, I didn't know how to tell you this, but I found a boyfriend. Well, you told me that you wanted a committed relationship and you was going to find one. 2 weeks later, she's pregnant. Now, I got to swallow this, and I did. It was no problem. But my only thing was, you know, according to her mom, oh, he's a better candidate.
Love the way he said candidate.
At the time, I did have long hair. I had my hair braided, and Mom prejudged me. Oh, he's a thug. He got to be a thug. Hold on, Mom. I went to a magnet school. I graduated with honors. I'm an electrical engineering major. How you gonna prejudge me because I got braids? You know, so I'm a thug because I got braids.
Ms. Bean, what do you have to say about that circumstance?
I mean, for the most part, that is true.
Nothing else you can say.
I mean, for the most part, it is true. So, no, it's not much I can say. The most I can elaborate on would be more so for a long time, I felt like because he wanted me to have a child before I had gotten pregnant with her, he was trying to get me pregnant, and it did not happen.
Did you want her to have a baby?
She's basing this off the information that I told her. We had had unprotected sex twice.
We knowingly, just like how our son got here, we knowingly were trying to have a baby.
Which is even worse.
It is. I'm not
You are
saying
in a
that-
relationship with a guy who is not committed, who does see other women, and then you actively try to have a baby with him. You don't keep them that way. They don't stay.
I agree with you on that.
You
I'm
know?
not saying that what I did was right, but what I am saying is I felt like due to all of what I had going on, and because he was like a really good friend to me, I felt like he knew the situation and he took advantage because he wanted to.
You are the author of your own story. You are the subject of your own sentences. He took his fussing and said, yeah, you're right, I was wrong. You need to acknowledge that, yeah, you were right, you were wrong, because you're going to continue to make that mistake. You say, oh, no, I don't care how, friends 5 years, all this, oh, no. You can't impregnate me. You have not married me. My gene pool is special.
She jumped off the depot to get pregnant.
He is lying. Why are you serious?
She plotted that.
I don't disbelieve you.
She plotted that.
I don't disbelieve you. I ain't gonna fuss. But we gonna move on. We gonna move on. We gonna move on.
Oh, my God. Okay.
And we're moving on.
We ain't in no committed relationship. I'm only giving it to you unless we go together.
Stop. Everybody, rise up. Everybody stand. Would you have a child with an uncommitted partner? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. There's so many different ways I can go, and so little time in which to do it. I will start with you, though, and say you have a communication problem. She talks over you, and that even though you have made it clear to her that you are not in a committed monogamous relationship, she refuses to hear that. Did I get that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what you've said and what she's done and why this miscommunication continues to occur.
I've always told her I wasn't ready for a relationship, okay? Then, during us being together, I did basically lead on as a good man. I'm there for you. I'm there for your child. I got a key to your place. We cook together. We laugh together. We go out. I did all the things. And you can understand and say, all right, well, we got times where we were exclusive. It was
right.
a lot of times where, she was so great that it was no use to even having other women, but yet and still, I never wanted the title. I always wanted my freedom just in case I wanted to do this or do that. I wouldn't get blamed for being wrong. I didn't want the accusation of, well, you done me wrong, you cheated on me. And I just didn't want the title for it.
Right.
So that was my mistake of, if someone say, well, you kind of led her on in that way. So,
did you hear what he just said?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he just say?
Pretty much that he led me on. He knows that, and he did not want to be in a relationship.
That's what you heard, and I believe that. But that's not what he said. He said he was clear all throughout that he didn't want a relationship. He said he did things that could be taken as he wanted a relationship, but he always made it clear that he didn't. He didn't lead you on purposefully, but he allowed you to believe in the possibility. What I would like to say to you, however, is women are like that. We want to settle. We want to have a home. Right. And to the extent that you continue to give her that and just say, oh, by the way, we were not really a couple, and then do everything as a couple, right. Whether or not you say that or not, that's where you're taking her. You weren't a right guy.
Right.
And I want you to be a right guy from here on in.
Right.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Because I know if you leave here next week, she'll sleep with you.
All right. It's been times over this past year I say, hey, what's up? Let me get on up on that. She say, nah, we ain't in no committed relationship. I'm only giving it to you unless we go together.
Stop.
Hold on, I got some...
Everybody, rise up. Everybody stand.
I put my foot down.
Okay. But yet and still, you have sex with 2 men that you don't go with.
If I looked in your books, you would have so many pages of other women, it doesn't matter. You want to hold her to a different standard.
She holding me to a different standard.
No, but I'm saying she doesn't. She's not obligated to have. She can have sex with everybody in here and not want to have sex with you, and that's not a negative. She can do
it's
what
what
she
you're
wants
saying
to do.
when you say I'm not going to do it unless I'm in a relationship.
It don't matter. With you.
No, so it's just me. So I can go have sex with
she's in love with
Joe
you.
Blow.
Because she's in love with you. Because she had a relationship with you. But that's why.
I just wanted to ask you that. I just want to ask you.
That's why.
You know,
but do you understand that
you
now?
You just made it clear.
You made it clear.
Only because she's in love with me.
Right.
So the guy who from the club, I don't care nothing about him.
Why are you worried about
wham,
that?
Bam, thank you, ma'am.
Why do you worry about that? You wham, bam, and thank you, ma'am.
How do you know that?
He was just with the chick.
I can tell by the way you lean.
Her breast.
You wham, bam, thank you, ma'am.
They was just in Memphis together.
You know, it had nothing to do with you. You're not with her. So don't judge her about who she's sleeping with, because she won't sleep with you. Today's question sponsored by... How would you react if your partner refused to title your relationship? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. I think you're a decent guy. I think you really care for and love her. I think you know you can't be faithful, and you told the truth about that. I think that you continue to enjoy her company because you really did enjoy her company, but you weren't ready to make that commitment. And you thought that if I tell her I'm not really committed, even though I keep continuing to do committed-like things, it's cool. And on a very legal, take you to court kind of way, you were right. But on a very human, you know how women are kind of way, you were wrong. Right. She loves you deeply and thoroughly. You know, you can't be judging her about who she's sleeping with or what she's doing because you're not her man. Ms. Bean, you need to be, as I said, the subject of all your sentences. I know you want to get a guy, a fella, and get him in the house and sit him down and keep him there. We all like that. You know, women, that's what we want. We want that home. We want that center. But you can't baby a man into that, and you can't argue a man into that, and you can't investigate a man into that. You have to be able to be so strong and independent. They got to keep chasing you. I go about my business and do my thing. And if a man wants me, he got to run and catch me. I ain't gonna slow down. I ain't turning around. Not gonna look. I'm not gonna fall down out while I'm running so he can catch me. You take care of your life. You take care of your business. So even if a man doesn't end up in it, it's still okay with you. And then when you get all interesting and fabulous like that, you know what happened? Not him, but the right guy. Not mad at you, though. This matter is adjourned.
How did you miss all these signs?
I didn't miss it, but if you've ever been in love, it makes you do crazy things.
Why is there a double standard here?
There's really no double standard. I don't think no man would want a woman that he cares about to sleep with another man. It's just a man's jealousy.
Today on Divorce Court, he fell in love with a stripper and asked her to marry him. But now he wants her to find a whole new line of work. She claims he should be less concerned about her private dancing clients and more focused on his baby mama drama. I'm not sure how this one will twerk out.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Brandy Patterson and Latrell Willis. The two of you have been together for 4 years, engaged for a year and a half. You're not quite sure whether or not you should walk down the aisle, so you've come to me on or before your vows. Ms. Patterson, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're concerned as to whether or not Mr. Willis is the man you should marry?
Our major issue is I'm a stripper. He feels like every man that I talk to at work, I'm trying to get with, or if I'm at work, he thinking I'm doing something other than trying to be
Make
at
your
work.
money.
Right, and it's not that. It's to the point where I just want him to understand that I'm working. I'm working as a woman and trying to provide for myself as well as him because he cannot work right now. I can't go back to a fast food restaurant that's making $7.25 an hour, and I'm making $800,000-$900,000 a day. Wow. I can't do that. So I just want us to build that foundation of trust and communication.
I gotcha. Mr. Willis, do you not like her job? I mean, I imagine most guys wouldn't, but do you have honest concerns that she's doing something wrong, or you simply don't like the fact that she is a stripper?
It's not the fact that she's a stripper. It's just the trust issues that come behind it. I mean, once somebody's comfortable, then it's a whole different story, but you have to be made comfortable. So
what has she done that caused you to be uncomfortable?
I mean, taking the job outside of the job, for one.
Well, tell me about that. Tell me about that.
You have multiple men texting, calling, you know what I'm saying, on our time. And instead of her putting a foot down saying, you know what I'm saying, I do have an outside life, it's just like you proving them more than you proving your other half.
Now, are you entertaining calls from dudes off your job?
Your Honor, that's only because when people call my phone, they're calling me for business only, for work. When I say work, I mean physically, as in, if they call my phone and they say, hey, can you do a party for me tonight? Yeah, I can. Or sometimes he might want me at home with him at the moment. We don't have any foundation, so I'm gonna go try and make something before we end up back in the same predicament that we was in.
When you keep saying we don't have a foundation, what you mean?
Like we don't have like
we're not stable right now.
Like we're not stable. We're not stable. We got housing situations dealing with. He can't work right now and everything else. So
communication.
And tell me what's wrong with your communication. Tell me what's wrong with your communication.
Saying what she just said, like saying if you communicate right. Saying, okay, you do have a party or this to go to. Communicate with me. Don't just go out like you're sneaky.
I try to.
So we had an incident where on a regular day, she can call me, talk to me if we're not together, like it's nothing. But on the day she has to go to work, you can tell when she got to go to work. Because I don't get no calls. If she tell me she gonna call me back before she leave to go to work, I don't hear from her till the next morning until she get off work.
Do you sometimes bristle? And I'm not saying I'm blaming you, because it would be hard for me to do if my husband was an escort and some woman calls, hey, babe, I'm going to go over here and make this money with this chick. I think I'd feel some sort of way about that myself. But is she right that she does try to come at you businesslike? And it's just the idea of what she's getting ready to do just gets under your skin?
I mean, it plays a part in between, I guess, because, I mean, I try to support her. Even though I always had a problem with, like, saying if I dated a dancer, but I see her as my precious jewel.
Right. I got what you're saying, but I see where we're all running into a problem. I want to know how the arguments go.
They don't.
I want to know how the arguments go, because it seems to be one huge issue about which you argue all the time and never get anywhere other than where you already were. So we're going to figure that out. Neither one of you listen. Neither one of you. You come here, we bring you here, we go through all this folderol so you can talk to me in order to maybe get a handle on this situation. You can't let me finish a sentence. Do you have any trust issues with respect to him?
I don't have a trust issue with respect to him. It's a thing where one day trust issues come into play. One day he called me and asked me to come to the park. He told me to come to the park, and when I got there, it was another female there with her child. So me as a woman, yes, I did get defensive. I got very defensive, and I got very upset and physically. So it was to the point where I asked him, I was like, who is she? And he was like, oh, it's just a friend. And she I'm yelling at her, I'm cursing her out. Yes, I am. I was wrong. And it came to a point where she was like, I just had got here. Like, we had literally had got to fighting. I'm cursing her out. I'm cursing him out.
I mean, this is a hot ghetto
Yeah, it was
mess.
like a hot ghetto mess at the park. At Olympic Park, like, I was like, okay, look, let me ask this girl, what you and my man got going on? And she was like, nothing.
She was not there for me.
She was like, nothing. I just had got here. And I was like, I'm sorry. Like, it came to a point where I had to apologize. I was like, you just got to realize from my woman point of view of seeing my man at the park with another female.
I don't know what I look like to you. Hang on. I'm a woman, too.
Yes.
And I ain't never beat nobody up in a park. And if I saw my man with a situation I didn't understand,
I came in here wrong.
No, hey, you saying as a woman, of course no, not as a woman, of course you. As a woman, you don't need to be hysterical. Ask women to get that reputation. Well, as a woman, I had to. No, women don't have to do anything of the sort. You can be intelligent, you can be rational. If it's the wrong thing, you can walk off. You know what I mean? It's not as a woman, because I'm a woman, I got to lose my mind in his direction because he might be cheating on me.
And I try to help her
That's not womanly behavior.
I try to help her, like saying, you beautiful, like, I want you. So, well, what she just said leads to another situation like with baby mamas on trust issues.
Well, tell me some issues she's had with your baby's mothers.
I got an issue where I was at work one day and I had one of my friends hit me on the phone and was like, bro, what's going on? And I'm like, what you talking about? He was like, you ain't been on Facebook. I'm like, I'm at work. He was like, man, your baby mama and your girl going at it. And I'm like, huh? So I go on there and I look at it. The whole situation just got blown out of proportion. But I feel like it shouldn't have got that way.
Well, what were they talking about?
Him.
My kid, because my baby mama don't want my kid around her.
She doesn't want her child around you. You thought the way to resolve that information was prove you ignorant.
Yeah, she came at her wrong.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. She came at me.
And I tell her, don't entertain her.
I didn't entertain her. I literally spoke to this woman as a woman. And when she started getting to the point where she's calling me all types of names, it got to a point where I'm like, okay, enough is enough. This girl has been disrespecting me from day one since I met this girl. It's not like it's just now starting to happen. So when that situation happened, yes, okay, we did exchange some words, but it wasn't to the point where I'm sitting here talking about your child or something like that, because your kids are my kids.
First of all, that's not true. And if you're coming at her like that, I can see why she's upset. Every time he gets a new girlfriend, that's her kid, you know. I mean, that's a little stepping over the bounds.
I mean, he tells me that, though.
Neither one of you listen. Hey! Neither one of you listen. Neither one of you. You come here, we bring you here, we go through all this folderol so you can talk to me. In order to maybe get a handle on this situation, you can't let me finish a sentence before you jumping in the middle to defend something you know's not working. You're arguing every day, you're breaking up every other day. It's a hot ghetto mess from beginning to end, and you're trying to convince me, talk over me to convince me that you got a point. You with me on that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's my fancy way of saying shut up. Shut up and listen, because we're not going to get anywhere until you do. Were men touching her?
Yes.
It was probably
men were touching her.
One man probably smacked my booty.
No, it was more than...
Was it a one-off?
No.
What would you do if your partner wanted you to find a new career? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. At the base of it, Mr. Willis, do you think you could ever be comfortable being with Ms. Patterson while she's a stripper?
Yes, I'm gonna say yes, I can.
Under what circumstances do you see that happening? You're in here telling me it's the way she handles what she's doing that makes you jealous. I don't believe that. But I don't think you're lying. I think you believe that. But I want you to tell me under what circumstances and what kind of behavior could she display that would allow you to be comfortable with her profession?
I mean, first, I'm going to start off by saying, it started out with communication. If she can communicate about it right, then...
What is right? See, here's what, I think you're asking for something, but you don't know what you're asking for. You want to feel better about how she's doing, what she's doing, and you want her to say something that's going to make you feel better, but you don't know what that is, so you can't tell her what it is she needs to do. You with me? If I need something I can articulate it. I don't want you to, I would like you to, this is how we ought to. Can you give me any of those things?
Yes, I've said that plenty of times. I would like for you to just, check in. If I call, answer, let me know you're okay. Because if you're doing a private party and you was sneaky about it and I don't know where you at, but just say something happened. And I get a call saying, I don't know where to go because we didn't communicate. You get what I'm saying?
So the request is, if you're doing a private party, please let me know where it is.
Exactly.
Okay.
You don't take security.
Yeah.
It's just you.
Okay.
But this is not like you're at your regular job.
Do you think that's an unreasonable request?
No, it's not, because at the point, what he's talking about is, I take him with me to the strip club. I take him to parties. He sit outside while I'm doing parties. So I'm a little
Is that true?
It's
been one.
It's not just
private
one.
party, but it's been maybe 3 inside the club.
Take you.
Yeah, but generally you don't take him. Is that true? Generally you don't take him?
Sometimes I don't, and sometimes I ask him, do you want to go? Are you sure you don't want to go? No, I don't want to go. I don't want to see that. And then when I do take him, it's the same thing. Why are you doing this? Why that man looking at you? And I'm just like, I'm at work.
That's not true. That's not true.
I think you're both telling the truth.
When it's partially true, but when she had told me to come, I went. So the whole issue was I was getting there where I could get comfortable with it. She told me I don't let dudes touch me. I don't let dudes do this. So the time I went, I'm looking at it. I'm like, so I get mad. I'm like, I thought you said you didn't do that. She was like, man, I'm at work. So now you telling me that's what you do at work. So now I'm like, okay, you got me
what was
bounced.
happening at work? Were men touching her?
Yes.
It was probably...
Men were touching her.
One man probably smacked my booty. That was it.
No, it was more than that.
Was it a one-off?
No, it was more than that.
But I understand in the strip club there's a rule. You're not supposed to touch a stripper, so maybe the guys weren't obeying the rules.
Maybe a couple of them wasn't. But at the same time, she could control that.
Okay, and I told him.
And she did not do nothing when I seen it. I was looking dead at her, and my whole thing was I wasn't going to get mad because I was drinking a little bit. I said, I'm just going to drink and just leave it alone. But then it just kept urging me, no, say something about it. And I'm like, I thought you said wasn't nobody going to touch you.
Oh, I see what's happening here, and I don't have the 2 days to fix it. I think you're decent people. I think you love each other. I think both of you are telling me the truth. I think that you can't get off of dead stop stupid because you don't understand what you're asking for, and even if you did understand what you're asking for, you don't know how to ask for it, and you don't know what you're really afraid of, and you're really not willing to step off your position long enough to figure out both of you are wrong a little. And until you accept the little piece of your wrong and your piece of your wrong, it's never going to work out right. So what I'm going to ask you to do is to accept some wrong, and then maybe we can find how to get this right. Today's question sponsored by... What would you do if your partner refused to quit their job as a stripper? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. In one simple declarative sentence, Mr. Willis, tell me what you're doing wrong in this situation.
Maybe overcrowding a little bit. Due to the fact of how much I really care about her.
Yeah. That was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. You may overcrowd her a little bit because you love her so much, and you're afraid. You're afraid that some other dude is gonna snatch her attention. A dude with more money at the club. Or someone might hurt her at a private party, and you're scared. You got a lot of reasons to be afraid. Do you understand that he's afraid?
Yes, I do.
He's not a jerk. He's jealous, but it's a function of care, and care all swished around with fear. Now, what wrong can you accept?
My wrongs is accusing. I can accuse a lot.
Accuse of what?
About anything. Sometimes I accuse of cheating.
Right.
Sometimes I'm wrong, sometimes I'm not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It comes down to a point where I try to talk to him about any and everything. Now it's just like we can't talk about nothing no more. It's like we argue every day.
What question did I just ask you?
You asked me what could I accept my wrongs for.
And are you talking about that now?
No.
See? You can't stay on topic. You don't know what you can't stay with what you've done wrong without trying to explain why it's like that. You can't just say, like he did, I'm overprotective because, I'm scared. There are things you could do within the context of how you work your job that will make him more comfortable. There are. You can refuse some things. You can say, I'm not feeling this, I'm not feeling that. You can bring them along more. You can be extra uber careful about, hey, I'm going to such and such and such and such, and you make a time. I'm gonna call you between 8 and 9 while I'm there. Just give you a thumbs up. Pop, pop, thumbs up. And as she begins to do that, you behave in a less controlling and jealous fashion. And if she, thank her for saying, hey, baby, thanks for the thumbs up at 9 o'clock. I appreciate that. If I were you, I'd get on my grind and make it so she ain't got to go back to the pole. But that's just me. I think you're a good dude. I think you're a good woman. Stop defending your position and figure out how you can give the other person a little bit of what they need. And from there, you might have a shot at a relationship that's something other than an ongoing argument. I wish you both the best of luck. This matter is adjourned.
So it's obvious your profession plays a problem here in this relationship. Would you consider giving up the job?
I would. I would, just for me and my man, my fiance.
Mm. So she told me she may give up this career for you. Do you believe her?
Yes, I believe her. She's mentioned it before.
Willing to stick around and see if she'll make a change?
Yeah, I'm willing to stick around.
Yeah?
That's my heart.
Okay.
Today on Divorce Court.
Well, I'm here to actually try to fix my relationship with my wife. It is kind of rocky. I'm having trust issues with my wife. Carlita had an affair with a man behind my back.
She wasn't paying any attention towards me, so I found it somewhere else.
In order for Carlita to gain my trust back, I just want her to be open with me.
I think I'm trying on my part to show her that I'm not doing anything anymore.
Carlita, I need you to change your ways, your attitude, the way you make me feel.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Jennifer Galarza and Carlita Galarza. Mrs. and Mrs. Galarza, you have been together 4.5 years, married for 2 years. If you don't mind, I'm going to call you Jay and Carlita in order to avoid confusion. Is that all right with you?
Yes.
Jay, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why you're in so much trouble today?
Well, we're in so much trouble right now because of Carlita's actions. So when we first got together, I met her online on Facebook, and I inboxed her and told her I wanted to be friends with her. And she told me that she had rules, that I couldn't call or text her, and we couldn't go on a date until her and her ex were completely broken off. So I said, okay. 3 weeks later, she finally gave me a call. When she gave me a call, I invited her to one of my events because I'm an R&B singer. She came out. We had fun. We enjoyed ourselves. And from that time, we were, like, basically inseparable. Got married and moved here to Atlanta.
Carlita, let me say this to you.
Yes, ma'am.
That was a classy move. Don't call, don't text, and wait till I'm done. No, you know, people are always trying to get the new one on board before they get rid of the old one to make sure that there's no break in there.
Yeah.
But that was well done. I don't get that often in here. Just wanted to let you know.
I had to play that out real quick.
Did everything she say pretty much accurately reflect how things went with you two?
That's how it went. The relationship was great in the beginning. Got together. Like, we was inseparable. Got a domestic partnership at 3 months. So it was like a...
It was quick.
Yes, marriage. And after that, everything was, like, great until we moved to Atlanta.
Okay. What happened when you moved to Atlanta?
We ended up finding a job together.
Okay.
You know, she was in one location, I was in another location. And she ended up meeting a coworker, a male coworker. And they hung out a lot. They were always together. And
his name wasn't Frank, was it?
No, his name wasn't Frank.
So I'm going to call him Frank.
Oh, no.
So we don't just have to keep saying co-worker. I got a name. So it's Frank. So she kept hanging out with Frank.
All right. So she kept hanging out with Frank. All right. So I kind of figured that she was having an affair, but I didn't want to say nothing because she already told me in her past relationship, the girl always accused her of cheating. When our boss would make meetings, she was always late. I would be like, where is she? Oh, she left before us. 2 minutes later, they're showing up together, or he's showing up a minute after her. And I'll give them this look, and they wouldn't look at me. They'll have their heads down. And then she wanted him to be on my basketball team really bad. Oh, let him play on your team. Let him play on your team. Why? He's really good. No, Frank was not good at all. But, you know, I kind of tried just for her sake. And then one day we were going out. She came to pick me up at work. So I kind of tried to surprise her. She didn't know that I was coming out. So when I'm coming out, she's on her phone and she freezes like. So I'm like, why is she frozen? So I opened the car door. I grabbed the phone. She's calling Frank Daddy.
Now, Carlita, I just complimented you.
Yes.
On being above board. Were you fooling with Frank?
I was.
How long were you fooling with Frank?
It was only like 2-3 months.
It was only 2 or 3 months.
I mean, yeah, because we worked together. Like I said, reason why I did it, because she was not giving me the attention that I was looking for at home from my wife.
Did you talk to her about it?
Yes, I did.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
It's just like, yeah, whatever with her. And it's just like, you can't keep yeah, whatever with me if I'm asking you for attention, if I'm asking you to spend time with me, if I'm asking you to listen to me, and you're not doing none of these things. So Frank was there. He was listening to me, conversation, engaging, and other things too. So, I mean...
Well, let me ask you this. How long was things not cool at home before Frank got in the picture?
Just about a couple of months. When we got up here, we
Can I have a little rant on behalf of the people over 50? You young folk don't know how to get through anything. You've got to be comfortable right now. So, you know, see, there was a year and a half, my husband and I didn't even like one another. But nobody went anywhere. You know, 60 days she didn't talk to me, so I got to get a dude. What is that? You guys have to learn how to talk to get through things. That's what life is. It's not comfort all of the time. 60 days she wasn't talking. Please. I'm done now.
Okay.
Once you got caught, you dropped him?
I did. I did leave him alone.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I did. I did leave him alone. And
This is where we come with trust issues.
I got you. And I want to talk about how you recovered from that initial affair and where it has brought you to today.
If I don't give her my phone or I don't pick up my phone, it's just like, okay, first thing, I'm cheating. And then it's just like, B, I know you out there with Frank.
You be telling me how good it feels. You be keeping this up all night, yeah. One time for divorce court. We're doing our thing right here, man.
That was good. You can sing, and I appreciate that. You know, I'm old school. I don't want you to talk through the record. I want you to sing. But anyway, what was that part of your efforts to reignite the love and companionship in your relationship?
Yes, all my music is towards her. Everything that I write is mostly towards my wife and how I feel about her. And that's my way of showing her how much I love her.
Have you been able to get past it?
Nope, I have not been able to get past it. It's like I check her phone every day, emails.
Every day. Want me to go with her everywhere, all the time. And it gets agitating and aggravating because I'm like, I see you every day at home. I don't want to hang out with you and your friends. I don't want to talk to you all day, every day. Then we don't have anything to talk about when we face to face. Right. I don't want to do it.
I understand that she saw you on a Snapchat picture and accused you of being with some dude out in a club. You was watching her Snapchat and
I was watching her Snapchat.
And I wasn't. He was, it was a guy. He was trying to talk to me, of course. And, like, sometimes I take free offers. If you want to buy me a drink and I'm by myself, hey, why not? I don't have to pay for it.
And you Snapchatted that?
Well, I was Snapchatting myself. And he was just happens to be behind, standing right there with his friend.
You say she calls you B's and H's. Tell me about how she's become verbally abusive since that cheat.
Okay, so since I did what I did, it's like the trust, like I said, it's been gone. So it's just like, if I don't give her my phone or I don't pick up my phone, it's just like, okay, first thing, I'm cheating. And then it's just like, B, I know you out there with him or with Frank and you ain't picking up your phone. Or I put your location on your phone. You ain't say where you say you was at. And I'm like, come on, like, I can't even surprise you if I wanted to go out and get something for you. Like, I can't do anything.
Can't do it.
I can't.
Jay, have you actually put a tracker on her phone?
Yes.
Did you do that unknowingly, or did she consent to you tracking her every move?
You got it. It's an iPhone, so you share.
Right.
So I send it to her, and she has to accept it.
Right, so she accepted it.
So she accepted it. I don't know whether she accepted it so that I can trust her.
Yes, for trust.
But doesn't that show a sign of trust that she did, in fact, say, okay, you're afraid, so let me give you an opportunity to know where I am all the time?
No, you know why?
Why?
Because we had the same thing on our phones when I did trust her. We just we had the location just in case anything happened to us.
Right.
Or anything. We had it on the phone, but I didn't look at it before. And,
but she knows you're looking now.
Now I'm like, where is she?
She didn't disable it, though.
No. One time I did, and she was like, why you took it off your phone, and you out there messing with Frank, you B and you H, and I'm like, why I got to be all that?
Well, Carlitha, I understand that trust now is a two-way street problem because Jay keeps insisting on having a three-way with another young lady, a particular young lady. Tell me about those requests.
All right. So after I did what I did, it became her on POF chatting with some female and passcodes on the phone and stuff where I can't get in. So one day she comes to me and we was like, okay, threesome. I'm like, why? Why do you want that? She was like, well, you did what you did. but now I'm just coming to you and showing you, like, I'm basically telling you, like, this is what I want. And I'm like, no. She came, asked me again, like, a couple of days
Did you end up
later.
doing it?
No.
No.
I told her no.
What was the purpose behind the
leave.
threesome? You just particularly like this girl, or did you need a sense of revenge for Frank?
I feel like it was revenge.
It was more of revenge, but more of a revenge with permission.
I got it. Revenge with permission. That's an interesting concept. Next, I want to talk about the fact that Carlitha, your family, wants you to leave Jay.
If I tell the kids, hey, go take a bath, they start crying, no, Mommy, and then she's like, leave them alone.
What would you do if you suspected your spouse was cheating with a coworker? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. So, Carlitha, now I want to talk about your family and the fact that they don't like Jay and why.
All right, reason, I guess religious reasons why. You know, they in church, stuff like that, so they're not fond of the two women thing.
Two women, yeah.
But it's like they won't talk to her. They will, you know, say things to her that's inappropriate. I have to tell them, you know, you can't do that, you know, because it's up to me if I want to be with her or not, not you guys, and y'all don't have to deal with my life. So they just really not too fond of her. They just don't want her around.
Jay, do you believe that Carlitha is loyal to you even in the face of her family's objections?
Yes, when it comes to her family.
That's meaningful. I'm setting up something here for you, but that's very, very meaningful that she's doing that. My question for you now is, you say, we're still talking about family, that Carlitha has children from a previous relationship, but you don't feel like you have the right to discipline them.
I don't.
Tell me what's going on and what your concerns are about parenting.
Okay, when it comes to our kids, Carlitha feels like I can't really tell them anything. If I tell the kids, hey, go take a bath, they start crying, no, Mommy, and then she's like, leave them alone. Stop telling them what to do. And I'm like, hey, if you're gonna tell me that behind closed doors, because they're gonna keep disrespecting me if you keep jumping in when I'm talking to them. The only one she really don't have nothing to say about is the baby, because that's mine. That's mine's and hers, but mine.
Right. Carlitha, do you prevent her from being a parental figure to the children that are in her house?
Sometimes, like, you know, it's certain things, like certain things they may do that she wants me to discipline them for. But
give me an example.
Like, if they don't do their homework or be good in school, or, you know, something with school, I'm gonna just say.
Right.
And if it's bad or whatever, and I come to her about it, try to come to her about it, then she goes and do her own little disciplining, and I'm like, she was like, well, you need to discipline them, and then I'm like, okay, I will. So when I do talk to them, I talk to them on my own time. I don't, you know, just go full force at them, because kids don't listen when you yelling and screaming at them.
Do you think that she is not as forceful in discipline as she should be?
I don't think so, because it's like they keep doing the same thing that she's telling them not to do.
Is that true?
They do the
Is
same.
what you're doing working, or isn't it?
I mean, I do what I know. I discipline them for talking to them.
Don't tell me you do what you know.
I don't
you know if it's working or not.
It's not working or not.
It's not.
But I mean,
you know if it's working or not.
It's not, because they, like she said, they keep continuing to do it.
So why don't you give it an opportunity? Why don't you take her lead on that, since what you're doing is not working?
I just feel
try
like
what
it's
she wants to do.
Too rough.
Yeah. Well, why don't you step up your game and back her off? Okay. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't make it. You're doing them a disservice by continuing to do that which does not work. They don't turn out disciplined. They can't work in the world. Now you know, since you're the step parent, you got to run light, but you can take her opinion. You can take her lead and try something new, because you got to try something new until you're in their teenagers.
Get them, yes.
Those people.
Yes.
You got to ride them.
Okay.
I've had 6. Yeah, that's right. Ooh. I want to talk to you about where you are, what you want, and how you're going to get past the juncture that you're in. Today's question sponsored by, what would you do if your spouse could not forgive you for cheating in the past? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. In no way, shape, or form should one leave the twosome or the relationship to find what they're not getting. What you do is you continue to work on what you need to get, and 60 days ain't enough. I will never, ever say that it was okay for you to step out of the relationship. You got that? You were wrong, you were bad, you were tired, and you hurt her. Now I'm going to leave that alone and talk to you. You love her, and you've decided to stay with her. Do not let Frank continue to live with you. If you're going to love her, and if you're going to stay with her, you should be happy with her. And you'll never be happy if you are living in the shadow of this dude that is gone. She did it. It was over. And now what she's doing is what she's supposed to do. Rebuild trust. She's let you track her phone. She stands up to her family and has distanced them because she loves you. She's telling you over and over again, I am sorry, I am wrong, and I want you to love me and be happy. And I'm not doing this to make her feel better. I'm not telling you this so she'll be happier. I'm telling you this so you'll be happy with her. You got the woman that you love, and now I want you to enjoy the fact that you have her. Enjoy her every day. Don't worry about the fact that you might lose her one day because she did something wrong. Just let that go. You got me?
Yes, Your Honor.
This matter is adjourned.
You got a little emotional up there. What can we do about this family issue?
We just need to work on it more communication in the household, a little bit more trust, and I think we could maybe get through it.
Hey, Judge Lynn. So after the show, I started trusting Carlita just a little bit more. She has. Letting her go out with her friends without calling them and without going through her phone. So, you know, it did kind of make me feel relief. So we really appreciate the help. Yes. We love you, Judge Lynn. Thank you, Divorce Court.
Judge, today's case is King of Kings.
He has his rights, he has his rules, he has his regulations. The only question that remains is, when this is over, will he still have his woman?
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Joel Plummer and Jerica Mims. The two of you have been together for 5 years. You're 41, you're 25, you have no children together. You do not want to be together anymore. And Mr. Plummer, you're seeking $500 from Ms. Mims, and we'll talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Mr. Plummer, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here today?
Judge, the reason why we're here today is because I'm a king, number one, and I live like a lion, number two.
Mm-hmm. So you're the Lion King.
I'm more... Actually, I'm more than the Lion King. I'm higher and better than the Lion King. The Lion King is a puppy to me. Number two, we live in a real life, and we living in a real world with real situations. And in my world that I live in, it gotta be a certain way. Anybody that live with me, anybody to come into my life with me, gotta live a certain way with me.
Detail that for me.
Well, I mean, I have a list.
You have something for me?
I have a list if they can pull it up. And we could go through the list.
Okay, well, let's go through the list. Let's get them pulled up, and we'll go through the list.
Like, for instance, in my household, we don't wear no weave. We don't wear extensions in my household. Reason being is because we run a business. And we have to represent ourselves in front of high-end clientele. So if my girl is going to a job with a wig on and you see the lace in her hair in front of a client with a $30,000 contract, there's a chance that they'll look at us different. Or there's a chance that they'll look at us and say, maybe they're a little bit lazy because she should have came here with her hair done. You follow what I'm saying? No friends. We run a business. We run a business. You understand? And the only friends allowed in our business is us. If we bring outsiders into our household, into our lives, we're bringing their problems. We're bringing their situations in. No, we don't eat chicken legs. Real food, not chicken legs, not eggs, not cheese, not cereal, not fast food. Fast food has...
Why are eggs not real food?
Eggs
Please tell us.
Listen, eggs... When you digest an egg, number one, it's an embryo. It's a baby egg, number one, and it's raw. Number two, if you digest a raw egg, they so-called...
Yeah, but you can cook them.
You can cook them, but it's not... Okay, eat an egg and just the egg and watch your digestive system give you gas for hours. If you're in a meeting and you just ate egg...
That might just be your system. It's not everybody's.
No, that's fine. That's fine, but it goes along with fast food and other things as well. We're not gonna go get a check. We just finished the job, $10,000 balance. We're gonna go to McDonald's. We're gonna go to some cheap restaurant. We're gonna go to some cheap place. No, we're going to live like king and queen. That's how it is in my household. King, queen, high end, not low end. No food with preservatives. Preservatives in food. We don't save our food. We're lions. I'm the lion king and she the lion queen. Lions in the desert do not kill their food, dig a hole, and then go and eat it tomorrow. We eat fresh food, made fresh, and then when it's time to eat again, we make food fresh again. We don't take our food, put it in the refrigerator, save it for the next day. She's a queen. I keep trying to tell her, you're a queen. Queen. We live on higher levels. So I went and bought her crystals for the house, all type of like exotic stuff for the house. And we got into an argument, and I broke it.
Judge, would you like to know what the argument was about?
What was it about?
I was at work. I went on a 30-minute lunch with a Spanish friend of mine. He was going to, we work on the same
You don't do that.
He was going to the same restaurant that I was going to. Hey, let's go together. He calls me FaceTime, and he sees that I'm at the restaurant with the dude, and instead of him trying to figure out what's going on, he automatically on the phone calling me out names, belittling me, thrashing the crystals and everything in the house.
You got somebody that has your whole life solved at a young age. You don't even work. You don't even have to go outside and do anything. You know what I'm saying? You don't do stuff like that.
I got it. Ms. Mims, were you aware that all of those rules existed when you first got with it?
I was only aware of 2 of the rules.
What were the 2 rules?
The 2 of the rules was with weave and nails. I'm already pretty much natural, so that wasn't a big issue for me. But later on down the line, now we have all these other rules. No friends, we can't hang out, we can't eat certain type of foods. Like, I'm a grown woman. I don't need you telling me what I can't do.
It's not about being a grown woman. It's not about being a grown woman.
What's it about?
It's about becoming someone. And in order to become someone productive and prominent, you have to live a certain way. You can't be... some people may say, oh, I was homeless and now this. Or some people can say, I was this and I was that. But that's you. This is me.
But that's your preference.
In order for you to be productive, you need these things.
In order for me to be prominent, in order for me to feel like that I'm escalating to another level, I have to be this way. And guess what? It's working. It's working. And if it wasn't working, she wouldn't be here today. She would have been gone. But she sees the...
sees the vision coming to fruition.
She sees it. she sees the vision, but then she punches at it. Like, why you doing that?
Well, how does she do that? What
Like,
does she buck you on?
Like one time, I physically caught her cheating. You feel what I'm saying?
Oh, that's a big one. No, what he said isn't a lie. What he said is true. And let me tell you why it's true. It's true because he says, this is my perception. I am unable to grasp security again because you do something and I see it as a cheat. You know what I mean? Right. He's speaking on the own wobbly mechanism in his head.
The same moment that I caught her cheating, I told her that I cheated on her. So I swept all of that under the rug instantly.
And you let it go.
And let it go. But it was the after effects, the things I could never grasp the trust again.
Right.
I couldn't grasp it back. So I always was seeing things or going through something like, she's leaving at a certain time. You're leaving an hour early.
That's a lie.
You know what is going on with you?
No, what he said isn't a lie. What he said is true. And let me tell you why it's true. It's true because he says, this is my perception. I am unable to grasp security again because you do something and I see it as a cheat. You know what I mean? Right. He's speaking on the own wobbly mechanism in his head.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right. I have to be level. I have to be level in my head.
What do you think would allow you to become level?
The things that I ask, which is common. If your battery's at 1% and you're not around me, call me and let me know that. If I'm FaceTiming you, don't give me no issues about FaceTime. If you having any problems with getting in contact with me, make sure you get in contact with me, because it's going to be a problem if you don't. I don't trust you, and I'm telling you that to your face. And if you want to be with me, make me trust you like how I make you trust you. Vice versa, basically. She makes me
Do you
trust
do
her.
all that? You saying you do all that for her?
Listen, the other day,
not at all.
A female called my phone. A female called my phone the other day, and I purposely put her on speakerphone, and I purposely dealt with the girl's situation in front of her.
So she wouldn't have to be afraid.
Exactly. And then when I hung up with her, she still was not feeling comfortable about the situation, so she made me pick the phone up and call her back and say more things to her to make her feel comfortable. And I did it with no problem.
No problem.
Calm, cool, collective, went about her day.
Okay.
Come time for me. Come time for me. Oh, if you don't like it, then I don't care.
Got the gestures and all.
I don't care.
Mr. Plummer, is that true? He goes out of his way to make you feel secure by letting you know exactly who he's talking to, what they're saying?
Now.
It's not true?
No, that's not true. It's only now that he's doing that so that he can have something to say or to fall back on, like, I did that. You understand what I'm saying? It's not true what he's doing. I'm fed up. I'm tired. I'm a grown woman, and I feel like I don't need anyone to tell me what to do with my own life. If I want to do something, it's my own choice. It's my preference. If I see something that I don't like, it's not for me to tell you, oh, you're not going to do that, you're not going to do this, and the third. No, it's for me to communicate with you to see if we could work on it, you understand, or work around it, or what can we do differently.
We don't do that. There ain't no working around nothing.
No.
It's my way or the highway.
Okay, Mr. Plummer.
My definition of happiness is the bills paid. That's my definition of happiness. All that lovey-dovey, nah, we don't do that. We get the money. You need it, here you go. If you want anything more than that from me, you're not gonna get it.
What she's trying to say is this. Not that your plan isn't working, but it's not working for her in a personal sense.
And that's not my problem.
That's her problem.
No, it's not.
It is her problem.
No, that's her problem.
That's what I just said.
Oh, I thought you said it was my problem.
No, I said her. H-E-R. You know what, Mr. Plummer? The smartest people I know, and I know a lot of smart ones, listen more than they talk because they learn a lot. How you gather information, how much you read, how much you acquire, how much you speak to people, that allows you to increase your knowledge. And no matter how well you're doing, you can do even better because you know more. All I'm asking you is to allow others to speak long enough so you can understand what they're saying without interrupting. One, it's rude, and two, it really does help you. It really does help you to know more things. That's all I'm trying to say to you. Now, she's unhappy. You're in divorce court. Do you understand why she's unhappy? And do you love her enough to address any of it?
I mean, my definition of happiness is the bills paid. If all her bills is paid until next year, you ain't happy? All your car note is paid till next year. You ain't happy? That's my definition of happiness. All that lovey-dovey, nah, we don't do that. We get the money. You need it, here you go. If you want anything more than that from me, you're not gonna get it.
So if I go home, I paid the bills, like I paid off that house, and then I paid off the other house, then I paid off that car, and that car, done all that. So I can tell him he can expect no more from me.
Yes.
Whoa!
Yes.
And it's worth
Are you listening?
Yes.
Are you paying attention?
If I want to give you myself sexually, that's a gift. If I want to give you myself, in any other form versus financially, that's a gift.
Ms. Mims, are you financially dependent upon him?
I was. I recently started working, but I was. And that's what I wanted to get into, because he feels because he's older than I and he's the go-getter that he's able to treat me or do anything to me. And that's not right. He knows it's not right.
No, I'm not at home. I'm not at home paying the bills.
Hang on, Larry. She's not finished. She's not
For
finished.
example, when my previous job that I was working, I was the one that he has his own business. He was not getting any work in. You know, you starting it up, whatever, you're doing your thing. He didn't have any work. I took my own check and I gave him the money so that he could at least start working on his website. You're home, at least do something. You know, he did
Positive
that.
And yeah.
But now the tables are turned. I'm getting talked about. I'm getting belittled. Or I'm not worth anything. When I make $1,000, then I could start communicating with him. Who are you to tell me that?
Did you say that?
In so many words.
Why do you want $500 for the value of a laptop from Ms. Mims?
Because she came into the house and broke my computer. My computer is my business computer.
And he's not telling the full story.
I'm gonna look it to you.
And it's valuable to me. You know what I'm saying? I want my money back for my computer. You broke it, man up to it, pay it back.
Ms. Mims?
So this time, the time that he's referring to is when it was around Christmas time. I invited him to come to my job's Christmas party with me. He knew of the date, the time. He borrowed my car to go and do a job. He knew everything. We stayed in communication. He came into the house around 8:20. Even before the 8 o'clock hit, I'm calling him. He's arguing with me. Stop calling my phone. I'll get there when I get there. He comes in at 8:20, making the argument worse than what it was over the phone, trying to prevent me from going. So that's why I took the knife and I put it through the computer, because I was so upset. And
when did this happen?
This happened about 2018, December 2018. Or no, December 2017, excuse me.
Mr. Plummer, I'm gonna say this to you. You have the right to live your life any way you want to. You have the right to decide who you're gonna talk to, who you're gonna deal with, how you're gonna deal with, what you're gonna eat, what you're gonna wear, what you're gonna do. You have the right to decide what kind of woman you wanna be with, and what that woman does. The kind of woman you want to be with. You have the right to do all of that. And I wish you the best in the pursuit of that. I really do. 1, 2, I've never understood this king and queen crap. Because kings and queens are generally descendants of those who have stolen most effectively from others. The Queen of England did not create anything. Her people went all over the world, took other people's stuff. And she's living off of the proceeds of the stuff her people took. She's no better than me. She's no smarter than me. If I was the Queen of England, I'd have fun. I'd love to be a queen and live off the proceeds of other people's stuff. But I don't. I made my own life. And I'm not just saying the Queen of England, the king and queens of everything, Africa, all over everything, are just typically the descendants of those who stole most effectively. And that's why I don't understand why everybody wants to claim kingship and queenship. I don't understand. I just say, Judge, call it a day. I worked for that.
I had to...
And I allowed you to speak. Now I'm speaking. That's all I have to say to that. And I wish you the best. Ms. Mims, everything else I'm going to say here is to you. Run, sweetie, run. It doesn't get any better. He's who he is. He's told you who he is. A lot of men don't do that, but he did. He told you who he is. You are young. You are beautiful. You can make your own money. You can make your own decisions. You can make your own spirit. You can make your own meals, and you can do whatever you want to. Typically, situations and when people are this rigid and this frightened and over control is a function of fear, because you have to manage everything in your airspace in order to feel comfortable. That's because you are afraid. Fearfulness does not go away. So what you need to do is step on and step forward. And I mean today, baby. Today. You're not a bad guy, but you're just a rough guy to be with, and I think you deserve better. This thing happened in 2017. It's 2019. There's a doctrine of latches. You want to look it up? Go ahead. You cannot ask for it now. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
So you came in here today saying that you were open to changing, all right? After Judge Lynn, heard what you had to say, and she obviously, dug into you a little bit. Will you change moving forward, or is this just you?
No, I'm not changing. I'm good.
Why'd you stick around so long?
Young and dumb. Being young and dumb. But today, Judge Lynn told me what she had to speak, and I'm running as far as I can.
Okay. Yes, well, we're happy to hear that. Judge, today's case, 6th Sense.
These two think they're fighting about Pharaoh the Ferret and buying some tires. I think it's about something else. Let's find out together.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Takashia Ard and Brendan Hyatt. The two of you have been together for 2.5 years, but you have no children. You are unhappy, so I believe you've come to call it a day. Ms. Ard, you have asked for $400 for car tires, and Mr. Hyatt, you are countersuing for Pharaoh the Ferret. But before we start talking about those tires and the ferret, Mr. Hyatt, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here in divorce court today?
Well, I'm here, Judge, because I don't trust her. And she got some friends with hoe tendencies.
What? Hoe tendencies?
Yep, and she going to have to fix it or we done.
Now, when you say hoe tendencies, why don't you describe a little bit of what they are?
Thoughts, they thought together, so...
Yeah. Now, I know the term thought and I know the term hoe, but I want to know how you define it.
Well, when you see one of their friends, right, and they bring one dude with them to a event, and then 2 weeks later you see him with a whole nother dude. It's like, okay, you can't hang around them without me, because I don't know what they, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what they doing.
Isn't that called dating?
What you mean dating?
You go out with one dude on 1 week, and then 2 weeks later?
That's not doing all that kissing and all that. That's how you get mono.
Ms. Ard, Mr. Hyatt says your friends have hoe tendencies. Could you please talk to me about the conversations the two of you've had about the people you hang out with?
It's not hoe tendencies when it comes down to it. It just depends on their preference and what they want. I mean, if you want to hang out with somebody this day, hang out with another dude that day, that's fine. But I'm looking like as long as you're not in a relationship and cheating and doing all that, that's hoe tendencies. That's how I feel when it comes down to it. But
it's interesting how we define hoe tendencies very lightly. A guy goes out with a couple of women in a week, he's the man. You go out with a couple of dudes in a month, you a hoe. You know, you want us to be sexual creatures. You want to make love to us, but you want to make sure we act like we've never done it before. We're a just trying to say, give me some other concerns that you have about Ms. Hyatt. Tell me what she's done or what you've caught her doing.
One time I was at work, and I work at night. She called me out the blue. Any other time, we be at the house together or whatever, or she be at home while I'm at work, because she work in the daytime. So she called me while I'm at work, like, yeah, I want to go hang out with my friend in Kennesaw. I'm like, wait, what, Kennesaw? I already know we'll go down in Kennesaw. It's a college town. They ain't doing nothing but partying, popping Adderalls, you know what I'm saying, doing lines in the bathroom.
I got you.
Whatever they doing. So I'm like, no, I got the sinking feeling. So I'm like, no, I don't feel comfortable with that.
No.
I don't like that. That's not a good idea.
He can't even do that, because when it comes down to it, like, my left eye jumps. And like that, I mean, that means I'm either
His
gonna be irritated.
stomach sinks, your eyes jump. What is your house?
But that's what I'm saying. Like, when it comes down to both of us, I feel like we're in sync. So if something does happen, we both have a certain feeling. That's my whole thing. So that's why I'm looking like, my left eye wasn't jumping in that whole situation, but then you get a sinking feeling because it's over in Kennesaw and you assume people are gonna be doing stuff and you don't know me like that.
I ain't even know the girl.
You don't know me like that. You've been together 2.5 years. How come?
We hadn't been together that long then.
When it comes down to, I guess, certain things that we have to learn about each other. Like, there's certain things over the surface that, yeah, we have seen and know about each other. But, I mean, there's probably something that's deeper that you haven't seen. And you can't get mad if you haven't seen it.
But how you gonna say, I want to go hang out with this person, I ain't never met this person, and then y'all going to Kennesaw?
Okay,
in the middle of the night, and then you say that she gonna drive to Powder Springs.
No, it's fine. But it's okay because I got Breche here, so it don't matter.
Then y'all gonna drive back to Kennesaw. You gonna follow her in your car back to Kennesaw. That don't make sense to me. Like, at a kickback, I know what's going on at a kickback.
Ms. Hyatt, jumping eyes, sinking feelings, but no facts. No facts whatsoever. She wanted to go out of town with somebody. Y'all ain't married. She was another woman. They go somewhere, and all of a sudden, you're horrified. Maybe somebody, a third party, can help me out with this. So your friend is here, Ms. Ard, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Breche? Yes. Hairston?
Yes.
Could we speak with Breche, please?
I don't know where you got this thing, but
Breche, wait till you... No. Don't speak till spoken to, because I'm about to speak to you. All right. Ms. Hairston, what do you see when you look at this relationship?
Well, I don't really know, because I only met him, one time. So I don't really have an opinion over him.
But what you doing here?
Exactly. I'm here to defend her because he don't know about me, but he didn't want her to come to my house. So that's my problem. It's self-explaining that situation. So with this, I've known her since we were in 8th grade. So it's been a very long friendship. I haven't seen her. It's been like a year or so, a year and a half. That's since the last time I seen her. I was off. She told me she was off. I was like, you know what, can you come up? I'm in your area. You want to just follow me up? Follow me home real quick. We can hang out. It's fine. And she was like, okay, well, I'm game. Let's do that. And so she was like, well, let me call, because she was like, I'm going to call Brandon. And I was like, oh, okay, is this the person you're dating? She was like, yeah, I think it only been like a year, like maybe a year or so. And she's like, yeah, I think it'll be fine. Okay, let's go. We started driving. We're mid-driving. She called me talking about I'm turning around.
Because he didn't like it.
So, but she didn't tell me that in so many words. It was, I don't know what you said, but I was like, yeah, I was like, okay, sure. So.
Now, let me ask you, Ms. Hairston, I'm not insulting you at all, because I think you look like a lovely, intelligent person.
Thank you.
Is she one of the women you believe has hoe tendencies?
I don't know her, Judge. I can't say that because I don't know her.
Exactly.
I only met her one time. I can't say
why? So you didn't know her. So why did you have a problem with the fact that Ms. Ard was going somewhere with her?
Because
a friend from way back.
I can tell her I'm going to hang out with some friends from way back and end up somewhere in Atlanta, in the heart of Atlanta, doing something I know I ain't supposed to be doing.
Because you understand that you can misbehave in the wrong circumstance. You choose not to trust her, believing that she is as ill-controlled as you.
It's just the way that it all happened. She called me in the middle of the night, like, yeah, I'm finna go hang out in Kennesaw with a friend that I've never heard of.
I think it was about 7:30.
It was like 6 going on 7 when it came down to it. No, don't even do that, because once I gave you everything.
Hey, Ms. Ard, I'm gonna tell you something. I don't ever explain nothing to no man that ain't my husband. They do go out there, little cheeks showing. Are you doing that?
Any cheeks? Like, at all.
She be
Like,
out
he
in
acting
public
like
with
I
the
got a
giblets all
derriere
on the
when I bend the corner. No, all you see is corner. Like, I don't have anything.
You can't respect the line you didn't draw. Draw your line and stand on it. You don't have to ask for a boyfriend's permission. He ain't paying your bills. Is he paying?
Okay.
Is he paying? Oh!
Wait a minute.
I got caught. Wait a minute. I got caught. Is he paying your bills?
He paying some.
Now
He
or
paying a little
earlier?
bit.
Was he paying then?
He paying.
Because I want to know.
Now, Mr. Hyatt, are you paying her bills and
Yeah.
why?
Well, I mean, we are together, you know what I'm saying? So I do feel like it was right. It was a few bills that I had paid while we were together at around that time. So, yeah, I am paying bills.
So,
yeah.
But
that
means take care of home.
Ms. Harrison, please have a seat. Thank you very much for coming out here. Mr. Hyatt, you said she has large breasts and does not always dress appropriately to make sure the girls remained harnessed. Why don't you tell me what she's wearing and what are your conversations around that?
Well, she got this yellow bikini top, right?
Uh-huh.
And I guess she done put it in the dryer too many times because it look like it's shrinking. Every
Right.
time she put it on. So she tried to wear it to the pool at Inspire Fitness. So I'm like, no, what you doing? Like, that's for me at home. Like, you can't be showing everybody the goodies now, you know.
Did you bring a picture?
No, I ain't bring no picture. I can't let you know how long ago that was? That was a long time ago.
A long time. Did she stop wearing it?
No, see, what she started doing was I gave her this Under Armour shirt to put over it, and then we tied up in the back.
Right.
So that they, you know what I'm saying? Because you never know.
Now, Ms. Ard, are you out there with the girls are unruly and you can have a situation? It happens.
No, but that's my thing. Like, I know that I have to get a bigger swimsuit. Like, I told him that, too, as well. You might want to buy me one thing. Like, hell. But anyway.
Well, it's not his job, but go ahead.
When it comes to... Shut up. When it comes down to it, it was a little bit too small. And I actually told him, I was like, okay, I just put a shirt over it. I didn't mind it. But I mean, the fact that you trying to blow it out of proportion, saying like, oh, I did this, that, and the third. No, I didn't.
What about the
I was
booty
just
shorts?
like, okay, booty shorts.
The days of
Hey. Tell me about the booty shorts and then I'll ask her. What's your complaint about the booty shorts?
She got these booty shorts, right? They come up about right here. They about right here, you know what I'm saying? They the little swishy kind. Like, you know,
Swishy kind? What does that mean?
They make that swishy sound when you walking. When you walking, you know, yeah. But they real short. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, you got swishy booty shorts?
I don't.
Yeah. They red and black. You know what I'm talking about.
Well, do you know what he's talking about?
No, I don't.
Yeah, like
you don't have any. And they do go out there, little cheeks showing. Are you doing that?
I don't have any cheeks. Like, at all.
She be
Like,
out
he
in
acting
public
like
with
I
the
got a
giblets all
derriere
on the
when I bend the
gravy.
corner. No, all you see is corner. Like, I don't have anything. Like, I don't. Like,
Nothing
for
to
real.
show, you're saying.
I was a pretty big girl when it came. That's what I'm saying. And so that was my whole thing. And the fact that you don't know that or witness that from what I came from, I'm trying to love my body. I'm trying to see what fits, what works, what does certain things right. For real. Because I mean, I gotta love myself if nobody else going to. Like, for real.
Well, now, wait a minute, Miss Ard. You said I gotta love myself if nobody else is going to. You accusing him of not loving you?
No, I'm not accusing him of that.
Because it sounds like he loves you. I'm going to tell you, I've seen some fools in here. This is not one of them. I mean, he's got some issues with what you got on, but he's paying some of your bills. He looks at you all of the time. And I don't see that all the time. He looks at you and he smiles because he likes what he sees. He loves that woman that's over there. Don't you feel that?
Yes, I do. And I feel the same way, too, as well. But it's just certain things. The way he shows, I guess it doesn't make...
Give me some examples of what makes you feel unloved.
When it comes down to us, like, going out in public and I have on something, I guess that's showing and stuff like that. He sees a dude looking at me and stuff like... He gets all weird and stuff, and he gets mad at me. And I'm looking at him sideways like, dang, I didn't do nothing to you when it came down to it.
What are you objecting to if a guy just looks? Or, you know what I mean?
I'm just gonna look at him crazy.
And then look at me, even crazy.
I don't be looking at you
Yes,
crazy.
you do.
Does it upset you when other guys look at her funny? You know, be a little leery or a little creepy. Does that make you mad at her?
It don't really make me mad at her. It's just, I know how I was when I was single.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm a look. You know what I'm saying? I'm a man at the end of the day.
Right.
I don't want everybody else to be looking. Like, that's just for my eyes only. Like, you.
Well, what are you objecting to if a guy just looks? Or, you know what I mean?
I'm just gonna look at him crazy.
And then look at me, even crazy.
I don't be looking at you
Yes,
crazy.
you do.
No, I don't.
Like, that's the crazy part about it. I be sitting over here trying to mind my business. I turn over and look at you, you like,
No,
I'm like, damn, okay.
I just hold a hand or I pull in close like this.
You know, Ms. R, there's a certain amount of male behavior when a man's in love and he wants to protect his good thing. A guy's looking at him, he will throw that arm out there. And I got to tell you, it's a signal of, she's mine. You know what I mean? And that's a good thing. He's supposed to look at.
Not when he's trying to choke me. Like, he was like, come here. I'm like, that ain't doing nothing. Like, leave me alone. Minding my business, walking with you. Not anybody else or looking at anybody else, with you.
But Ms. Art, okay, the most alarming thing you said so far in your paperwork, we haven't said it out here to me, is that he calls your friends going behind you, figuring out what you're doing and where you're going. Can you tell me about that?
I mean, with certain situations, yeah, it was one of my friends. I guess he came around and called her trying to figure out what I was doing when he was at work. It was me and her. We were at her apartment at the time. And she was like, girl, guess what I just got? I was like, what? And she was saying, I got a phone call from your dude trying to figure out where you were. I was like, but I told him where I was. But then I just didn't
believe it, so he was trying to confirm the information.
Pretty much, because we kind of got into an argument
but verify.
earlier.
Were you trying to trust but verify, Mr. Hyatt?
It makes sense, right? You know what I'm saying? That's just like, is a pig pork? You know, like, it makes sense. Like, I got to make sure I'm eating the right thing. Like,
if she did do that, would you not feel foolish?
No.
That's not true. That's the first thing you said to me. That's not true.
But I don't feel like that because at the end of the day, I'm going to tell you what I'm doing. If you need you...
I understand that, but you're circling my question. You know, if you're telling her what to do and she doesn't believe you, she might go call your friends and you would look foolish. And you would feel foolish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me about that $400 you want for the tires.
Man, okay, so we're pretty much sharing cars right now until we get him another car. And so I'm looking like, okay, so well, you know, like I need my emissions, I need this, I need that. And I mean, I work too and I make my own money as well. But he told me he was gonna get the tires. So I'm looking like, okay, well, that's fine. Just make sure you get them, I mean, before a certain day because I mean, they're wearing out. Like I ain't got time to be slipping and sliding during the winter months, you know? And so one week he tells me, yeah, I'll go get them. Okay. Next week, he tells me, okay, I'm gonna go get him. I'm like, okay. And so now it's just like a repetitious thing. And I'm just looking at you like, okay, baby, what you gonna do about these tires? Because we ain't got that much time on them.
Tell me about the ferret.
Well, Pharaoh.
Pharaoh the ferret.
Yeah, Pharaoh.
He didn't even name my baby.
I understand Pharaoh is here.
Yeah.
Can we see Pharaoh? I want to see Pharaoh. Did you buy the ferret or what?
No, he was already.
I bought him with my money. It's a difference. So you don't need to take my baby for no reason. Now, what you talking about? You gonna take my baby?
What's happening, Pharaoh?
Pharaoh.
What's happening, my man?
What's happening?
You cool? See him over there.
He's my baby.
Aren't ferrets mean? Or am I wrong about that?
He's just a thief. He be stealing my shoes.
Because he don't like you.
My slides and stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not giving anybody anything. You want to know why? Because you got something better. You got a good relationship. You got love, you got care, you got concern, you got a good dude. He's handsome, he loves you. He a little silly about a few things. Oh, hello, Pharaoh. What's happening?
You got his leash.
No, I didn't get his. He's a little cold.
Make sure you don't get away from there.
No, he's cold.
Oh, he's cold? Yeah, it is chilly in here. Yeah.
He a little cold, so he's trying to snuggle up.
Yeah, yeah. Which is exactly what the two of you will be doing tonight. You are a great couple. You have a few kinks and chinks to work out, but don't we all? He loves you. I watch him watch you. It's a fabulous thing to see and hear. You're intelligent. You're beautiful. You love him because when I got on him too much, you went to his defense when I was talking about him. So you love each other. Please honor one another. Please take care of one another. Please don't have babies until you're married and all of that kind of stuff. Do it right. You know what I'm saying? Because so far you're doing it really well. And it's exciting to see you and exciting to know you, Ferret. I love you from afar. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
Judge Lynn had a lot to say, so what's your reaction?
I think we took a lot of positive energy from it, so I guess we'll just go home and have to keep working at it.
And what do you think about today and all Judge Lynn's advice?
Today was a new experience. I actually had a good time when it comes down to it.
She likes you guys.
Yeah, and I like her too. It was something different. She made me think about certain things as well, so I really did have a positive mindset.
And as far as this little fella goes?
He just cold.
You guys are gonna be good co-parenting, I guess, regardless?
Yeah.
Okay.
Either
right,
which way.
You both the best of luck, all right? We like you guys, all right? So
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Appreciate it.
You got it.
Aww.
Judge, this is the case of Game Boy.
Thank you. If I've heard it once, I've heard it 1,000 times. It is the new constant cry from the women who come here. Please, Judge, help me get him off that video game.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Christy Winborn and Demetrius Winborn. The two of you have been married for 3 years, although you've been together 5. You have no children together, and you have 8 children.
Yes, ma'am.
From 46, you look fantastic. I don't know how you pulled that off.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Winborn, I want to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why you're here in divorce court today?
Well, Judge, I want to ask you something. First of all, I want to meet the person that created video games. I want to talk to him for 2 minutes so I can smack him upside the head. I think they are destroying the brains of our men and making them lazy because I have to end up doing everything by myself while this man sits on a video game.
Really?
How much time does he spend on the game in a given day?
20 hours a day. Literally, he will
20 hours a day?
That's
impossible.
He will wake up at 6 o'clock. You don't say it's impossible. I live it. 6 hours. He'll get up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
6 a.m.
And he'll go to bed at 6. That's 24 hours. But he'll get up at 6, he'll play the video game, and then he'll go to bed at 6 o'clock. But that last hour is waking me up. Baby, you want to watch a movie?
Does that
I'm trying to sleep.
How many hours do you claim you watch video games? You play video games per day?
Oh, I play video games about 3 to 4 hours.
3 to 4 hours out of whose day? You play video games 24/7.
After a normal day, after we work, yes,
I have
of course.
pictures of this man playing video games while I'm cooking, while he cooking, while he driving,
I'm cooking,
while he
though.
putting his clothes on.
I know.
He plays videos 24/7. There is absolutely
Well, you got a job, though, right?
Yeah, I got a job.
You go to the job every day.
Oh, yeah, so I can't
You don't
play.
miss the job for the video game.
I can't play for 24 hours when I'm
the work
working.
that he does from home, I actually have to do for him because he's playing video games.
Oh, you work from home?
We
didn't mention that part.
I'm still working, though. Hey, it's not playing video games.
Business, Your Honor. And basically, I run the business. He gives advice in the business while he playing his video game.
Is that true, Mr. Winborn?
That's not true, Your Honor.
Judge, one morning I told him, I said, let's get up early. Let's go to the hotel because we have kids, we have grandkids. So I said, let's go to the hotel. Let's go strategize on what our week is going to be like because I really do have to run the business, take care of the kids and everything. I said, you're going to get ready. Got up at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. I had to dress 2 babies, myself, and then get everything ready for us to go. And he's still laying in the bed with no clothes on. When he gets up to put his pants on, he's playing a video game, one leg in his pants.
Mr. Winborn, did you do that?
Yeah. See, now, it takes me about 10, 15 minutes to get ready. So, you know.
It takes you what?
About 15 minutes, you know, take shower.
Your Honor, I have to start.
Let me finish.
It takes her about 1 hour and 30 minutes. But she wants me to get up when she gets up to get ready
when it doesn't take me an hour and 30 minutes. But the main point is that if I'm dressed and ready by the time she's ready to go, this shouldn't be an issue. If I'm sleeping more, watching TV, or even playing the game while she's getting ready, as long as I'm ready, it shouldn't be a problem.
Well, when you have any free time, do you fill it with that?
He don't have free time. He play the game so much I have to start his shower for him.
No, she don't.
I have asked this man to cut the grass 3 times in a row. This is in 1 month. Okay, my neighbor comes to ask me if he wants to, if I want him to cut my grass. So I say, okay, you can cut my grass. He cuts my grass for free for a month. He never notices. So then I start paying the neighbor to cut the grass. He leaning out of the window playing video games. He missed that corner over there by the fence. How are you going to criticize somebody cutting the grass?
Does she have to pay another man to mow the lawn because you're too busy playing video games?
You know why I don't cut the grass? Because she has to be outside with me to cut the grass. She's that jealous.
Your
Other
Honor,
females in the neighborhood.
first of all,
one example, Your Honor, one example.
Hang on, let him tell me.
One example, she has to walk with me to take trash out. Out in the backyard. She has to walk with me.
Your Honor, I have to walk with him to take the trash out to make sure it make it to the trash can.
So if she doesn't want to get up at that time, I want to take the trash out, I have to wait.
Your Honor, he will want me to get up from doing work and go and sprint to the trash can so he can drop it beside the trash can, and then I have to walk back in the house and go back, put the trash in the trash can when I get free time, because everything is a rush because it's in between his video games. He's not married to me, he's married to the game. He need to slide a ring down on his game.
Your Honor, the whole point is that she's jealous. If I will cut the grass more, I'll cut the grass, I'll take the trash. She's just jealous.
Jealous of whom?
Jealous of who?
Other females. If I go outside...
Well, give me your best, she's over-the-top jealous story.
I'm gonna give you your best scenario, Your Honor. It was, we went to go eat one day, and we went to the drive-thru, do something quick on the way home from work. I go to the drive-thru, and is this a female in that window? I had to get the food
Your
like
Honor,
this.
that is not true.
I had to look at her.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, Your Honor.
Why are you making the food? I either gotta play my game in my phone. I can't look to the left.
He says that, but we were having a serious conversation. This one incident he's speaking of, we were having a serious conversation about everything, the game included. And so we're going through the drive-thru, and he has a whole conversation with the lady in the window. So when we drive off, I say, the lady in the window gets more conversation with you about a burger than I get in a serious conversation about our marriage and what we need to do about it.
That was awfully specific, Mr. Winborn.
Specific?
She had a lot of specific facts on that one.
It wasn't specific. She seen my phone, what the game was, and she made a comment. I made one comment, and that was it. I didn't drag the conversation.
Your Honor, the one comment was, what clan are you a part of? How many treasure chests do you have?
What clan?
Yes. And this,
we're
just trying to order burgers, man. We're just trying to order burgers.
And she's just talking about this one incident. If we're driving, when we leave the house, this was one time we leave the house, I'm backing out the driveway. I had to look left or right, the back of the driveway. She asked me, why am I scoping the neighborhood
This man is saying he looking left or right. He looks down. He don't look left or right. He looking downward because his phone is in his lap
and he's playing that game.
He doesn't look left or right.
You say that he puts the pro in procrastination. Why don't you tell me why you think that?
Yes, he's younger than me, but he's not the only man younger than me. There could be many men younger than me in his spot. I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about is having a responsible man by my side, because that's what I signed up for. I asked him to buy a part for our truck. Okay, we have a Land Rover. I told him, I said, baby, we need to buy this part because it was loose. When we first got our truck, we bought it used. So I bought it, the part was loose. I said I needed him to order the part and keep the part so I'd know the part number. So we went to order our part, and this boy took so long to order the part that by the time I got ready to order it myself, he had lost the part. He didn't know where it was. And that's not the best thing. The best thing is one morning I go to get in the shower, and I get in the shower, like I said, I start his shower for him. I start my shower for me. So I start the water running. I go to get in the shower because I know it's going to be good and hot for me. I jump out of the shower, screaming and cussing like a sailor because the water's cold. He didn't pay the gas bill. I I gave him the money to pay the gas bill, but he said, I waited because I wanted you to talk to him. Talk to him for what? The account's in your name. They're going to ask to speak to you.
Well, what did he want you? What did he want her to talk to him about?
He waited for me to actually call, Your Honor. He waited on me to make the call.
That Pacific morning, she's talking about the gas bill. Before she went and got in the shower, she said, you need to call them and set up a payment arrangement or try to pay them today. And as soon as she told me that, she went in the shower and got cold water.
Your Honor, I got cold water because the gas was off. You can't tell me the day of and expect me to make magic in 5 minutes. And the water is already cut off. It was cut off that morning before we woke up.
You know what I'm seeing here? I'm seeing here a vision of a lopsided boat.
That's what it is.
It's lopsided.
She's talking about the business. She's talking about getting the grass cut. She's talking about the gas bill. She's talking about the trash. She's talking about managing everything and poking at you just to participate. That's what I see.
And, Your Honor, the participation isn't even like 50-50 because I pay a majority of the bills. Even with the rent, he pays 1/3 of the rent, and I pay the rest of the bills. The only thing I asked this man to do, because they're in his name, because before we got married, it was his bills. I came in as marriage. I didn't even say, okay, well, let's do everything over. We capped it to make it simple.
Right.
But I said, okay, I'll start paying the bills. I started paying the bills. He let me really start paying the bills.
Right.
Okay.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Winborn. Mr. Winborn, I am talking.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
What is your financial contribution to the household? Do you just pay 1/3 of the rent and nothing else?
Yes, ma'am. I pay what I could pay, because she makes more than me.
I pay what I can pay.
Yeah, I pay what I could pay.
Yeah, I wouldn't make more than him if he worked more.
Do you think that...
My hours are...
Hang on. Mr. Winborn, your wife is over there hooping and hollering and screaming about...
She is. She is.
As to hooping and hollering, screaming about, I don't get no help. That's what she's saying over there. In 90 different ways. I feel responsible. I feel alone. I don't get no help. I got a little boy in there playing video games. I can't get the trash taken out. I have to manage everything, and I've got to force him to do whatever few pieces of things that I can get him to do, and it's still a job. Did you hear that part?
I heard that part, Your Honor.
What is your response to that? Is she wrong?
The important part for me is this is a marriage. It's not a game. It's very serious to me. I take my obligations seriously. I love my husband, but I also want a husband. Right. I didn't marry myself.
List for me the things that you do to contribute to the union that is the Winborn household.
And I'm listening.
Oh, I know.
It's a list.
I got a list.
Tell it.
I work, I cook, I clean, I help out around the house.
Okay.
No. You
say you work, you cook, you clean.
It comes to when we're out the house, between us working out the house and us going places out the house, she's jealous.
How many times, you keep going back to jealous, how many times do you clean? How many times do you cook? I
want to know, too.
He cleans when
I want to know how many times.
He cleans when he wants us. He cleans.
She's saying when I cook but she don't complain when I make them nice fried chicken.
My husband cleans.
She don't complain.
What I'm saying is that she feels responsible for everything, and that you're having fun and occasionally dipping out of whatever world of I don't know what, if it's dragons or whatever guns or whatever you dealing with, and only occasionally dip into her world of obligation and work and effort. That's what she's saying. She's saying she's feeling burdened.
And she burdened herself, Your Honor, because she...
Because she married you?
Yeah.
No, not because she... not for the fact she married me, for the fact she's just bossy.
Well, when you say she's bossy, give me some examples.
I'll give you an example.
Please.
We had a flat tire one day in the yard, and the mechanic shop is across the street, not too far away. So I had to take the tire off so we could walk it down to get the new tire. And, of course, I had to wait for her to come outside with me so she could watch me change the
Your
tire.
Honor, he's not telling you I
And
have
then as I change the tire, she's nagging me on how she's hot. I need to hurry up. She's then trying to tell me how to take the nut bolts off to change the tire itself.
That's not
now, Ms. Winborn, do you make a habit of watching him do everything because you're concerned about him, you know, philandering with other women?
Let me add some clarity to that, because again, I'm an extremely confident woman, first of all. Second of all, yes, he's younger than me, but he's not the only man younger than me. Okay. There could be many men younger than me in his spot. I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about is having a responsible man by my side, because that's what I signed up for. Now, when I go and follow him outside, I follow him outside to ensure that what's done is done. Whenever I go and help him change a tire, he's not telling you I'm rolling a tire right beside him to a shop. My husband has support. My husband has a confidant. My husband has a wife. I have a roommate who plays video games.
My point is, Your Honor.
No, she just ate you alive over there.
My point...
I mean, hold up. She just read you. I mean, and she didn't even have to raise her voice. She did it with dignity. Hey, I'm talking.
Okay.
She did it with dignity. She did it with calm, and she was right on. I could tell she was telling the truth, and she felt that thing. You see? Look over at her. Look at her.
I don't blame her.
She's stressed. She's tired. She wants a grown-up.
Your
you know what I mean?
Your Honor, may I say something?
Yeah, please.
The last straw for me, I lost my mom 2 weeks ago. Okay?
I'm so sorry.
I lost my mom 2 weeks ago, and as I said, I was already doing everything, okay? But I'm doing everything. I'm contemplating my father and how he's going to be after Mama's gone. I'm contemplating my sisters and brothers because I love them, and I know we lost my brother in January of last year, my youngest brother. So I saw the devastation firsthand. I saw how it crippled my family. I know that losing my mother is going to paralyze us all. So I didn't want that burden to trickle down and cause me and Demetrius's business to stop, to cause us to stop being able to feed our children, to cause me to not be able to be there for my dad. So basically all I did is amp it up and start telling my husband to step up to the plate, because he really does play these video games 24/7. The important part for me is this is a marriage. It's not a game. It's very serious to me. I take my obligations seriously. I love my husband, but I also want a husband.
Right.
I didn't marry myself.
Mr. Winborn, I don't want you to say anything else, because I'm going to do you the biggest favor of your life right now. I'm not going to talk about that $800 that you want from her for some reason or another. What I'm going to do for you is worth far more than that.
Okay.
You done scored way out your league here. This woman is beautiful. She is serious. She's intelligent. She's mature. There's no nonsense. There's no ridiculousness. And she brought you here for a reason. She brought you here because she needed you to hear her about that game, because she's had it up to here with you not being an equal partner. And I'm telling you, she came here because she's looking with one foot out the door and she don't want to go. And I'm telling you, you might think that you came here for fun. You might think you came here for a free trip to Atlanta. You might think you came here for a whole lot of different reasons. She's trying to save your marriage by coming here and speaking on that in front of somebody that's going to give her an opportunity to say what's on her heart and for you to hear her. I'm telling you, my brother, I'm telling you, they don't come any better than her. You've got her. Don't fool around and lose her because you want to behave like you're 12 and not show up the man that she's asking for. Did I get that right?
Yes, ma'am.
I gave you $1 million worth of advice. Please be a smart man and take it. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so worth it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. something really has to, like, come into the marriage. I need an actionable person. I need someone to reciprocate.
Right. I mean, Judge Lynn, she helped you, you know, she opened your eyes a little bit to what you have here.
Took into what she said to consideration.
Consideration?
I'm gonna put it down and see how things go.
Judge, today's case, it goes down in the DM.
Today, I have a couple that's getting taken down by the big, bad relationship beast, social media.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Clifford Scott and Asia McFarthing. The two of you have been together for 3 years, but do not wish to be together anymore. Ms. McFarthing, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here in divorce court today?
Your Honor, social media has ruined our relationship. He is constantly entertaining other women, and you know, that's something I deal with simply because we both do our businesses over social media. So, for instance, the biggest issue I've had with him so far is that he decided to go to Houston for a music video shoot, telling me that he's staying with a rapper that we both know.
Now, what does he do in the music video business? Are you a rapper or are you a...
Actually, I'm a filmmaker.
Filmmaker, okay.
I create music videos, weddings, commercials, promo videos.
Gotcha.
Anything film. So actually, I have a video that I want you to see so I can kind of explain to you.
And you're a salesman, too. That's all right. Let her finish her story, and then we'll get to you, and we'll see the video. Oh, well, we'll get to the video now. Look at that. So is that you?
Yes.
Yeah, this is her. This video I did of her, as you can see, like I have to direct them, tell them what to do, and I have to get emotion out of them. So sometimes I gotta charm and smile in their face and flirt a little bit, you know.
But that's her, though, right?
Yeah, that's her.
It's hard to make that look bad, though.
No, thank
She's
you.
a good-looking woman.
Thank you.
Mrs. McFarland. So why do you say that the social media, that's how he does his business? Why is it a problem?
Well, you know, now he has dated other models in the past. And this particular story, he, like I said, he went to Houston and he decided to go and stay with an ex-girlfriend who does modeling as well. I had no idea he was staying with his ex-girlfriend. Now, all of this was constructed over social media, behind my back, and, you know, in an industry like this, you have to trust each other.
Right.
So with that being said, I found out because I asked him to send me a picture of where he was at. I haven't heard from him. And the blanket that was in the picture was the exact same blanket that his ex uses.
How did you know what kind of blanket his ex uses?
I mean...
I can't even tell that's a blanket.
Oh,
that's his... Is it a red blanket?
No, it's that gray one right there. That has the same little horizontal lines and everything. Like, I had to zoom in, but I just know.
But how did you know it was an ex-girlfriend's blanket, though?
Well, once he told me he was in Houston, and the fact that he wasn't picking up the phone and everything, I put 2 and 2 together, and I went on her page. And I scrolled in her pictures and saw the blanket.
I see. Mr. Scott, what do you have to say?
Let me tell you what happened. Let me tell my side of the story. So, I'm a filmmaker, of course.
Right.
I wanted to go to Houston to try to find some more opportunities, to try to shoot some videos.
So you can do
Airbnb?
Ms. McFarthing?
Let me finish talking. I wanted to go to Houston to shoot some videos, right? So I didn't tell her who I was... Well, I told her who I was staying with, but I lied to her, okay? I told her I was staying with the artist I was shooting, but I ended up staying with my ex-girlfriend. I stayed with her because it was free. You know, I didn't have to pay for an Airbnb.
Of course it's gonna be free. With her, you can get an Airbnb.
Now, did you think that was a wise move?
I know it wasn't a wise move, but at this time, I was going through stuff mentally. I just wanted to get away.
You were going through things mentally. What kind of things were you going through mentally?
At this time, I was living in my mom's house. She was in my ear, Asia was in my ear.
Let me tell you a different story.
Well, what were they saying while they were in your ear?
Just, you need to do more, get up, do this, do that. Just yelling for no reason. So I'm like, you know what? I'm out, bro. I'm going to Houston.
But why can't you, read a book? Read a book, go do some exercise. That can help you ease your mind.
I wanted to shoot videos. Like, that's what I love to do.
But let me ask you this. If your lady's telling you one thing and your wife and your mother's telling you the same thing, might it be, the two women in my life who love me and know me the most both think I ought to do A. Would you consider that A might be something you ought to do?
Yes, but I didn't have the intentions to go down there with any foul play. I know I stayed with my ex, but I wanted to shoot videos, like, and it was the cheapest option.
Did you hear what I said?
I heard you.
What did I say?
Did her or my mom, like, did they get to me? Like, did anything they say matter to me?
That's not what I said.
That's his problem right there.
That's why they keep talking to you, because you don't understand what's being said. You're not paying attention.
He feels he can do things his way. For instance, I'm a fun girl. I'm spontaneous. Took them out, I took him out and some of his friends out to an amusement park. And he decided to say, hey, I gotta go help my friend and his grandma move. Of course, I'm sensitive when it comes to grandmas. Like, of course, go help your grandma move. Well, once again, not picking up the phone, don't know where he's at. Later, months later, he tells me, well, he doesn't tell me, some girl through Instagram decides to message me saying, hey, I think you should see this. Sends me a video of her on him at some party.
First of all, it wasn't a party, it was a kickback. Those are different. And,
that's a very important distinction.
What had happened was, I just wanted to get out the house, hang with my friends a little bit.
But we just got out of the house and hung out with your friends.
Okay, but I wanted to...
So what was happening at the kickback? I want to hear about that.
So at the kickback, I'm just sitting there chilling with my friends. Next thing you know, some girl just comes, start dancing on my lap, and then her friend gonna have the nerve to pull her phone out and start recording it. So at that point...
He sure didn't stop her.
You can't even... You're about to break out in a smile right now. You were wrong.
At this point... once the girl started recording me, I left. Like, I got up and left.
He didn't leave until that song was over, I'll tell you that much.
I left, though.
Yeah.
But the reason I didn't tell her where I was going is because I wouldn't have been able to go. Like, she wouldn't have let me go.
Do you think she's controlling? Does she try to keep you on a short leash?
Well, when we argue, the first thing he likes to do is block me. Okay, he's extremely petty. So he likes to block me to where I can't see anything. Then he purposely decides to go. It's always the most hoochie people.
When you argue, do you block her and then like all the hoochie mamas?
There was a time we had got into an argument because I had liked a picture or added somebody on a social media platform, and then she had went out of her way to hack into my account.
She got in.
She got into it somehow. So next thing you know, I'm trying to send messages and it's saying message blocking active, which means that someone went in and blocked numbers manually. So at this point, I can't text nobody. I can't call nobody.
I did that, yeah.
Ms. McFarlane, well, first of all, that's ingenious and technically adept, and I'm proud of you. But why did you feel the need to do that?
Because he can't be honest. I would respect him more if he looked me in my face and said, yes, I'm talking to A, B, or C, and this is why. But I gotta dig deep to figure out the real problem. I gotta dig deep to know what's going on. And the crazy part about it is one of the girls that he was texting, because I did call and ask and see myself who he was talking to, months later, I end up working with this girl. We work together now. So it's like, I can't even do day-to-day things because there's always a reminder of some
running into a trail of what he's done in the past.
Exactly.
Now, do you really believe that he's doing it? You know, social media, people like and they post and they comment and they thumbs up or whatever it is they do on there. Do you think he's just doing that, or do you really think he's doing things that are inappropriate?
No, he's inappropriate.
Give me something.
Well, when we argue, the first thing he likes to do is block me Okay, he's extremely petty. So he likes to block me to where I can't see
Your
anything.
Honor, I'll
Then he
Okay.
purposely decides to go. It's always the most hoochie people. You know what I mean? I model too. So he will go half naked pictures, like all their stuff, blow up their stuff, be in their DMs, just whatever it is to make me mad because he knows I'm watching. Every time.
When you argue, do you block her and then like all the hoochie mamas?
I do sometimes, but that's only to make her mad because she has her petty things too, and I have mine.
What petty things does she do?
Like, for instance, she has a playlist that she plays. A playlist. It's all types of F-boy this and F-boy this, Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion. You know what they be talking about. So,
Right.
and we in the car riding together, and she just start playing stuff. I don't want no scrub. Playing music like that, trying to get to me. I'm like, really? That's what we gonna do? So yeah, she's petty. She's definitely she's more petty. She's
I'd
definitely
rather
more
express
petty.
myself through music than go talk to another man.
So my friend pulls up on some girl which had a twin sister, and we were just chilling in the car. That's literally all we were doing. I didn't do nothing. I didn't touch nobody, but he didn't tell me where he was taking me.
Mr. Scott, are you messing around on her?
I'm not. And I make it seem that way because I do the things she don't want me to do, but I'm really not.
Have you ever really caught him doing anything inappropriate? I mean, that it was a bad call, spending the night with the girlfriend in Houston. Bad call, no doubt about it. Shouldn't have done it. Don't know what happened when he was there. Don't know anything like that.
Nothing
happened? Basically, generally, have you caught him doing something inappropriate?
I've never seen him physically have like a, conversation or anything right in front of my face. Everything's just been through social media.
Yeah, but like a text thread or something. Hey, baby, come over here, 3 a.m., that kind of thing. You ever see anything like that?
Yeah, I've seen screenshots. So this one time, he was gone with a friend, this lovely friend of his. He was out till about 5 a.m. This is when we first started dating, so I wasn't, tripping about anything like that. I wanted him to have time with his boys. Well, months later, because I always find things out months later, he went onto my Facebook, blocked this girl on my Facebook, and I did not know who she was. So I'm going through my block list. I'm like, who is this girl? So I just put two and two together. I'm like, do you know who my boyfriend is? And she was like, yeah, he blocked me from your page. We hung out on this date, which happened to be the date that he came home at 5 a.m.
All right, let me tell my side, because she's about to try to make it
finish.
sound all bad.
What's your side?
This is what happened. So I'm just out with my friend this day. He asked me to just ride with him. So I'm in the passenger seat just riding. And
Just riding?
Yeah, just riding.
That's a thing?
Yeah.
Y'all just ride.
So my friend pulls up on some girl which had a twin sister, and we were just chilling in the car. That's literally all we were doing. I didn't do nothing. I didn't touch nobody, but he didn't tell me where he was taking me. So, like, I wasn't at fault in that situation. I told him to take me home.
So you mean to tell me if you found out that Miss McFarthing over there was just riding with one of her girlfriends and some two twin dudes ended up in the car with him, you would not feel some sort of way about that?
I would.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. I told my friend to take me home. I'm like, come on, I gotta go. My girl's tripping. Like, I gotta get home. And he didn't care. Like, he was just...
So did I make it okay?
No, Mr. Scott.
I know. But, like, at that time, like, he was doing his own little thing, like, with the other girl. I was just sitting there listening to music. That's
they didn't.
Literally all I was doing.
He was doing his own little thing with the woman, and you were just sitting in the car listening to music.
Definitely
Yeah.
What was the other woman doing?
They was outside the car, like, talking. That's all they was doing.
That's not what she told me.
I don't know what she told
That
her, but
is
you know
so
women be lying.
suspect.
Females be lying, especially when they jealous.
Females be lying?
Women. I'm sorry, women.
I hate that term. Just hate it.
I feel like she's an attention seeker, though.
Well, tell me why you feel she's an attention seeker.
Well, for instance, like, it was a time we had went out to a little bar, and, like, we were sitting at the table, and all of a sudden, she just had to keep going to the restroom. Like, she went at least 5 times.
Well, if you're drinking, don't you gotta use the bathroom?
No. This was like the span.
Let him finish.
This was like the span of 2-3 hours. I'm like, why does she keep going to the restroom? Like, you want to be seen so bad. Like, switching and doing all that, trying to... I'm like, they see you. Like, what are you doing? Just...
So you think she was making trips to the bathroom so she could present herself to the audience in the room?
Yes, and that's not even the only thing she does to seek attention.
Well, tell me what
There was one time I went to her job. She works at this club in Kansas City. And one day I walked in, I see her all hee-hee and ha-haing in some guy's face.
Oh, here we
and
go.
then I'm like, okay, what's that about?
My coworker.
Oh, okay, well, they seemed a little close just to be coworkers.
No.
They was following each other around the whole place.
He's a bar back. That's what he does.
Look, let me finish talking. They seemed to work quite well together. They were smiling in each other's faces, whispering in each other's ears.
Now, Mr. Scott.
Talking like,
Mr. Scott.
No,
Mr. Scott. You got a woman at work with a coworker, and you got you in a car with a dude and 2 women. What the hell don't mean? Which one of those looks suspect to you?
Well, of course mine does, but...
Yeah, I smile at each other all the time. I like smiling
but...
at Nick. I like when Nick smiles at me. You love each other, right?
Yes. Very much.
Yeah, I can see. You're suing her for $500 for lost wages. Let me get to that first. Tell me how she lost you $500 in wages.
Okay, so this is what happened. So we had got this day, I had a video shoot set up. I had the film studio set up. Everything was set up. So at this time, we had came to an agreement. If I pay the rent, then you take me everywhere I need to go, because that's the agreement we came to, because I didn't have a car at the time.
Right.
So we got into a little argument, probably, I think it was over a Facebook or an Instagram like or something.
Definitely not.
Like, it was something petty.
He was flirting.
It was something petty. So this is what happened. We got into an argument. She ended up not taking me to the video shoot until like a couple hours later. So I missed out on $500. The artist had left. The studio had closed down.
Ms. McFarthing, did you mess up his money because you were mad about a post?
It wasn't a post. He was flirting with a woman that I didn't know about, sitting here texting back and forth.
You fuss at him on the way to the job. You never give up $1 because you're upset. You fuss at him all the way there. You drop him off, you let him work, you pick him up, you fuss at him on the way home. But you never stand in between him and some money, and money's coming into your house, not just his house. Don't be silly. Listen, you are 2 gorgeous, good-looking, ambitious, well-directed people, and I like it. Don't let your E-life take over your real life. Those people on there are convenient pacifiers. Their booties are big, and their mouths are closed. No blocking nobody. You share a bed with this woman. You gonna let the world see something that the woman you share your bed with can't see? That's just deep. Don't be... You with me on that?
Yes.
You're gorgeous people. You could be wonderful. You know, don't let the small people bring you to your knees.
Right.
You with me?
I'm with you.
There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
All right, after speaking with Judge Lynn today, we learned a little bit about your trust issues. Can we move on and kind of, get past that?
I think we can. I think we just need to do some cleanups with the social media and set some ground rules, and we'll be fine.
Judge, today's case is Cleaning Lady.
He contends she just cleans and complains. She says he does nothing at all. I bet neither one of them is seeing the situation clearly.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Shane Young and Cassandra Young. The two of you have been together for 14 years, married for 9, and you have 4 children together. Mr. Young, you are suing Mrs. Young because you say she destroyed your PlayStation 4 and you want your $400 back. But before we get to that, Mr. Young, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here in divorce court today?
Well, Your Honor, me and my wife have been together for 9 years, and after 9 years, we still have communication issues. And sometimes she's got a bit of an anger issue. One time we were out on our anniversary having a good time. We ended up having a little argument, and that little argument landed me living in my van for the night.
No.
For the night.
Hang on.
I thought we were going to work it out, and I see her coming down the parking lot barefoot. I opened the door to work it out.
No.
Or to
talk to her.
Yeah, or to hear what she had to say, and then she dumps juice over my head and slams the door. It's cold outside. I was sticky.
Wet?
And wet.
Mrs. Young?
Yes.
Did you throw juice on the man?
Mm-hmm.
I did, but there's a reason.
Well, tell me why.
Basically, we were on a date night, and we don't get a lot of time together. We just don't, ever. And so I'm trying to spend time with him. We came back from eating out, and he's just quiet. And I am just asking him over and over and over, like, what is wrong? Like, why are you being quiet? Why won't you talk to me? And he's like, nothing's wrong. And then he starts to say, I'm the reason why, that he is frustrated because I keep asking him that. But that didn't, that just doesn't make sense. It's like he keeps all of his feelings inside and he won't explain to me what is really going on in his head.
Was that the juice issue? Was that the day?
Yes.
And so you thought a little juice would clear that right up for you?
No, I was just trying to, I guess so. I was just so frustrated because nothing else was getting to him. Nothing else I was doing. I was talking to him, I was being nice, and he says that I don't care about his feelings, and I just want him to be happy so that way I'm happy. But that's just not always the case. I really do care about what's going on inside his head and what's stressing him out.
Was she just trying to find out what was on your mind, or was something else going on altogether?
No, she was trying to find out what was on my mind. She'd ask me what was wrong. But she likes to ask the question, what's your issue or what's your problem?
Mm-hmm. So it's more like an invitation to fight than it really
I tell her, I was like, that's fighting. And then later on, after we get in a fight, she'll be like, oh, well, I was trying to ask you how you felt, but I think she was trying to bait me for a fight.
Mrs. Young, there's 2 ways you can go.
Right.
Baby, what's wrong?
Right.
What's your issue? Which one did you deliver?
What's your issue?
Yeah.
Because it's just, he won't say it. And then it's
I think he might be afraid of your response.
Yeah.
Do you think that might be part of the problem?
That very much could be the case. But even when I try to be softer, at least I think I am, he still won't tell me. But then a couple days later, he'll tell me what the issue was. So there really is an issue, and it's not just me asking him that. He just doesn't want to talk about it then.
Do you think you have an anger issue? He seems to think you do. So far, the stories have confirmed that. Juice on the head if a man is out in the car because he can't get in, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Do you get overly angry about small things?
I think I could, but I think it just depends on how his reaction is to if I'm trying to help him and he takes it the wrong way. Or if, like me, I like to clean the house a lot. I really
like a clean house.
And we have 4 kids, so it's really busy. And I have set schedule, clean when you wake up, midtime, and at night. But he would just wait all day and just not clean and say, well, the kids are going to play with the toys anyways, so why even clean them up? But if we just do that every day, then nothing would ever get done. And so we constantly argue over that. And I think that it's because he just doesn't want to have to do anything. He just would rather just sit there and not do anything. And he even gets mad at me when I'm trying to clean and I'm going around him and I say, it's fine, I'll clean. He gets mad at me because
he feels, you know, lazy. So he doesn't want to
you to be lazy too.
Yeah, he wants
Mr.
to
Young, what is your response to that? What is your response?
When she cleans, she's like a train going through the house. Nobody, she can't clean around anything. She's cleaning through people. She'll run us over.
Look at me, Mr. Young.
And so the thing is she's sort of a perfectionist. So when she cleans, it's not actually cleaning, like it's an art form to her. So I could never match up to that. Every time I try to do something or I try to do it good, it's never good enough. And even if there's nothing to do, she'll still see it as not done because she didn't do it herself. So when I clean, I try to be effective with my time because we got 4 kids.
So spraying Pine Sol on the walls when I come home from school so it smells clean is something that would work. I came home and there was dripping Pine Sol all over the walls. And I'm like, what is this?
Did you do that, Mr. Young?
Because the house is clean. It is. And so I was like, if I just make it smell like that, visually
you might get somewhere.
It looks clean. Yeah, and it worked for a long time. But
then it's
little drips down the wall over time, and I got caught.
Right.
I still do it.
You still do it.
I still do it.
Now, Ms. Young, I want you to, you know, step back from yourself, open your mind wide like a prairie, and ask yourself, are you a little bit of a clean freak?
I think so. I do.
Because you said you were a perfectionist.
I want to control it. And I think that if I don't try to control it, maybe it's because that's what he also thinks. He thinks that I have control issues, so I'm trying to control how he feels. And then I'm trying to control the house. But they're like totally separate things.
Yeah, but your control issue could be one thing that's affecting those 2 separate things.
Yeah, that definitely.
Do you think you might have an issue with control?
I could. I mean, just stuff in my life I haven't been able to control very much. You know, family not around, and both of us, we just don't have a lot of family around, a lot of support, and I can't necessarily control other people, so I probably try to control what I do have and just try to hold on to that.
I used to drink a lot, and I used to have a lot of adventures. And sometimes it costs a lot of money.
Tell me a story, one story where he was just laid back and it just honked you off. One, just one. Holy moly.
See, there's 2 types of people, I feel like. And she's a type where she wants to climb this ladder, climb this ladder, climb this ladder. There's success somewhere up there, but she keeps climbing. And I like to just be comfortable.
Enjoy the rung you're on.
Chill out and enjoy my life.
But we don't get much done.
And so around my house, she's a superhero. Like, she does everything with the kids. She'll talk to my family for me and act like she's me.
Yeah, text them for him.
She does everything.
He won't
She does the laundry.
Okay, there we go.
I can't do it.
Okay, go ahead.
So his family will text him or call him, and he'll be like, okay, I'll get back to them. And then he never does. He'll never do it. And so I feel like he isn't putting that effort. I guess trying to put in the effort to build a relationship, because later he'll complain about, I don't have people in my life, or that, like, I haven't talked to my mom in forever. And so when he does get a random phone call, he'll be on the phone with them for hours because he doesn't talk to his family very much. And then it's right in the middle of when we're trying to do, you know, our life stuff, just like we're with the kids and things. And so he just takes off and he dips out and he's on the phone forever. And then we are always arguing at that, and he gets mad at me because I'm telling him that you could prioritize when you talk to your family.
I got you.
And so he's just not trying.
It took me a long time to get there, but I found it. Are you not handling your business? Are you not on top of things? Consequently, it requires your wife to be in overdrive all the time to take up the space that you have failed to fill?
I used to drink a lot, and I used to have a lot of adventures. Sometimes it costs a lot of money. sometimes I put us in a bad spot. So
Yeah, one time we got our tax return and he spent all of it. I mean, it was like, I don't know.
He spent all of it on what, liquor?
He went out with his brother, yeah. He said he was gonna, it was at work. He said he was gonna buy a flat screen TV. So I told him where the money was. It was at home. And no.
No.
no flat
The money
screen.
was gone and nothing came in the house.
Yeah, and then he was gone.
Do you agree that happened, or do you have another version of that story?
Well, I decided I'd go to the casino just for a minute. I was winning, and then I don't know what happened.
I tell you what happened. The odds happened. The odds are always in favor of the house. You know that.
Yeah.
That's how they keep the drinks free.
I was pretty inappropriate for about maybe 10 years.
Yeah. Out of it.
That's a long time to be out of pocket, Mr. Young. Long time. Mr. Young, have you been less than appropriate for a number of years?
I was pretty inappropriate for about maybe 10 years.
Yeah. Out of it.
That's a long time to be out of pocket, Mr. Young. Long time. Do you think that possibly, just possibly, she's over the top about controlling things because she was never quite sure what you would do?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm sure that sometimes she wondered that. But it's not like that anymore.
How long have you been appropriate?
I think I've been appropriate for about 4 or 5 years.
Has he been appropriate for 4 or 5 years?
But it's like the opposite now. So, like, he is there. I don't have to wonder, like, where he's at and spending our money, but he's there.
He's just there.
He's just there. And, like, can you go help me with this? Okay. And then he won't do it. And I'm like, can you just go do it? And he won't do it. So then I'll get up and I will just go do it, and I'll get mad at him. And he's like, nobody has to just jump when you say jump.
No, that's because she complains about everything that I do. I can't grocery shop. I can't do laundry. I can't clean anything,
Because he goes
right?
to the store and he just picks whatever. Like, you know, I like
Do you
coupons.
give him a list?
Yes, but he will buy the most expensive version of everything and just say it's for convenience, or buy 3 of everything because I didn't know which one. And I often do coupons. I mean, all the time.
You 100%. You in it to win it.
And everybody always says that at the store, that I do a good job. They're like, wow. And so he'll just spend all the money and he'll come back with nothing and like 3 things.
I got you. Tell me what happened to your PlayStation 4.
So she gets angry at me, and sometimes she takes it out on my things. And so this one time, she was getting angry with me, and so I decided I would just take my stuff and go to the living room like I usually do. So I got my backpack full of clothes, I got my TV, I got my PlayStation, and I'm gonna move out to the front.
living room.
And so on one of my trips back to the bedroom, she had taken my PlayStation and decided to throw it on the ground. Now, I'm not out doing stupid things a lot, and so, I mean, when I'm at home, that's what I do.
So what happened to the PlayStation?
It went into a few pieces, like 4.
But the thing is, when I was, during that point, he was just not listening to me. And so he thinks now, like, okay, I'm not gonna leave, like he wasn't gonna leave.
No,
He's just
I
gonna
just
go
didn't
into
agree
the
with
living room. He's gonna go into the living room, and that's gonna just make it better if we just don't talk about the issues. And I'm like, no, you need to come back, we need to talk about these issues, and we need to fix this. We need to fix it right now. And he just is like, no, I don't wanna talk about it, I don't wanna talk about it.
Let me tell you something, Mr. Young. I think in a lot of ways you are the author of your own angst.
I think she's a little hard to live with. She's hyper clean and super controlling, and I think she's got a temper. She came in here all nice and sweet and polite, but I think at home she can start a fire and keep that sucker burning for a long, long time until she can come out with that juice and pour it and put it out. I honestly believe that. I see that. I know it wasn't here, but I know what you're talking about. I really do understand it. But I think you authored a lot of that. First of all, when you carried on for 10 years, it's different. Women like to be secure. We like to be comfortable and know that our stuff is taken care of. And when you're off on your adventures, and your adventures cost money, and she doesn't know how you're gonna do, that's very stressful. So when she can't control you, she controls everything she can, which is the cleanliness, the house, and then she's at you about what you're talking about. And then I'm gonna applaud you. Absolutely. You went from inappropriate to appropriate, and I appreciate it. I'm sure she appreciates it as well. But in addition to not actively causing chaos, you ought to also contribute meaningfully to the union. You can't just hang loose, take all your stuff into the living room and camp with the PlayStation and let her handle all of the business. She wants a partner, my man. I think she loves the living daylights out of you. She wouldn't have stayed 10 years with all that nonsense if she didn't love you. And what I want you to do is love her enough to give her what she needs in terms of an active, interested companion. You think you could do that for me, Mr. Young?
I love her with all my heart.
I didn't ask you if you loved her. Didn't ask that at all. I don't question your love for her. What I'm questioning is the manner in which you convey that love. Love unexpressed doesn't do anything for her at all. It makes you feel warm and fuzzy when you see her, but it doesn't do a thing for her because you're not expressing it. You with me, Mr. Young?
Yeah. So...
Can you come on, Mr. Young? Mr. Young, Mr. Young. Come on, just wind it up. Give me some energy.
All right.
Actively participate in this union with this woman, so you can stay out of the car and keep the juice off your head. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
All right, it took you a while to get there, but you got there. All right, Judge Lynn, she kind of sided with you, too. How do you feel?
I finally see that maybe he might get it. Maybe he'll get it.
Do you get it or what? You step up and be a participant here?
I do. I completely understand where she comes from, and I love her, so I will give more effort.
Stay in the bedroom, maybe don't pack your bags.
Yo.
Stay in the living room.
Yeah, no.
No juice on the head, right? We're good?
We'll agree.
Follow us on Instagram for additional content from this case and preview our next all-new episode.
All right, guys, thank you very much for coming today. I have called you for a very special thing. We have an event day after tomorrow, and Kushi, you will make the necessary arrangements. Kushi.
Yeah, sure, sir.
You seem a bit off today.
Everything is good, sir. Don't worry, I will do.
All right, I am counting on you. All the very best.
ਕੱਲ ਰਾਤੀ ਰੋਈਆਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੇਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਏ ਤੂੰ ਵੀ ਰੋਇਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਚ ਲੜਾ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਤੇਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਚ ਅੜੇ ਤੂੰ ਵੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਨਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਨਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਾਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਖਰੇ ਜਿਹੇ ਦਿਖਾਵੇਂ ਇੰਨਾ ਨਾ ਸਤਾਇਆ ਕਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਨਿਕਲ ਨਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਦ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਬੋਲਾਂ ਤੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਬੁਲਾਂ ਤੇ ਆਵੇ सच सच दसी वे एक भी ना गल वे तू दिल विच रखी वे दुनिया नहीं चाहती वे तेरा मेरा प्यार वे सुन मेरी सुन ले यार वे नहीं सोना लगदा है जदों जदों भी लड़दा है जद भी किसे ना गल करा मैनू पता वेख के सड़दा है राज राज तू हर वारी राज राज तू हर वारी लाने लावे इन्ना ना सताया कर मैं तू मेरी जान निकल ना जावे मैं जद भी कुछ बोला तेरा नाम बुलाते आवे सारा दिन बिजी रहना है तू यारां दे नाल बहना है तेरी दूरी ते मजबूरी दिल मेरा है सहंदा है किथे जावां ना जावां हर एक गल मैं पुछदी आ मैनू कदे मनाउंदा नहीं तू मैं किन्ना रुसदी आ मैनू चंगा लगदा है मैनू चंगा लगदा है भावें सिर मेरा तू खावे इन्ना ना सताया कर मैनू मेरी जान निकल ना जावे मैं जद भी कुछ बोला तेरा नाम बुलाते आवे
हे गाइस, तो अभी आपने हमारा दुनिया सॉन्ग देखा, सो प्लीज कमेंट करके बताना कि आपको सॉन्ग कैसा लगा।
एंड हाँ, वीडियो को लाइक करना, जाने से पहले रिपल म्यूजिक स्टूडियोज के चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लेना। थैंक यू, बाय बाय एवरीवन।